Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam tasliman kathira. Alhamdulillah. I wanted to, today, bismillah, what I wanted to talk about, because some issues were raised yesterday and some people brought to my attention some of the statements, particularly concerning some of the things that are happening now in the Muslim world. So what I thought I'd do, which relates very much to this idea of our ummah having 3 maqams. Each one of those maqams have 3 degrees, 9 altogether. So these 9 darajat of these 3 maqams. The first maqam is badimun li nafsihi, those who oppress themselves. The second maqam is muqtasidun, those who are practicing moderately their religion, in the sense that it's not the entire focus of their life. And then there's the sabiqun bil khairat, and those are the people that really have made their entire existence for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and really attempting to awaken to the divine in every instant. That's the highest maqam, and that's where he begins. So he has tadalli and then taraqi. He begins by the highest maqam, he descends to the lowest, and then he goes from the lowest back up to the highest. So he called his book Tadalli wa Taraqi. The point that he's making is there are many ways to be Muslim. Now, one of the problems with a lot of Muslims is that that highest maqam can actually be a delusion. And so you get pathological expressions of religion where people are actually not well, and so they go into a type of psychosis, like a religious psychosis. One of the interesting things about psychotics is very often their expression of psychosis is a religious expression. They believe that they're having revelation, they think the angels are talking to them, or they think the devils are talking to them, and perhaps they are. But that's a very common expression of psychosis. Now, one of the most important works on revolution is the section in Aristotle's Politics. He discusses the reasons for revolution, and he had a theory about what he called stasis, which he felt that societies, and this comes out of his teacher Plato, who uses, whether it's Plato or Socrates, I mean there's debate about that, but Socrates in the Republic uses a human being in order to attempt to understand justice. He relates the human being to the society. So the society has attributes that are very similar to a human being. It has a head that controls it, like the government. It has arms that defend it, like the soldiers. It has a stomach that sustains its nourishment, like the merchants. So he uses these to describe the shahawat and the quwwat al-ghadabiyya, irascible soul, the concupiscent soul, and then the rational soul, what Imam al-Ghazali called the sage soul, the dog soul, and the pig soul. But one of the things that he says is that societies, like human beings, get sick. So you can have a fever in a society. A society can become feverish. And he said that what maintains the health of a society is brotherly love. Which is very interesting, because one of the most important things in the Prophet's message was to afshu salam bainakum. You know, la tu'minu hatta tahabbu. You know, you don't love, that you haven't really achieved what the purpose of faith is until you love one another. And then he said, ala adullukum ala shay'in idha fa'altumuhu tahabbabtum. You know, can I tell you something that if you did it, you'll start loving one another? Afshu salam bainakum. Spread peace amongst you. Our greeting is a greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum. That's a Muslim greeting. Assalamu alaikum. And so the idea of spreading peace in a society is so that the society, because salamat al-jasad is health. The Arabs call being health al-jasadu salim, right? Al-aqd al-salim fil jasad al-salim. The Arabs say a healthy mind in a healthy body. So the word they use for health is salim, because wholeness is health. And so peace is when things are working holistically. War is when there's antagonism, either from outside, like bacteria that invade the body, and then the body fights to protect itself from these foreign invaders, or inside where the actual body begins to break down. So societies and bodies share a lot of analogous aspects. Now, one of our great scholars, and he was the last Sheikh of Islam in the Ottoman Empire, his name was Sheikh Mustafa Sabri. He had a huge influence on some of the well-known scholars of the 20th century. He was a brilliant man. I mean, I would argue really one of the brilliant minds that our ummah has generated. He lived in Istanbul. He was from a small city in Turkey. He was in the inner workings of the Ottoman Empire, which the ulama were. So he was a mufti, he was Shaykh al-Islam. But he experienced the secularization of Turkey, and he described these events. And then he experienced the breakdown of the Turkish nation from within, right? So this is the breakdown of the social body, and from without. So the bacterias and viruses, usually ideological or violent, that invade the body. But one of the things that really struck me in this book that he wrote, which is a 4-volume work, موقف العقل والعلم والعالم, and in it he tries to refute a lot of the materialism that he was seeing emerging. So we think materialism is a recent problem with Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, and materialism goes back to the Greeks. The Greeks were debating whether everything was material or whether there was a spiritual component to the universe. This is an ancient debate between materialism and the idea that we're more than just matter. Ancient debate. But materialism became very, very widespread in the 20th century. It arose out, I mean, it begins probably with, in some ways, within the Christian tradition, the reemergence of it. Although we had our materialists, and Ibn al-Jawzi in his extraordinary book Talbisu Iblis, Talbisu Iblis is how the devil deludes you. So delusions of the devil. It's the way yulabbis alaykum, that he pulls the wool over your eyes. In Talbisu Iblis, he has a chapter called the chapter of the naturalists, and how Iblis has fooled the naturalists, thinking that everything is materialism. So this is not new. I mean, that was almost 1,000 years ago. He's writing this book. So even within the Muslim community, we had materialists. We had people arguing for materialism. So this is always going to be a debate. Are we matter? Are we spiritual? Or are we a mixture of both? The hylomorphic view that most of the Abrahamic faiths took. That we're an admixture of these two, of the world and the other world, of the animal kingdom and of the angelic realm, this joining of the two, the spiritual and the material. So anyway, he writes in here, and this is what I thought was very interesting. One of the things he says is that he talks about the philosophy that was spreading around at his time, the materialism. So he says that it's here. I'll just read it here. فيجب على علماء الإسلام رفع التهمة عن الدين تهمة كون الأغنياء يحافظون على طبقاتهم الممتازة في ظل حماية الدين مع حرمان الفقراء عن هذه الحماية محكومين على الصبر والسكون وممنوعين عن التواصل بالقوة إلى حقوقهم المضيعة. وهذا التفريق بالنفع والضرر على الرغم من أن الدين إن كان باقيا في هذا الزمان فعند غير الطبقات العليا يجب على علمائنا رفع التهم عن الدين، تهمة الظلم على الفقراء وعلى نفسه في خذلان أنصاره ونصر غير الناصرين لأنصاره، بأن يسدوا النصح المتواصل إلى المترفين ويقول الإسلام الذي يصونكم من الثورة جعل في أموالكم حقا للفقراء وإن لم تؤدوه عن طيب نفس وتدعوهم في بأسائهم فلا يحتملها الزمان إن احتملوها، وإن كانت نتيجة عدم الاحتمال خسارة الثائرين مع المثور عليهم وانتفاع غيرهما من تجار مبادئ العصرية الهدامة الماهرين. ثم يرفع العقيرة لإيقاظ المترفين عن نومهم المقيم على شفا جرف خطر يدهمهم في الدنيا قبل الآخرة من قبل مواطنيهم الذين يبيتون في ظلامين من الجهل والليل ويظلون على جمرتين من حرارة الشمس وحمى الأمراض ويلبسون الأسمال ويشربون الأوحال التي لا يسوغ شربها لذة أو طبا. I mean, this is a really stunning, that he wrote this in 1946. So he says, it's absolutely necessary for the scholars of Islam to remove this accusation about our religion, the accusation that it is a tool in the hands of the rich to defend their social status in the shade of the protection of religion, while at the same time depriving the poor people from their rights and demanding that they simply be patient and that they not do anything to change their conditions, and that ممنوعين عن التواصل بالقوة إلى حقوقهم, that they are prohibited from establishing through force their rights that are due to them. Now remember that he's living at a time when Marxism was spreading like wildfire in the Muslim Ummah. So this is a very Marxist interpretation, but it's still being used. This idea of religion suppressing the poor people and forcing them just to bear the slings and arrows of tyranny so that the rich class can live in their bubble. But he says that despite the fact that the religion is, if it remains at all in this time, it remains amongst the poorest classes more than the wealthy classes. And then he says, it is absolutely necessary for our scholars to remove these accusations of the religion, the accusation that it oppresses poor people, that and the fact that it has failed to help them, and that it only helps those that are opposed to them, and give constant advice to the mutrafin, the extravagant people in our communities, who say to them, Islam is what protects you from revolution, but it has also put a right in your wealth for the poor people. If you do not give this right to the poor people with contentment, and you leave them in their wretchedness, the time won't bear this problem, even if they bear it. In other words, it's going to blow up at a certain point. So he's saying the ulama have to warn these wealthy people that this is for your own protection. You need to stop oppressing people, because even if they're patient, as their religion commands them to, at a certain time, the time itself will force these circumstances to erupt. I mean, this is a really important message. And then he says, despite the fact that the result of their not bearing these tribulations will be the loss of the revolutionaries as well as those who they rebel against, everybody's a loser in this. And the only people that will benefit from it are those people that are spreading these modern destructive ideas against religion, that they're so clever at using. They're mahirin at this. To say, look at religion. Here's your religion. Look what it does. It's just a destructive force. It's no good. This is amazing advice. Then he says, if these people don't wake up from their sleep, these mutrafin, and realize that they're on the precipice of a very dangerous pit that will encompass their dunya before their akhirah. It's going to darken their dunya before their akhirah. From their own citizens, the ones who are sleeping in two darknesses, the darkness of ignorance and the darkness of night. Wearing worn out clothes and living on the coals of the heat of the sun and the fever of their sicknesses. Drinking bitter draught that neither pleasure allows or even medicinally. It's not even, sometimes you take something bitter because it's medicinal, but what they're drinking isn't even medicinally bitter. And he said, this is why I wrote this book, because when I left, he says, وَفِي آخِرِ كَلِمَتِي إِلَى الْقُرَّاءِ الْكِرَامِ ألخص ما بعثني على التأليف هذا الكتاب مما رأيت في مصر التي آوتني بعد مغادرة بلادي فأصبحت بردا منها يعنيني ما يعنيها من خير أو شر ويتحتم علي أن أخدمها بما يتوقع من مثلي شيخا من مشايخ الإسلام حنكه الزمان ولم يفت في عضده ما لقيه من الشدائد في سبيل المصارحة بكلمة الحق والصدق التي تكون على الأكثر مرة مع تنقيبي في درس مسائل العلوم المتعلقة بحياة الإسلام العلمية النافعة في صيانتها من تيار الإلحاد الحديث. فأقول إن دولة الترك المسلمة التي دفاعها بسيفها عن حياض الإسلام ضد أعدائه يستغرق ثلثين من تاريخه وتندرج في ذلك عند التحقيق أدوار الحروب الصليبية الموجهة إلى البلاد الإسلامية المنتهية بالنسبة إلى تلك الأدوار في ردها على أعقابها. هذه الدولة كان آخر سلاح حاربتها به الدول الوارثة لضغائن تلك الحروب نشر الإلحاد القائم على العلوم والمبادئ المادية بين أبنائها المثقفين ونشر المبادئ القومية بين العناصر المندرجة تحت لوائها. وقد وجد أول هذين السلاحين عونا للأعداء في قلب تركيا فكان استعمارهم كفتح الحصن من داخله كما وجد السلاح الثاني رواجا عظيما في أطراف تركيا. So he says, I'm writing this book because I came to Egypt. He was actually put on trial for death during the first secular regime here after the fall of the caliphate. He was put on trial for death. The judge could not bring himself to give him the death penalty because he said, I don't feel justified in killing this man who is simply living according to his principles and speaking the truth that he believes. And he's done nothing other than that. And so he said, but we exile him. So he was exiled to Greece. He wrote a letter. This is Shaykh al-Islam, right? This is the highest position that a scholar could hold in the Ottoman Empire. He goes to Greece, he writes a letter, and in that letter, he just says, I am Mustafa Sabri, Shaykh al-Islam, and I'm asking any Muslim country to take me as a refugee or as a guest, because I have no country. Now I'm in Greece and I don't want to die in a non-Muslim land. So some Egyptian man working in the embassy got wind of this, and he said, I might lose my job, but he said, what would Christian countries do if the Pope was kicked out of Italy? You know, they wouldn't take him in. Like, this is a disgrace for us that this man has no country. So he was taken to Egypt, and he began to teach there. But what he said is he was distraught by seeing in Egypt the very things that he had witnessed in Turkey. He thought Egypt, he said, he thought the lands of the Arabs would be different, but he said he found in some ways it was worse. And he actually says that they forget that this Turkish dawla, that it was rooted in the Turks, but it was never a nationalistic civilization. He said they spent 2/3 of their history fighting the enemies of Islam, protecting the borders of Islam. This was their civilization. It was protecting and expanding the Muslim protection. Because even the Protestants, after the Protestant Revolution, many of them migrated to countries that were held by the Ottomans. Because the Ottomans didn't distinguish between Catholics and Protestants. So they could get out of persecution by going to places like Transylvania, which had the Edict of Toleration based on the Muslim idea of tolerating other religions. And we know John Locke was influenced by Edward Pocock, who was a student of the Ottoman system. And his letter on toleration was inspired by the Muslim toleration of this millet system. So he says that he found 2 weapons that they used. The first weapon was materialism, to make people think that religion was superstition and a foolish thing to believe. And he said their tools for doing this became very powerful with a lot of the material sciences that they developed. But the second tool that they used was nationalism. So he said to destroy Turkey from within, they used materialism. But to destroy Turkey from without, they used nationalism. So that the places where the Turks were protecting, like Palestine, suddenly the people in Palestine saw the Turks as occupiers. And people forget that Arabs fought against the Turks. They allied with the British and fought against the Turks. And the British promised them all these things. And much of what we're suffering now is from the betrayal of Muslims of that time. So these are the effects, and nobody wants to deal with what really happened. They just want to blame everybody else. It's all somebody else's fault. But unfortunately, we inherit the troubles of the past. We inherit them. The only country that didn't, of the Arab states that were under, the only one that didn't break their ties was the Libyans. They were the only ones, which is why the Turks really loved the Libyans. In 1958, King Idris came here and actually restored the maqam of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. There's a big plaque there, 1958. A plaque that says that he came, he saw that it was in disarray because it was a period where they weren't really respecting these places as much anymore, and he redid it. But then the Libyans, in their Thawra, Iblis wala Idris, with their slogan, give us Iblis and not Idris, they overthrew a man who used to do night prayers. And I know this because I know somebody who knew him personally very well, Mustafa bin Halim, who was his ambassador to Italy, who told me that he was one of the most pious people he knew. This was the man that was ruling their country. They overthrew him, Iblis wala Idris, they got Iblis, and then they overthrew this guy, and now there's 1,000 Iblises. And this is what revolution is. This is what he's saying. Everybody loses. Everybody loses. So we have to understand these things at a deeper level and not be fooled by slogans. One of the things that the Prophet ﷺ said, that towards the end, he said there's going to be sununa khada'a. There will be years of deception. Yu'taman al-kha'in. The treasonous one will be considered trustworthy. وَيُخَوِّنَ الْأَمِينَ. And the trustworthy one will be called a treasonous one. يُكَذِّبَ الصَّادِقِ. The one telling the truth will be deemed a liar. وَيُصَدَّقَ الْكَاذِبِ. And the one being called, the liar will be called a truthful one. This is what our Prophet warned us. So we have to be vigilant about what's being done to us as a community. The Muslims, our natural allies should be the Christians amongst this materialism. But there are people that want to make sure the Muslims and the Christians never, this is the Iago factor. Shakespeare's play about Iago, Santiago Matamoros. He was called Saint Iago, the Moor killer. He was the Spanish patron saint of killing Muslims. And Shakespeare did this play with a Moor, Othello, Utayl, it's an Arabic name, Othello, and Desdemona, the European and the Moor, coming together in a marriage, but Iago saying, no, we're not going to let this happen. Some people say that this was because Mansur al-Dhahabi, the great Moroccan, sent his ambassador, Abdul Wahid al-Fasi, in 1600, he sent him to Queen Elizabeth's court to convince the Protestant Christians to ally with the Moroccan Muslims against Spain. So the Spanish, Iago, that's why he calls him Iago, because he's Spanish, Santiago. The Spanish didn't want this alliance to happen because Mansur wanted to arrest the Americas from the Spanish and have Muslims and English take over from the Spanish. This was the idea. But he died in 1603, so it didn't come from that. But anyway, the point is there are people that don't want these religions to work together against the common enemy of atheism and materialism. These are much greater enemies. Christians believe in the Day of Judgment. They believe in the Ten Commandments. Our ethics is based on the Ten Commandments. Read Ali Imran, right? 151, 152, 153. Read those verses. That's the Ten Commandments. Those are 10 commandments in the Quran, which our ulama said those are the wasaya al-ashara allati utiya Musa. And immediately after those verses it said, Atayna Musa al-kitab. We gave Musa the book. This was Musa brought the 10 commandments. This was the ethics of our civilization. The Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim civilization. These are the Abrahamic faiths. We're in the umbrella of Abraham. The two greatest religions on the planet, Islam and Christianity, share the 10 commandments. And now the 10 commandments are being completely eradicated. There's a website, Ashley Madison. Life is short, have an affair. It has 37 million followers. And it's a website that promotes adultery. It's valued at $1 billion. This is destroying our civilization. This is Iblis destroying our civilization. And then mocking God. God will not be mocked. You know? The mockers of God. The Christians don't want God mocked. We don't want God mocked. But people don't want these alliances of virtue. The Prophet said, "Du'utu ila hilf al-fudul qabla al-Islam." I was called to an alliance in Jahiliyyah. If I was called to it in Islam, I would respond. In other words, if people from some other faith said, "Let's ally for virtue," then I would ally with them. So now, revolution happens, and clearly what he said, لا يحتمل الزمان وإن احتملوا. Time sometimes will not bear it, even if the people do. In other words, it just happens, it erupts, and it's fitna. And this is why he was warning the mutarafin, stop oppressing people, because people can only take so much, and then yathurun. But Islam is a regulating mechanism of our nafs al-amara. It's supposed to control the nafs al-amara, right? This is part of Islam. But people say, oh, that you're just the opiate of the masses. So instead of the opiate of religion, let's just give them real opium to bear their troubles. You know, because it used to be the African American community survived in America through slavery with religion. That's what they did. The blues was all religious originally. It was swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. You know, there's a greater day coming that we're going to get, we're going to get our day on the Day of Judgment. There are African-American Muslim tombstones in America with the finger like this of Muslims. We have many, because there were many of them were Muslim. 1/5 of the slaves were Muslim. And they have this. In other words, they died despite being enslaved by people, still believing there's a day of justice. There's adala, Yawm al-Qiyamah. We believe in Yawm al-Qiyamah. So you might have 60 years of oppression. You're going to have an infinity of justice. And so this is whether you believe or not. This is the real deal. Do you believe this promise or not? Because if you want to change things in the world by making things worse, then you're a fool and causing untold suffering on other people. And this is why our ulama were very opposed to revolution. Not because they didn't think that oppression was wrong or they were trying to keep the oppressors in power. That's not. Because they saw it from a metaphysical perspective first and foremost, that this is an ibtila from Allah, لِيَبْلُوكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. That, you know, when I said yesterday, some religions say life is suffering, we don't say that. Because some people have lives without any suffering. Really, they have perfect health, they wealth, friends, they live in very good times. But all of life is an ibtila. And this is the difference between our religion and their religion. Suffering is an ibtila and pleasure is an ibtila. They're both ibtila. لِيَبْلُوكُمْ بِالْغِنَى أو بِالْفَقْرِ بِالْمَرَض أو بِالصِّحَّةِ. Health is a tribulation. Because what are you doing with your health? Sickness is a tribulation. How are you responding to the sickness? This is our religion. But if you remove metaphysics, if you remove God from the world, then the world makes no sense at all. And then, yeah, you should fight and just, you know, tear everything down to get your justice if that's what it takes. But if you believe, Allahumma, قُلِ اللَّهُمَّ مَالِكَ الْمُلْكِ تُؤْتِ الْمُلْكَ مَنْ تَشَاءُ وَتَنْزِعُ الْمُلْكَ مِمَّنْ تَشَاءُ وَتُعِزُّ مَنْ تَشَاءُ وَتُذِلُّ مَنْ تَشَاءُ بِيَدِكَ الْخَيْرِ. If you believe that, say to them, O Allah, Malik al-Mulk, the one who really possesses all dominion. You give this contingent dominion to whom you please, and you take it away from whom you please. And this is why when there was a revolution in Medina, they asked Malik about it. He said, if the one being revolted against is like Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, then help protect him. If he's not, then da'a ظالما ينتقم الله منه بظالم آخر. Then let Allah take vengeance on one oppressor with another oppressor. That's how Malik viewed it. Like, they're both oppressors. He's an oppressor for rebelling against him, but he's an oppressor for creating conditions that people wanted to rebel against him. So just let him duke it out, because Allah is al-Muhtadin. They saw God. And God's been removed from the scenario. And it's all Marxism. People have no idea how much Marxist thought has penetrated the modern Islamic tradition. They have no idea. Most of these guys, Muhammad Khalid was a Marxist before he became Muslim. Sayyid Qutb was a Marxist before he became Muslim. He was a Marxist. I mean, read his early history. He was a Marxist. And they brought in these ideas. Ali Shariati went to Sorbonne, studied Marxist thought. And they brought they say, oh, this is Islam. Abu Dhar, look at Abu Dhar, he was fighting for the poor people. And so they started framing Islam into this framework of Marxist thought. But who is Marx? A man who hated God, who had boils on his bottom his adult life. Seriously, he couldn't sit down. He was always in pain. He hated God. He was also he was also a total racist. I've read his letters to Engels about the Algerians and how ape-like the Arabs were. You know, the great German Marx. So this is the reality of it. And it's not to say that Marxist criticism doesn't have some validity. I'm not denying that. You know, I'm not that stupid, but the criticism is entirely predicated on atheism. Because there's no ibtila here. There's just oppression and oppressed. So the oppressed have no metaphysical view of what is this? It's an ibtila. That's how we view it. It's an ibtila. How do you respond to it? What's the best way to respond to it? And that's where the challenge comes. So Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, who is my teacher, and I believe, you know, traditionally they call it Sahibu Zaman. You know, Sahibu Zaman is the man of his age. Like Abu Hamid al-Ghazali was the man of his age. He was Sahibu Zaman. Right? صاحب الزمان يفوت كثيرا من العلماء في عصره. Many of the ulama miss them. They don't see them because they have hasad, because they يستغني بعلمه عن غيره. غنينا بينا عن كل من سوانا وإن كثرت أوصافه ونعوته فإن جانا فمرحبا بمجيئه وإن فاتنا فيكفيه أن نفوته. You know, this is the they call that fakhr in the Arabic tradition. You know, like غنينا بينا, we're rich in ourselves. We don't need anybody else. You know, and Imam Shafi'i has abyat like that because it's, you know, Imam Shafi'i was a mujtahid mutlaq. He didn't need somebody else. But you can miss the time. Like Abu Bakr al-Tartushi, one of the great Maliki scholars, a student, a teacher of Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, Fatahu Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. He missed him. He wrote books against him. Imam al-Maziri, one of the greatest usuli scholars of the Maliki tradition, Fatahu Abu Hamid, he missed him. He was tirb lahu min aqranihi. He missed him. So people miss the people of their time. Shaykh Abdullah, in my estimation, Sahibu Zaman, I haven't seen anybody that has his encyclopedic knowledge of our tradition as well as knowing the age he lives in. He wrote a book called Tanbih al-Maraji' ala Ta'sil Fiqh al-Waqi', for want of a better translation, awakening to the reference points. Awakening to the reference points concerning the foundation of pragmatic jurisprudence, or the jurisprudence of reality. And what he's arguing in there is that our ulama were pragmatists. They were not idealists. That idealism is always the domain of zealots. Zealots are always idealists. They want the ideal world. They want to eliminate evil. They want to make sin illegal. This is their goal, to create paradise on earth. This is the Marxist dream, to create paradise on earth. Once we get rid of all the evil capitalists, once we establish equality amongst the masses. There's no equality. Some people are more attractive than other people. Some people are more eloquent than other people. Right? So we know in the United States that tall people will get jobs before short people. Allah says in the Quran about why they made him king, Allah said, we gave him knowledge and height. And people vote for tall politicians over short politicians. This is social science. And Allah says that in the Quran, one of the reasons that he was made king was because he was taller than everybody else. I once realized the great blessing, because I'm average height. I mean, in Turkey, I'm kind of tall, which is nice. I was once on Hajj, and a group of Malaysian Hajis went past me, and I was like 2 heads above the whole group. And I felt what it must feel like to be tall. Yeah. I think Will Chamberlain, who was over 7 feet tall, they used to ask him, how's the weather up there? And he would spit and say, it's raining. So you can be too tall, where it becomes a little freakish. But anyway, I saw a car accident once, and this guy, short man with a kind of one of those, what they call wife beaters in America, you know, very strong arms. He got out of his car. He was so angry, and he started headed to this car. And I thought this is going to be a fight, because it was the other guy's fault. The other guy got out, and he was so tall. He was like twice as tall as this guy. And suddenly the guy starts smiling, you know. And so there's a great blessing in having just height, you know. It is. And one of the things about the Prophet ﷺ is nobody ever appeared taller than him. That was one of his miracles. Even though he was of middle stature, everything about the Prophet is middle. He had wavy hair. It wasn't short. It wasn't kinky. He was of moderate stature, right? His skin was neither pasty white nor was it dark. It was a middle. It was like the harvest moon. It had a kind of reddish tone to it. What they call azhar al-lawn. Walam yakun amhaq. You know, he was azhar al-lawn. He had a middle tone. Everything about him was So he was of middle height, but لم يطاوله صاحبه. Whoever was with him never appeared to be taller than him. He always, and they know that people of stature will always appear to be taller because stature gives height. So he says, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, who wrote this book, Tanbih al-Maraji', which is one of his most important books in my estimation. This was a footnote in the book. He says, إن مسألة تغيير المنكر في هذه الأزمنة أصبحت في معظمها تتعلق بتغيير الحكام بما يسمى بالوسائل السلمية التي لا تلبث أن تتحول إلى صدام وفي بيئة غير سلمية يترامى فيها شرر الكلام لتشعل نار الحروب. ولهذا كان للأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر شروط. فقد روى أسامة بن زيد رضي الله عنهما قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا ينبغي لأحد أن يأمر بالمعروف حتى يكون فيه 3 خصال: عالما بما يأمر، عالما بما ينهى، رفيقا فيما يأمر، رفيقا فيما ينهى. أخرجه الخلال. The Khalal, Abu Bakr al-Khalal was a great Hanbali muhaddith and scholar. And he took the musnad of Imam Ahmad, but he had his own addition. So he's a thiqa in hadith. So he says, this question of changing munkar in these times that we're living in has become in many ways related to this idea of changing the rulers. So the idea that in order to change what's the vice in our cultures, we have to get rid of the rulers. This is a very common belief amongst many modern Muslims. And it's said to do so with peaceful means, right? Like democracy, so we can vote them out if we don't like them. But it quickly can change into conflict, sidam, clashes, especially in environments that are not peaceful in the first place. And words, the sparks of words will be thrown about and they will actually ignite the flames of war. And for this reason, Amr bil Ma'ruf, enjoining virtue and forbidding vice, has conditions. Usama ibn Zayd, may Allah be pleased with both of them, said that the Prophet ﷺ said, it is inappropriate that anybody who commands to good should not do so until he has these qualities. That he knows, he's a alim of what he's calling to, and a scholar of what he's prohibiting, and he's also gentle in his call and gentle in his prohibition. This is from Abu Bakr al-Khalal. وَاسْتِقْرَاءً لِلنُّصُوصِ وَالْمَقَاصِدِ. And he says, through inductive reasoning, through looking at the particulars of all of these texts that we have, استقراءً للنصوص والمقاصد ذكر العلماء 5 شروط. Our ulama have mentioned 5 conditions for Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar. 5. There are 5 conditions. أن يكون الآمر عارفا بحكم ما ينكر. That the one commanding should know the ruling of what he's commanding. In other words, is it wajib? Is it mandub? Is it mubah? Is it khilaf al-awla? Is it jaiz? Is it mubah and jaiz are pretty much the same. There is a distinction. وَأَنْ يَكُونَ أَمْرًا, because the makruh goes under the jaiz also. So that's a distinction, because the jaiz contains mubah and makruh. وأن يكون أمرا مجمعا عليه أو قريبا من المجمع عليه. And that what you're commanding has to be an agreed upon thing and not something that there's difference of opinion, or at least قريبا من المجمع عليه. So when there's very little difference of opinion, then it's permitted to condemn it. Now this is, إذا عمت البلوى, you have different ahkam. When things become widespread, then changing it would lead to a fitna greater than the thing itself. So if you have a makhraj or something like that. So these are what the fuqaha and the ulama worry about. فَالْمُخْتَلَفُ فِيهِ لَا حِسْبَةَ فِيهِ. That in which there is difference of opinion, there's no hisbah. Hisbah is the the social regulation of vice. So the muhtasib is the one who is in the society, it's a type of, it's like it's a type of religious police, really, in classical Muslim societies. Today, it's probably closer to what they call the Ombudsman. It's these people that don't they interact between the government and between the people to try to create better conditions and things like that. But anyway, the hisbah, he said, if it's muhtarifi, there's no hisbah in it. There's no muhtasib. And we know that women fulfilled this role also. Sayyidina Umar had shafa or shifa. She was the muhtasiba of the souq in Medina. So she would go around and check. What they used to do, she had a stick. She would go, and if they were displaying dates, she would look under to make sure the dates under were as good as the dates over. Because one of the things, if you buy strawberries or something, they always put the big giant ones on the top, but underneath you'll find the small ones. This is a type of khud'a, it's like tricking you. Because you look at it and you go, oh, that looks, and you get it, then you find underneath it, you got tricked, or they're not ripe or something. So this was, she regulated the weights and measures. She would go in with her own weights and put them on the scales to make sure that they weren't cheating with their weights. Because sometimes they would shave off to give less, right? إِذَا كَالُوا يَسْتَوْفُونَ وَإِذَا وَزْنُوهُمْ, right? إِذَا كَالُوا وَوَزْنُوهُمْ يُخْسِرُونَ. When they weigh for themselves, they want the full measure. But when they themselves weigh for others, they stint them. لَا تَبْخَسُوا النَّاسَ أَشْيَاءَهُم. Don't diminish what. إِذَا اكْتَالُوا. So he says here, and then the third one, so that's the first, is that he knows the ruling. The second is that it's agreed upon. The third, وَأَنْ يَكُونَ ظَانًّا إِفَادَتُهُ, that he believes there's a benefit. Dhann, in usul, you have yaqeen, you have dhann, you have shak, and you have wahm. Yaqeen is absolute certainty. You're certain, beyond a reasonable doubt, right? You're certain. That's why in Western legal system, felonies, the bar is much higher than in civil court, right? When you're dealing with penal, especially murder, they have a very high bar in order for there to be no doubt. So it's beyond any reasonable doubt. You have to really be certain that the person did it. If there's a reasonable doubt, you can't convict them. Even if it's pretty obvious he did it, but you don't have absolute certainty. There's a makharaj. So dhann is when it's more like the civil. The yaqeen is certain, beyond a reasonable doubt. Dhann is like civil court, where it's pretty obvious. How do you what did? Yeah, more likely than not. So it's propensity. So we have a lawyer in the audience. So yeah. So this is what dhann is. It's the propensity that now. There's another, which is gharib al-dhann, which is where it's really close to beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's not there. So it's a higher bar. So there's a khilaf that do you have to believe the benefit in commanding is the propensity is there, or is it fairly certain, but not certain? I was fairly certain, but not certain. There's a khilaf. Imam Ahmad has two narrations. So وعن أحمد روايتان في غلبة الظن إحداهما لا يجوز. So in one of them, it's not permitted if you just have dhann. You have to have a sound. إذا لم يغلب على ظنه. والأخرى يجب ذكرهما أبو يعلى. Abu Ya'la ibn al-Farra is one of the great Hanbali giants. Imam Dhahabi said that he really, the madhab of furu' he's the one that set the stage for the madhab of the furu' of the Hanbali school. Brilliant and very important scholar early. I think he dies in the early, maybe mid 5th century. وَأَلَّا يُؤَدِّي إِلَى مُنْكَرٍ وَأَلَّا يَخَافَ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ وَعَلَى مَالِهِ وَعَلَى غَيْرِهِ. He has no fear that he's going to be harmed, or his wealth and property will be destroyed, or somebody else will be harmed in doing it, or their wealth or property will be destroyed. This is a condition of Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahy anil Munkar. وَأَلَّا يُؤَدِّرَ مُنكَرٍ أَكْبَرَ فَيَكُونُ حَرَامًا. And that it doesn't lead to a vice greater than the one that you're actually condemning. In that case, it's haram. فَلَوْ أَدَّى إِلَى قَتْلِ الْآمِرِ بِدُونِ فَائِدَةٍ تُرْجَى مِنْ وَرَائِهِ لَمْ يَجُوزْ. So if it leads to the death of the one commanding or forbidding without any benefit hoped from it, then it's not permissible. كما لو أدى إلى اقتتال الناس. وفي الحديث الذي رواه حذيفة لا ينبغي لمؤمن أن يذل نفسه. قال كيف يذل نفسه؟ قال يتعرض من البلاء لما لا يطيق. وحديث عبد الله بن عباس إذا رأيتم أمرا لا تستطيعون غيره فاصبروا حتى يكون الله يغيره. وروى سعيد بن جبير قال قلت لابن عباس أمر السلطان بالمعروف وأنهاه عن المنكر فقال إن خفت أن يقتلك فلا. ثم عدت فقال لي مثل ذلك وقال إن كنت لابد فاعلا فما بينك وبينه. It's an amazing statement of Ibn Abbas. So he says that, and the same is true if it will lead to fighting amongst people. And the hadith that Hudayfa relates, a mu'min, the Prophet ﷺ said, the mu'min should never humiliate himself. And they said, how would a mu'min humiliate themselves? And he said, by exposing himself to a tribulation that he can't bear. وحديث Abdullah ibn Abbas said, if you see something that you're unable to change it, be patient until Allah changes it. And Sa'id ibn Jubair, one of the great tabi'een, and he was killed by Hajjaj because he spoke the truth to Hajjaj. He was killed by Hajjaj. And he actually said, I'm the last one you're going to kill. He was one of the righteous people. He said, you won't kill anybody after me. And Hajjaj laughed. He died right after that. And but Sa'id asked Ibn Abbas, can I command the Sultan? Right? Can I tell him he should be doing this and not doing that? And Ibn Abbas said, not if he's going to kill you. And then I asked him again, and he said the same thing to me. But then he added, if you have to do it, it's between you and him. In other words, you know, that's a kashf from Ibn Abbas. Like he just saw Sa'id was going to do it. But it's done in private. There's a whole, because Sa'id was an alim. قال تعالى ولا تقتلوا أنفسكم. Don't kill yourselves. Allah says, don't kill yourselves. لا تقتلوا أنفسكم. إن الله كان بكم رحيما. Allah is merciful with you. He's not asking you to kill yourselves, blow yourselves up. This is not our religion. لا تلقوا بأيديكم إلى التهلكة. Don't throw your souls to destruction. Allah went into creating each one of you. I want you to think about this. From the time, we're all related. Every single person in here, at some point in our lives, we have a mother, and then maybe a father, or at the same time, mothers and fathers. We're all cousins. At some point in human history, every single person in this room is related to the other person. We don't know at which point. Some of the Hussainis or the Hassanis that are here, you could find out if you just looked at your ashjar, because they all go back to the same people. Everybody's related. From the time of the first two human beings, Adam and Eve, your parents, because you have a line, two parents, and then the next two, and then the next two, and then the next, all the way up to today. All those parents that gave birth to you, right? And each one of our parents had 4. So it's a very mysterious thing, right? It goes all the way out and then it goes back in. Because we're all little sections of a massive spreading out. Each one of us is a section. If you did it visually, it would be very beautiful to see it. Because you can see it goes like this, but it's going like this. But for us, so it's like inverted and then the opposite direction. Every single one of your parents had to survive childhood illnesses, pregnancy, childhood illnesses, sickness, plagues, wars. They had to have enough food to eat. They had to also not be infertile. And the vast majority of them married because that was the sunnah of maybe some people had rape because of the wars and pillages. So, a lot of people, that's why the Prophet, one of his miracles is there was no fornication in any of his ancestors. He said, I am the son of marriage and not of fornication. But many human beings will have that in their history just because of the nature of rape and wars and pillage and things like that. But the prophets, they didn't have. So we had to survive all that to get here. It's not just your parents. It's not just the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We're talking about thousands of years to get you here today. In Imam Ahmad's Musnad, it said, there's no soul except all the souls back to Adam and Eve in his lineage helped produce him. And so what? You just throw that out? You just annihilate that from the world like that? All those people that every mother that took care of her child in your ancestry to make sure that you didn't die, that gave their food when they were hungry to make sure you didn't die, like Aisha, who saw the woman who was hungry and yet she gave the dates to her children. And she went and told the Prophet ﷺ, and he said Allah will forgive her just for that act of preferring her children over herself. Every mother that did that, every father that worked to protect that family, to bring home the food, all these things. This is human life. مِنْ أَجْلِ ذَلِكَ كَتَبْنَا. For that reason, we wrote over Bani Israel, مَنْ قَتَلَ نَفْسًا بِغَيْرِ نَفْسٍ أو فسادا في الأرض كأنما قتل الناس جميعا. It's as if you kill one soul, it's like you killed all of humanity. Because people don't understand what it took to bring a soul into existence. And you look now at how the shedding of blood, and this is what the angels ask God. أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاء. Are you going to put in there what sows corruption and sheds blood? The best of the two Adams, kun ka khayri ibn Adam, be like the best of two sons of Adam. If you raise your hand to me, I'm not going to raise my hand to you. I'm not going to do it. Why? I'm afraid of God. That's the best of the two sons of Adam. Imam Baghawi relates a narration that says, Sayyidina Uthman took that madhab. He sent the people home. He didn't want fitna. He didn't want bloodshed. He said, let them take my blood. I don't want Muslims to die over my blood. Let them kill me. That's what Uthman, he's on this madhab. They said he took the madhab of Ibn Adam. He sent Hassan and Hussein home. Sayyidina Ali sent Hassan and Hussein to protect him. He had protection. Abdullah ibn Sanan got up on his roof and said, I was a Jew and I became Muslim. Wallahi, I saw this man sacrifice everything for the Messenger of Allah. And they said, get the Jew off the roof. This is the Khawarij. Get the Jew off the roof. But Uthman, he was reading the Quran, fasting. He didn't even lift his hand. He let them kill him. Because he didn't want to be the one that brings bloodshed into this ummah. That's when the fitness happens. Sayyidina Umar was the door that would protect from the bloodshed. But Uthman wasn't going to be the one. I'm not going to do this. But because his blood was shed, all the fitness starts in our ummah. The Prophet said that's where it would start. He said, لا ترجعوا بعدي كفارا يضرب بعضكم رقاب بعض. Don't become kuffar after I'm gone. You're killing each other. This is our religion. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء. Remember this blessing. You were enemies and He brought you together. Look at the Muslims now killing each other, dropping bombs on each other. What is this? This isn't our religion. It has nothing to do with our religion. And that's what these ulama, they weren't supporting tyrants. You know, people call Shaykh Abdullah Alim al-Tughat on these stupid websites. إعجاب كل رأي برأيه الرويبضة. All these brilliant scholars and geniuses on Facebook writing their little comments, calling his تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات الإسلامية تعزيز الحكام الطغاة, supporting the evil rulers. Right? He just doesn't want Muslims shedding their blood. He said to me once, he said, I don't understand how these ulama can give these fatwas. How are they going to stand before Allah? Look at the doors of blood they're opening. And they're not out there, you don't see them out there fighting on the jabha. All these guys giving fatwa for suicide bombing. Right? They give their fatwas from their 5-star hotels. Right? Seriously. Where's the ulama that are blowing themselves up? Because our Prophet fought. He was right there with his people fighting. Where are they? These guys writing these fatwas. Go and fight. Ad-dam alayya. Uqtuluhu wa-dam alayya. Kill him and the blood is on me. Where are they? You show me where they are. You know, all these Palestinians going and blowing themselves up. And where are their ulama? Why aren't they doing? Oh, I'm more important. Okay, so now we're all bayadiqa. We're like the pawns in your shatranj, your game of chess. You're the wazir. You're the queen. The faraz. You know, the Persians called it the faraz. You know, the Arab chess, the queen was the weakest of all the pieces. It was the French that let her loose. La ilaha illallah. Anyway, sorry about my screed. It's very sad. وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Don't kill yourself. إِنَّ اللَّهَ كَانَ بِكُمْ رَحِيمًا. قال ابن الجوزي في زاد المسير فيها 5 أقوال. There's 5 opinions about this. ومن هذه الأقوال لا تكلفوا أنفسكم عمدا ربما أدى إلى قتلها. Don't do something, some action that will lead to your being killed. Don't do it. وإن كان فرضا, even if it's an obligation. وعلى هذا تأولها عمرو بن العاص في غزوة السلاسل. Amr ibn al-As, one of the 5 duhat of the Arabs. Amr ibn al-As, the Sahabi, whose son is very important in the hadith tradition, Abdullah. حين صلى بأصحابه وهو جنوب. He prayed, he was the Amir, and he needed a ghusl, he needed a ritual bathing. في ليلة باردة واحتج بالآية. And then the Sahaba, some of the people that were with him, they were upset about it. They went back to the Prophet and they said, Amr led us in prayer, and he was junub because he did tayammum. So the Prophet called Amr and he said, Ya Amr, صليت بأصحابك وأنت junub. Did you pray with your companions and you were junub? فقال يا رسول الله إني احتلمت في ليلة باردة وأشفقت إن اغتسلت أن أهلك. I had a wet dream on a cold night, and I was fearful that if I took a ghusl in that weather, I would kill myself. فذكرت قوله تعالى ولا تقتلوا أنفسكم. I remembered Allah's words, إن الله كان بكم رحيما, that Allah is merciful, don't kill yourselves. فضحك رسول الله. So you all laughed. There's a sunnah to laugh hearing that. So you followed the sunnah. Alhamdulillah. The Prophet laughed. فضحك رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أخرجه أبو داود وأحمد. فكيف يصح. Now Shaykh is saying, فكيف يصح حمل الحديث الذي رواه الحاكم وليس في الصحيحين على أن الآمر كان متعمدا أن يقتل. So let me ask you, how is it possible to take the hadith that Imam al-Hakim relates, and it's not in the 2 Sahih, because Hakim tried to find the hadith that were Sahih but not in the Sahihain. That's why it's called al-Mustadrak. It's trying to yastadrik al-ahadith, trying to find those hadith that weren't in the Sahihain. على أن الآمر, that the one commanding كان متعمدا أن يقتل, that he wants to be killed. He's referring to the hadith أفضل الشهداء عند الله حمزة ابن عبد المطلب ثم رجل قام إلى حاكم جائرا فأمره ونهاه فقتل. أخرجه أبو نعيم وقال الهيثمي فيه ضعف. ولهذا تأوله بعض العلماء على أنه لم يكن يعلم أنه سيقتله وعلى أنه قال له ذلك سرا. So how can you say that that hadith is encouraging people to go kill themselves by speaking to a Sultan Ja'ir because it's the highest form of shahada? لا تلقوا بأيديكم إلى التهلكة. They understood it to mean that you go there not thinking he's going to kill you, but then he kills you, that's the highest shahada. And that's how they understood it. وقد أخرج أحمد وابن أبي عصام في كتاب السنة ورجاله الثقات. So in the book of Sunnah, Ahmad relates, and Ibn Abi Isam and the men of this chain are sound. And when you say men, it can include women in hadith tradition. Rijal refers simply to because it's the maqam. You know, it's like not every male is a man, right? Really, it's a maqam. Rajul is a maqam, and that's why the women have that maqam as well. Ar-rijal qawwamun ala nisa. Sometimes the woman is the rajul in that situation because she's taking care of the husband. This is how it was understood. It's a maqam. Rujula is a maqam. You know, the early people, they said even the goat has a beard. It's not a beard that makes a man. And it's certainly not lack of one that makes a woman, like Bruce Jenner. X and Y can't get out of that one. Right? Good luck. Right? Can't get out of that one. That's like tic-tac-toe. You'll lose every time. Right? If you've got that X chromosome in there, you got to have two of them. So he said, قد أخرج أحمد وابن أبي عصام في كتاب السنة ورجال الثقات كما في مجمع الزوائد عن عياض ابن غنم عنه عليه الصلاة والسلام. The Prophet ﷺ said, من أراد أن ينصح لذي سلطان بأمر فلا يبدي له علانية ولكن ليأخذه بيده فيخلو به فإن قبل منه فذاك وإلا كان قد أدى الذي عليه له. The Prophet ﷺ said, if you want to give advice to a ruler and command him, don't do it publicly, but rather take his hand, go to a private place with him and give it. If he accepts it, good for him. If he doesn't, you've done your obligation. Now you've got everybody shouting them down, right? This is our tradition. قد أخرج, and then وهل ما تقوم به. Now Shaykh is asking a question, it's more of a rhetorical question. وهل ما تقوم به وسائل الإعلام من حث الناس على الخروج وتعريضهم بما فيهم النساء للإهانة والقتل هو المطلوب شرعا أم المطلوب هو الأخذ بالآداب الشرعية في النصح والنظر في المآلات؟ قال الإمام أحمد في جوابه لإسحاق بن هانئ وقد سأله متى يجب على الرجل الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر؟ ليس هذا زمان نهي إذا غيرت بلسانك فإن لم تستطيع فبقلبك وهو أضعف الإيمان ولا تتعرض للسلطان فإن سيفه مسلول. وفي رواية أخرى يجب الأمر إذا لم تخاف سيفا ولا عصا. It's amazing. This is تنبيه المراجع, reminding people of our tradition, that these are our reference points. These people are our reference points. He said that is what these media outlets are doing, we won't name them, right? Like Fox News. There's Arab versions of Fox News too, right? Is what these media outlets are doing encouraging people to go out and expose themselves, including their women, to being humiliated and even killed? Is this what's expected of our Sharia? This is our religion? Or should we be taking these adab al-shar'iyyah, these traditions that we have from our ulama of how to do these things? Is this what we should be doing, from giving good advice and thinking about what the results of these actions are going to lead to? This is called نظر للمآلات. And this is what the Usuli scholar does. قال الإمام أحمد في جوابه لإسحاق بن هاني. Imam Ahmad said, answering Ishaq ibn Hani, another great scholar, and he asked him, when is it necessary for a man to command good? Because كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. This was what made us the best ummah. أمر بالمعروف نهي عن المنكر and iman. فلتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير. Let there be amongst you an ummah that does this work, and that's for tab'id, because it's the ulama that are supposed to do it. That's the majority opinion. So he's saying, when do we do that? And what did Imam Ahmad say? لَيْسَ هَذَا زَمَانَ نَهْيًا. This isn't the time to do the nahi with the hand. In other words, at the time of the Sahaba, like Sayyidina Umar, who will challenge me? The man got up, we will. Because at that time, they were all scholars, they were all with the Prophet, they knew the right and wrong. You could do that, the fitna wouldn't have been. He was glad, he was testing them. People think that's for every time and place. He said, that's not this time. If you're doing it with your tongue, that's enough. And if you can't do that, at least do it with your heart. So even the tongue, there's times to be silent. And then what does he say? That's the weakest of Iman. Don't expose yourselves to the Sultan because his sword is unsheathed. In other words, he's got the power. He'll just annihilate you. This is a time when everybody had a sword. He's talking about a time when every Muslim male had a weapon, spears and arrows. He's not talking about a time when they've got F-16s or nuclear weapons or neutron bombs. And people say, oh, what, are you afraid of death? No, we don't throw away our lives. Sabahlala, for no reason. Our goal is not martyrdom without any benefit. Ihtal husnayayn. It's one of the two benefits. Victory or martyrdom. When you go into war, you want people ready to die. You don't want cowards. You want them to run off the field. Those hadiths are there to encourage people when they're confronted with war. But there's times when you don't fight because it's just suicide. And despite all these suicide bombers, our religion does not allow suicide. قاتلوا نفسه في النار. If you kill yourself, you're in hell. Suicide is haram in Islam. People say, what about the man that went over on the catapult? He put pillows all over himself to protect himself. And then he lived. He didn't die. They always use that as the proof for suicide bombing. And he lived. He opened the door, let the Muslims in. He survived. It's permitted to, inghimas fil adu is permitted. You can rush in to protect Muslims. You can rush in with the probability of dying. That's permitted. And many of the ulama mention that. But you can't be the agent of your own destruction. You can't push the button that kills you. It's somebody else has to kill you. And you're doing it for a greater good. To protect other people. Even the Americans recognize that. Most of the Congressional Medal of Honors are given to people that killed themselves to save others. Like if there's 20 men and they throw in a grenade, there are many Marines that have thrown their body on that grenade to protect the others. The West honors that by giving them the highest medal of honor for courage. He sacrificed his life for others. There's nothing wrong with that. But to kill people indiscriminately and to be the agent of your own destruction, that's not in our religion. Because the grenade's there, he knows he's going to die when it goes off, but he chooses to be the only one that dies to save the others. And that's what's permitted. It's not this other thing. Yeah, I had a debate with a well-known scholar from the Arab world. And we had actually pretty heated debate. And I don't like to have heated debates, but it got pretty heated about suicide bombs. This was about 10 years ago. I told him I've always been against it. I've never, and not because I'm from California or I grew up in a liberal family or something like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I literally told him, if this is Islam, then I'm in the wrong religion. If this is Islam, because it goes against everything that I was taught about human decency. And I just can't believe that this is Islam. He said to me last month, I was with Shaykh Abdullah, we visited him, and he said, I had a debate with Shaykh Hamza about 10 years ago. It took me 10 years to realize that I think he's right. And I had the similar debate with Shaykh Abdullah, and his knowledge is so much vaster than mine, but we discussed it in depth for a long time about this. All the Mauritanian scholars that I know were opposed to it. And the early ulama, when it first showed up, you look at the original fatwas, all the ulama were against it. I don't know what happened. We got smarter ulama. And part of it, if we're honest about it, it's this thing when you're defeated by an enemy, it's like they love life, but we're not afraid of death. And it's kind of how we one-up them. You can't do this. You can take our land, you can control us, but man, you guys, you love life. You won't do this. Look at us. And Naha Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam an al-muthla. The Prophet prohibited mutilating a non-Muslim's body. What is blowing up yourself other than mutilating your own body? It's not permitted to mutilate bodies in war. You're not supposed to mutilate bodies. And that to me is a pure mutilation. And then they use ad-darurat tabih al-mahdhurat, necessities permit the impermissible. Tayyib, go with Machiavelli's religion. Necessity, all things are permitted. Under that rule of necessity, the end justifies the means. It's not Islam, as far as I can tell. So then he says, لَيْسَ هَذَا زَمَانْ نَحْيًا. If you change it with your tongue or with your heart, and that's the weakness of Iman, don't expose yourself. Because he has a sword that's unsheathed. And in another riwayah, in another transmission, يَجِبُ الْأَمْرُ إِذَا لَمْ تَخَفْ سَيْفًا وَلَا عَصَى. It's obligation for you to do it as a scholar if you're not afraid of the sword, death, or asa, torture. Bastinado, what they used to call the bastinado, The Muslims, for some reason, they like that. They used to use it beating the soles of feet. It's very painful. They did it in those horrible CIA torture chambers. They would beat the heel because it's very sensitive. You have all I once, my sandals got stolen. I was in Tunisia, and somebody had one of those these sandals that have all these little points on them. They're like acupressure sandals. And he said, I've only got these. I can loan you these. I said, okay. So, I didn't know you're only supposed to use them for like 5 minutes. And I walked in them. For like days, my feet hurt after that because I walked in them all day. But my kidneys and liver were cleansed by the end of it. So, فإذا كان هذا هو موقف ابن عباس وأحمد والكثير من العلماء في عدم جواز تعريض النفس للقتل والأذى الجسدي. So here we can see this is the position of Ibn Abbas, Tarjuman al-Quran, the translator of the Quran. This is the opinion of Ahmad, Imam Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah. He's the Imam. He's called Imam Ahl Sunnati wal Jama'ah. That's his laqab. He's the Imam of the people of Sunnah and Jama'ah. This is mostly from his madhab. Abu Ya'la ibn al-Farra, al-Khallal. These are all Hanbalis. And he's called the Imam of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Nobody hates Ahmad other than a mubtada'. Like Malik is Imam Ahl al-Medina. That's his sharaf. That he's the Imam of the people of Medina. Imam Shafi'i is his sharaf he's the Imam of Quraysh. Right? Quraysh has siyada in our tradition. And Abu Hanifa is Imam al-Azam. He's the greatest of the Imam. They all have their place. Because he got the most of followers. He's going to have the biggest group behind him on Yawm al-Qiyamah. Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu. They're all kulluhum ala al-haq. But that's his laqab, Ahmad. And this is his position. فَقُلْنَا إِنَّ خُرُوجَ النَّاسِ لِلسَّاحَاتِ مِنْ بَابِ إِنْكَارِ الْمُنْكَرِ. So the Shaykh, who is an usuli genius, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, he said, if you want the category of the action, because every action in Islam is categorized. If you want the hukm of what protest is, when you go out in mudaharats, the hukm is amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar. It is, you're enjoining right and forbidding evil. If it's peaceful, that's the ruling. Therefore, it has those 5 conditions. In America, you can do it. They're not gonna shoot you or gun you down, thank God. Not yet, anyway. And some places, unfortunately, they do. But, if you're in Australia, you can do it. But there's a way to do it legally. You have to get the permits and do it the way they ask you to do it. Because you're permitted to petition the government for a redress of wrongs in Western constitutional law. Right? You can do it in England. But in some Muslim countries, they know if you do it, the ruler's going to blow you away. What's the hukm then? This needs real ulama. That's why Shaykh Sa'id, the usuli scholar of Damascus, he gave his opinions. People say, oh, he's alim tughat, scholar of the... He said on television, I'm almost dead. Yeah, I have 1 foot in the grave. He was in his mid-80s. He said, I've got 1 foot in the grave. What do I benefit from this? By giving you this advice. Tell me, what's the benefit? He lived in a small apartment. He didn't have a television. He was a zahid. I mean, I knew him personally. I spent time with him. Maybe he did some things wrong. Maybe he said some things that were better left unsaid. We don't know the conditions he was under. We don't know what he was being threatened by the regime. I have a good opinion of scholars, but I know that he was not a sellout. I know that. And nobody can convince me otherwise. So, فهل يجوز للمفتي أن يفتيهم بالخروج في المظاهرات مع العلم لاحتمال ذهاب نفوسهم أو إصابتهم في التظاهر دون أن يكون متحملا إثما ولا مرتكب إثما ذنبا? So let me ask you, Shaykh Abdullah is saying, let me ask you, is it permissible for the mufti to give a fatwa to tell people go out and protest when he knows the probability of them losing their lives and being shot or hit in that protest without this mufti carrying the sin of that? وشروط وجوب إنكار المنكر 5 عند القاضي أبو يعلى ابن الفراء كالشروط السابقة. And Abu Ya'la, the Hanbali, great Hanbali scholar, he also had 5, except one of his conditions, إلا أنه ذكر شرط استمرار الوقوع في المنكر فإن لم يكن مستمر عليه لم يجب الإنكار. His condition was, if the munkar would self-resolve, like you have a sickness, you have self-resolving sicknesses, the doctors say don't treat it. Just go home, drink lots of fluid, and wait till it's over. He doesn't want to give you antibiotics. Why waste the antibiotics on something that's going to self-resolve and it's not going to benefit you? So that's the same thing. If you have a fitna that's self-resolving, and just leave it until it ends. So that's one of his conditions. أنه إذا أمكن إزالته بطريق أسهل تعين. But if he can end it with an easier way, then it becomes an obligation. لأن إزالته بطريق أخرى إما أن تضر بالمنكر بصيغة اسم الفاعل فيكون في حكم الظالم لنفسه وإن كان ضرره على من ينكر عليه كان في حكم الظالم له. So if he's going to harm himself, he's ظالم لنفسه. He's from the ummah, but he's from that first group, مغفور له, it's sinfulness. He's ظالم لنفسه, he's oppressing his own soul. And if it's going to harm the one he's condemning, he's ظالم له كذلك. So, والحقيقة, especially if it's going to cause this ummah a great wound, and what greater wound than destroying the infrastructure of a people's land? I mean, what greater wound than destroying their water, destroying their sewage systems, destroying their homes, let alone destroying their lives. وَالْحَقِيقَة, the reality, أَنَّ الْفَقِيهَ, now this is Shaykh Abdullah, الآن يلحق بالثورات بعد اشتعال الساحة ليلعن في الغالب الظالمة ولكن دون أن يعالج المظلومة. We see the faqih now, that when these revolutions begin, he gets out there with them and he's cursing the ruler with them. But has he actually changed the condition of the oppressed? Has he done anything to make their condition better? وَلَا أَنْ يُدَاوِيَ الْمَكْلُومِ, has he treated the wounded? بَلْ رُبَّمَا زَادُهُ كَلَمًا عَلَى كَلَمٍ, maybe he's even increased his wound and made the oppression worse. يحثه على السير في طريق لا نهاية لها من الدم, he's encouraging him on a road that has no end of bloodshed. فقد كان العلماء يمنعون العامة من حمل السلاح ويكتفون بالوعظ. The early ulama used to tell the general people, don't carry swords against them, and they would exhort. ويأمرون العامة بالإنكار بالقلب, they would tell the common people to condemn these things with their hearts. According to the hadith, وإليك هذه الحكاية يقول قاضي أبو يعلاء بن الفراء فصل في وجوب الإنكار على السلطان إذا غصب وعطل الحدود وضرب الأبشار واستأثر بأموال الفيء والغنائم والأعشار فإنه يجب وعظه وتخويفه بالله تعالى فأما بالقتال له وشهر السلاح عليه فلا يجوز ذلك. وقد نص أحمد على هذا في رواية حنبل قال اجتمع فقهاء بغداد في ولاية الواثق إلى أبي عبد الله وقالوا إن هذا الأمير قد تفاقم وفشى، يعنون إظهار القول بخلق القرآن وغير ذلك، فلا نرضى بامرأته ولا سلطانه. فناظرهم في ذلك وقال عليكم بالنكرة بقلوبكم ولا تخلعوا يدا من طاعة ولا تشقوا عصا المسلمين ولا تسفكوا دماءهم ودماء المسلمين دماءكم ودماء المسلمين معكم وانظروا في عاقبة أمركم واصبروا حتى يستريح بر أو يستراح منه فاجر. It's an amazing story. So he says that Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Abu Ya'la ibn al-Farra tells a story in his wujub al-inkar ala sultan, the obligation of condemning a ruler for his injustice. If he steals the wealth of the people, if he's not implementing the laws of the land, the hudud of the sharia, penal codes and things like that. وَضَرَبَ الْأَبْشَارِ, he's harming people, striking the humans. وَاسْتَأْثَرَ بِأَمْوَالِ الْفَيْءِ وَالْغَنَائِمِ وَالْعَشَارِ, and then he's absconding with the wealth of the populace. He's illegitimately embezzling the public funds. فَإِنَّهُ يَجِبُ وَعْظُهُ وَتَخْوِيفُهُ بِاللَّهِ. In that case, it's an obligation to warn him, just like Mustafa Sabri said, warn these people. The revolution's coming. Even though our religion protects you from revolution, if you keep this up, it's going to come whether you like it or not. Even if the people try not to do it, it'll come. Warn them. فَأَمَّا بِالْقِتَالِ لَهُ وَشَهْرُ السِّلَاحِ عَلَيْهِ فَلَا يَجُوزُ. As for fighting them, for pulling out weapons and opposing them, that's not permitted. وَقَدْ نَصَّ أَحْمَدُ عَلَى هَذَا فِي رِوَايَةِ حَنْبَلٍ. And Imam Ahmad relates this riwayah from the riwayah of Hanbal. He said, اجتمع فقهاء Baghdad. The jurists of Baghdad got together. Now imagine this. This is Baghdad at the time of Ahmad ibn Hanbal. These are some of the greatest ulama in the whole Muslim ummah. اجتمع فقهاء Baghdad. At the time of al-Wathiq billah, who said Khalq al-Quran, this was the Mu'tazilite, were ruling the ummah. They got together with Abi Abdullah. His name was Abu Abdullah. His son was Abdullah ibn Ahmad, who did the Zawaid al-Musnad. His son was a great scholar as well. So he was called Abu Abdullah. They got together with Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who was they recognized him as the greatest scholar then. And he said, Inna hadar amira qad tafaqama. He's doing really, really dangerous, momentous things. Wafasha, it's spreading amongst the people. And he meant by that saying the Quran was created and other things. فَلَا نَرْضَى بِمْرَاتِي. We don't accept his imra. his ruler, his imara, the fact that he's amir. We don't accept it. وَلَا سُلْطَانِهِ, and we don't give him any authority. فَنَاظَرَهُمْ, he debated with them. Nadara is theoretical debate, like looking at proofs and dalils. He reasoned with them. What did he say? عَلَيْكُمْ بِالنُّكْرَةِ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ, rejected in your hearts what he's doing. وَلَا تَخْلَعُ يَدًا مِّن طَاعَةٍ, don't remove the hand of ta'ah, the obedience to the ruler. This is what Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy calls طاعة الاحتمال. Shaykh Abdullah يفسر بين الطاعة، يقول الطاعة في الحديث إذا ننظر للنصوص هناك طاعتان في الحديث، طاعة الاحتمال وطاعة الامتثال. One of them is the ta'ah of obeying the rulers and what they tell us. So if the ruler says, go build a road there, we build the road. Because Sharia says that, you should help the society. You need a road, the Sultan says, build a road. The Sultan says, we're introducing lights into the society. The traffic lights. There's nothing in Sharia about traffic lights. Nothing in the Quran that says, لا تقفوا بالإشارة الخضراء. Don't stop with the لا تقفوا بالإشارة الخضراء وقفوا بالإشارة الحمراء. Nothing in the Quran says stop at a red light, go at a green light. But it's maslahah, it's a human benefit. So if the Amir says you have to stop at a red light and you have to go at the green light, it becomes wajib. If you're going to drive, you have to obey the law. If you run the red light, it's a sin. That's ta'atul imtithal. When it's consistent with the Sharia. Why? Because those red lights and green lights are there to preserve the safety of the people driving. And that's a maslahah. And the Sharia calls to maslahah. لا تلقي بأيديكم إلى التهلكة. Don't destroy yourself by running red lights. Right? It doesn't literally say that, but we could qiyasan, by understanding it. So those are the two obediences. So he said, don't disobey them. This is called ta'a salbiyah. It's a negative obedience. Don't rebel against them. He's telling the ulama, وَلَا تَشُقُّ عَصَى الْمُسْلِمِينَ, don't split the unity of the Muslims. Syria was a country under an oppressive regime, undeniably, but the vast majority of Syrians were living in relative peace, and it was safe to go out at night in Damascus. The Libyans were living under a tyrant. I'm not going to deny he was a tyrant, but there was aman. You could go out any time of the day or night, and you didn't fear for your life. Right? These are great blessings. Remember we read that قِلَّةُ الْإِثْمِ بِنِسْبَةِ لِكَثْرَتِهِ خَيْرٌ كَبِيرٌ, that a little bit of sinfulness in light of a lot of sinfulness is a great good. Right? So even though these are what's the benefit of overthrowing them when you're going to create mass chaos? Our ulama said, Sultanun Ghashum khayru min fitnatin tadum, that a tyrant is better than fitna that never ends. This is what our ulama said. So وَلَا تَسْفِكُوا دِمَاءَهُمْ وَدِمَاءَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ مَعَكُمْ. Don't shed your blood and the blood of the Muslims with you. وَانْظُرُوا فِي عَاقِبَةِ أَمْرِهِمْ. Think about where this thing is going. وَاصْبِرُوا حَتَّى يَسْتَرِيحَ بَرٌّ أَوْ يُسْتَرَاحَ مِنْهُ فَاجِرٌ. يُسْتَرَاحَ مِنْ فَاجِرٌ. So be patient until you either get relief, right? Or the one who's giving you the problems dies, and you get relief from that. مُسْتَرِيحٌ وَالْمُسْتَرَاحُ مِنْهُ is from the hadith in al-Bukhari. Now, to end, he gives from Malik radiallahu anhu. Malik was he lived through revolutions. He never joined them. There was a revolution in Medina, Muhammad Nafs Zakiyah. They called him Nafs Zakiyah. That's not his name. He was so pure that they gave him that laqab. He was a direct descendant of the Prophet. He rebelled against the rulers and established a state in Medina for 18 months. Malik never took bay'ah with him. Now, you're telling me these guys are better than, go take bay'ah with Daesh? He didn't take bay'ah with Muhammad Nafs Zakiyah, and you're going to go take bay'ah with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi? Malakum kayfa tahkumun. Malik. Because he knew this guy is not going to last, and I'm not going to be part of this. He never took bay'ah with him. Even though he was a righteous man, and what he was doing was from the impulse of khair, to make good. So Imam Malik radiallahu anhu had a teacher, Abdurrahman ibn Hurmuz, in Medina. And this is a tradition that Qadi Iyad relates في ترتيب المدارك. مفادها, the benefit of this, أن شيخه عبد الرحمن ibn Hurmuz أنكر على رجل من أهل الأقدار, من أهل المكانة. القدر يعني كان عنده قدر بين الناس, not قدرية like the sect. فهو أنكر عليه من أهل الأقدار لأنه كان يكلم امرأة في أمام بيته. He was speaking to a woman in front of his house in Medina. In those days, the urf, that would have been inappropriate. So أنكر عليه. معه حشمه ومواليه. He had his retinue and he was a wealthy man. He had his retinue and his servants. فأمر مواليه أن يضرب ابن Hurmuz. So he commanded his servants to go beat up Ibn Hurmuz. They beat him up حتى نقل إلى بيته. أغمي عليه نقل إلى بيته. فالناس صاروا يزورون Ibn Hurmuz. This is one of the big ulama of Medina. He was Malik's teacher. والناس أتوا وهو يشتكي. يقول أنا أنكرت هذا الرجل وانظر إلى ما فعل بي. وكلهم دعوا له يدعون له بالشفاء والعافية. Imam Malik كان ساكتا. Malik didn't say anything. So they're all say, oh, you poor man, it's unjust, ya Shaykh, ya Imam, it's unjust what they did. Imam Malik sakit. Ibn Hurmuz looks at Imam Malik and he says, Imam Malik says to him, Inna hada lam yakun lak. He asked him, why are you silent? He said, you didn't have any right to do that. He's doing munkar, inkar al-munkar. And this is his student telling him. He said, إن هذا لم يكن لك تأتي إلى رجل من أهل القدر على باب داره ومعه حشمه ومواليه. You go to a man in front of his house, in front of his retinue, all the people that, and his servants, and you humiliate him? فقال ابن هرمز فترى أني أخطأت. Do you think I made a mistake? Ay wallah. Malik said, ay wallah. Like, most definitely by Allah, you made a mistake. This is wisdom. And it's not to say, look at the ulama, they want good, but they're not fools. Anyway, there you have it. That's the position of our sunnah, of our ulama. This is what they have traditionally taught. And I know the tradition's in trouble. We have all these people that, it's a mess. But we should do our best to learn this tradition and be guided by it and not do foolish things that end up. And trust me, just like Mustafa Sabri said, there are people wanting our downfall and our destruction. There are demonic forces on this planet that do not want religion to succeed in all of its variations. They want to get rid of religion, Christianity, Judaism, all of it. They just want it out. And that's why religious people have a moral responsibility to be intelligent. Because the thing they always use against us is how stupid we are. And man, do we confirm that stereotype too often. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. I'll try to just quickly. If in the U.S., blacks are being oppressed. I mean, not all blacks are being oppressed. There is a history of racism in the United States. There are many successful African Americans in the United States. But nobody talks about the Native American people. I mean, the Native Americans, it was their land. The African Americans were brought to America unjustly. The Native Americans, it was their land. They're on reservations now. Right? So, a lot of people have been oppressed in America. Chinese Americans went through their period. Irish Americans went through. Catholic Irish Americans, not Protestant Irish. Catholic Irish Americans. Because the Protestants, the Ulster Plantation, if you know that history, Andrew Jackson was a Protestant Irishman. He's the real first Irish president. But Kennedy was an Irish Catholic. In 1959, 60, they were calling him, like saying that they didn't want an Irish president. That was one of the arguments against him, when he was an Irish Catholic. So the Irish had a hard time in the United States for a long time. They were looked at as subhuman, classified. In some areas, they were lower. They were literally the lowest on the totem pole. So I'm very wary of race determining how we identify these problems. I am much more in support of jahiliyyah and ilm. That there is a jahil system in place on this planet that says some people are better than other people. It's not about the color of the skin. The Turks, a lot of them are as white as the moon. So their whiteness is not going to give them any kind of ontological status because they're Turks. So if you want to get your white people right, there's groups called the Anglo-Saxon, the Franks, the Saxons, These are, get your white people right. You want to study about history and oppression? Read Irish history, white as the moon. Read Welsh history, white as the moon. And look what the English did to them. 800 years. Irish oppression, 800 years. They don't speak Gaelic because they cut out their tongues during historical periods for speaking Gaelic. So there's a lot of oppression. Everybody has their oppression narratives, But the Prophet ﷺ, when Abu Dhar, radiallahu anhu, the great Abu Dhar, the Sahabi Abu Dhar, the Ghifari, from one of the lower tribes amongst the Arabs, they were looked down upon, Bani Ghifar. When Abu Dhar called Bilal al-Habashi, Ya ibn Sauda, which is like saying the N-word to the Arabs at that time. It was a humiliating say. The Prophet didn't say, Ya Ansari, you're a racist. He said, Abu Dhar, anta imrun fika al-jahiliyyah. You're a man that still has some jahiliyyah in him. We need to work on that. So don't alienate people by creating this race war between whites and blacks. It's very dangerous. This is what Iblis does. These narratives are Iblisic narratives. Now you've got blacks, their films. There was a film called 12 Years a Slave. If I was African American and I saw that film, I would just hate white people for the rest of my life. When I wanted to find out who made that film, he was one of the heads of the Israeli intelligence agency, which I find very weird. I think there's people that want race wars on this planet, and they're minions of Shaitan, because Shaitan wants us to fight each other. I was raised by a woman she just didn't have any racism. People that know my mom know my mother. My mother didn't have any racism. She raised us to hate that, of judging people by their skin. She was in the civil rights movement very early on, and I was taught that human beings, color makes no distinction. People should be distinguished by their character, that's what King was asking for. Judge us not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. That's the criteria of Islam. So if you're going to demonize white people, or say the white supremacy power structure, and use these terms of critical theory, which is Marxism, if you're going to use those terms, for me, it's a dangerous road for the Muslims to go down. I'm very opposed to it personally. And I appreciate people can say, well, that's because you're white or something like that. I've never considered myself white. I consider myself a human being, first and foremost. I don't consider myself white. If you want, I'll get that spray paint and paint it another color. I could care less, I know it's not easy to be brown in a lot of places, but it's also not easy to be a Igbo vis-a-vis the Fulani in Nigeria. So it's not always about skin. It's not easy to be a Zahrani in Saudi Arabia vis-a-vis other tribes. It's not easy to be a Bedouin in a lot of Muslim countries today. It's not easy to be a Hartani in Mauritania. It's not easy to be a Zanagi in relation to the Zawaya in Mauritania. They're same Arab tribes, but one of them is the Brahman and the other is the Kishtriya, like the Hindu kind of category. So we have these tribulations all over the world. The Europeans have been the best racists ever. They've been the best at it, but it's a human problem. The Pakistanis have it. Baluchis have it, right? The Pathans have it vis-a-vis the Punjabis, right? The Muhajirs have it vis-a-vis the natives, right?
People from Kerala have it vis-a-vis the, seriously, I mean, if you're in India, the Kerala, man, those guys have a hard time. If you're from Kerala, and they're the nicest people in India. I've never met nicer people than people from Kerala. Bengalis are some of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet. They're gentle people. Man, have they had a hard time? Read the history of East Pakistan and the massacres that happened against the Bengalis. So if you want to start talking about oppression, it's like Gandhi said, if you want an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, you're going to have a blind and a toothless planet. If that's going to be, our Prophet taught us to try to forgive, to move beyond. He didn't even allow, people commemorate, like you have Holocaust commemorations, and you have all these commemorations like the Nakba in Palestine, remembering always these events. The Prophet prohibited that. The Yom Bu'ath was a day the Ansar, the Aus and the Khazraj used to remember the Bu'ath war between the two of them. They used to commemorate it. And they would get out and they would say their poetry. Those events would always lead to fighting. And the Prophet forbade it. Because he was trying to unite people. This is the point. We want to unite hearts. And that's not to deny that there's a real problem of color. I'm not denying that at all. I just think that we should frame these things within our own tradition and not allow others to define our cognitive frames, to use a Dr. Omar term. I mean, he didn't invent that, but he likes that one. Alhamdulillah. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Jazakumullah.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا رسول الله وعلى آله ومن والاه. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. وصلي اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. I know yesterday, obviously, the nature of the topic and the sensitivity and also the relationship to the topic, to the times that we're in, will engender naturally a lot of thought and questions, for some clarity, for others some confusion. That's just the nature of these problems. As long as we're in the world, there's going to be problems. It's just the nature of the abode. This is an abode in many ways of hayra. One of the meanings of ilah is to confuse. Like if you think about God, you will get confused, which is why the Prophet prohibited thinking about the essence of God, but said, rather think about the blessings, think about the attributes that manifest in the world. There is far more rahmah in the world than there is adab. And the proof of that is, according to Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, the majority of people do not consider suicide. And if the world was so intolerable with pain and severity, like some people who are in chronic illnesses actually do want to be put to death. But the vast majority of people do not want to be put to death. They want to live, even in the most excruciating circumstances, because the gift of life is so great. And so anyway, I wanted to look a little bit about this from an aqidah perspective. I mean, I thought what Shaykh Abdullah in Tanbih al-Maraji', awakening to the reference points, على تأصيل فقه الواقع, and substantiating pragmatic jurisprudence or reality-based fiqh, if you like, as opposed to fiction. Because there's a lot of fiction out there. So, Imam al-Tahawi, he was a brilliant scholar, because he's known for his aqidah, but he was actually one of the giants of the Hanafi madhab. His book on the Hanafi madhab is considered really one of the foundational works. And he was originally a Shafi'i. His mother was a great faqiha in the Shafi'i madhab. She's actually called Tahawi, and she has an opinion in the Bab al-Zakat. She's actually quoted in many of the Shafi'i texts. So she was a mujtahida. His uncle was the great Imam al-Maziri, Muzani, afwan. Imam al-Muzani, who was one of the great ulama. But he noticed that whenever he had problems, he would look into the Hanafi books. So that got him curious. Like, if the Shafi'i madhab is enough for us, why is he dipping over into the Hanafi books to see what they had to say about it? So he got very curious, and he started studying the Hanafi madhab and became convinced, and then changed his madhab, which he's used as one of the proofs that it's permissible to change a madhab if you believe that it's a stronger madhab or it's easier for you. For instance, of all the madhabs, the one that you can learn the quickest is the Shafi'i madhab. It can be learned quicker than any other madhab. And that in and of itself is an encouragement, especially for more common people who want to learn their fiqh. The Hanafi madhab, the usul is very sophisticated, and the Maliki madhab, the usul is very sophisticated. The benefit of the sophistication is when you're in sophisticated societies, they're more amenable to those societies. So the Shafi'i madhab is a very, if you look at the places where it spread, it tended to spread in areas like Indonesia, Malaysia, East Africa, Yemen, in places where the societies were actually quite simple. And in the areas where there were Shafi'is, in sophisticated areas, they would tend to be ruled by Hanafis. So the Hanafi and the Maliki madhab spread in very complicated societies, like Andalusia, and the great empires of Islam tended to be either Hanafi or Maliki. The Hanbali, only recently has it ruled in Arabia. But traditionally it was not a madhab. It was a madhab of scholars, in fact. Very few common people were ever Hanbalis. It tended to be a madhab of scholars. It's a hadith-based. Shafi'i is hadith-based. Hanbali is hadith-based. Malik and Abu Hanifa are hadith-based, but they are also, there's a very strong rationalistic approach. So the naql and the aql are stronger. And that's not to say the Shafi'is didn't develop very sophisticated, because as time passed, they recognized some of the limitations, and so introduced things that enabled them to deal with complex situations. So Imam al-Tahawi, though, wrote this text, which is a very, I mean, I like what Rowan Williams, who was the former Archbishop of Canterbury, said about this translation. He said the work is of value to others than Muslims for two reasons. It provides in 130 short paragraphs a clear presentation of core Muslim belief in a way that is not easily available by other means. So he says that. And secondly, it enables Christians who have also developed and continue to use creedal formulations with the opportunity to see just where the Islamic understanding of God comes close to the Christian understanding. But the point is that in 130 pithy statements, you can really get to the essence of the dogma. And it's important to distinguish between faith and dogma. And I'm using dogma in a positive term. People have heard me use that word before and think that I'm saying something derogatory because dogma has a negative for many people. But dogma is not a negative term in theology. Dogma is simply the creedal. It's what we call aqidah as opposed to iman. And there's a difference between aqidah and iman. You can have perfectly sound aqidah and very little iman. You can even be an Orientalist and know perfectly well the aqidah of the Muslims, but you don't believe it. And so aqidah and iman are different. And the focus on aqidah is as opposed to iman, where you're always checking people's aqidah. Because you can have incredibly strong faith and your aqidah might have problems with it. So it's good to correct that. But to denounce somebody as a mubtadi' or a disbeliever or something like that because of problems in their aqidah is very dangerous for Muslims to do that. It's alienating because people have strong belief, even if they have problems in their aqidah. So aqidah is very important and we don't underestimate it. But there's a lot of people that use it today as a kind of bludgeon, as this hammer to smash other Muslims with. And that's a serious problem. But the study of aqidah for the ulama was a vast study. And many of our great scholars were great theologians, like Taftazani, Abduddin al-Iji, Abu Bakr al-Baqallani, Imam al-Nawawi, Imam Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, Fakhruddin al-Razi. These were great theologians who thought deeply about God and wrote extraordinary works. If you read the Maqasid, Taftazani's great work, if you read the Mawaqif, these are extraordinary testimonies to the genius of Islamic civilization. But this is a simple creed. It can be learned in a relatively short time. People have kind of attacked me for saying you can learn Aqidah in 5 minutes. And obviously that's called hyperbole. If people studied Balagha, they would understand he's obviously being hyperbolic, not hyperboling, but hyperbolic. But the point is, if you know Surat al-Ikhlas, you have a solid foundation for Aqidah. And there are Sahaba who became Muslim, went into battle and died without sitting down and learning all these creedal formulations. So they had sound faith, despite the fact they might not have known that, for instance, the prophets are better than the angels. They might not have known that specific Aqidah point, because it hadn't been pointed out to them. But Surat al-Ikhlas, if you say, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ Allahu Samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Surat al-Ikhlas tanfi ثمانية أشياء من الكفر. It negates 8 things from kufr. It negates التعدد and takathur or ta'addud. So it negates that something there are more than one of it, or it's a composite. So it negates for Allah ta'addud wa kathra. Allah is not, He doesn't have parts. He's infinite. He has no parts. And He's not more than one. So that first statement literally negates at-ta'addud wal-kathra. So if you think of God, you have to recognize He's one and He doesn't have any parts. He's not a composite. To use a Christian Western theological term from Aquinas, he would say He's simple as opposed to complex. In other words, and not simple, these are technical terms, so it doesn't mean simple like a simple person. No. It means that He has no parts. That would be the term Western theologians use for it. And then when you say قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ Allahu Samad, right? It negates Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it negates from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ Allahu Samad, that He has any need, right? Or aib, like He's not deficient, He doesn't need anything, right? He has no needs and no... So when you say Allahu Samad, كُلُّ شَيْءٍ يُحْتَاجُ إِلَيْهِ وَلَا يَحْتَاجُ إِلَى الشَّيْءٍ. Everyone needs Allah, but Allah needs no one or no thing, right? So that negates that, any aib for Allah. He's not lacking. So it's He has everything he needs, and he's not deficient in anything. And then when you say lam yalid wa lam yulad, it negates illa wa ma'luliyah. It negates cause and effect. He was not caused by anything, and he doesn't effect anything in a causative manner, because you can't separate a cause and effect. You see, so he doesn't, the way he brings things into existence is simply be and it is. It's not a cause and effect. He doesn't act on something in a cause and effect physics type of way. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He doesn't bring anything into existence through illa and ma'luliyah, through cause and effect, and he's not brought into existence by anything. And when we say he's the first cause of things, this is a term that came out of the Hellenistic tradition. It doesn't mean cause and effect, and this is why the philosophers, Ibn Sina is accused of this. The philosophers from the Greeks argued that the universe, the cosmos, is coexistent with God. And the reason they said that is because Aristotle understood that cause and effect cannot be separated. And therefore, if God is the cause of the effect of the universe, you can't separate the two. So he's always existed with the universe. This was his understanding. So that's rejected in our tradition. We believe that the creation, like the Catholics, that it's ex nihilo. It comes out of nothing. Min al-adam ila al-wujud. One of the things Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya said, I know Sidi Faraz is dealing with a lot of this stuff, so my apologies to the Aqidah class. I don't want to step on any toes here. But and then finally, لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. It negates shabih wa nadhir. It negates anything that resembles God and anything that is equivalent to God. And the Quran uses these great dalils of tawarid and tamanu', which negate also the idea of God having anything equal to him. So in his aqidah, and this is the section I wanted to think, he says, وَلَا نُنْزِلُ أَحَدًا مِّنْهُمْ جَنَّةً وَلَا نَارًا. That نَرَى الصَّلَاةَ خَلْفَ كُلِّ بَرٍّ وَفَاجِرٍ مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْقِبْلَةِ. We believe, we consider congregational prayer behind any of the people of Qibla, both virtuous and sinful, to be valid. One of the things that you're not supposed to pray behind a fajr, the ulama, I don't know about the other madhabs, but in the Maliki madhab, if he's called fasiqun bil jariha or fasiqun bil aqidah, then you're not supposed to pray behind him. I mean, some of the scholars that I knew, for instance, would not pray behind somebody if they didn't grow a beard, because they consider that fisqun bil jariha. That's more of a wara' position, because there's a khilaf about the beard. It's weak, but it's there. But they said if the ruler comes, you pray behind him. Even if he's a bad profligate. Even if he's a fajr. You pray behind him. Because just for the hurma of the government, the sanctity that a government has, and the obligation of obedience. So if you didn't pray behind him, it's like khuruj. Be considered khuruj. So this is why he says this. And then he says, وَنُصَلِّ عَلَى مَنْ مَاتَ مِنْهُمْ, and we do the janazah prayer, the funeral prayer for anybody who died from amongst them. وَلَا نُنْزِلُ أَحَدًا مِنْهُمْ جَنَّةً وَلَا نَارًا. We don't consider any of them to be in paradise or hell. So in other words, ta'yin al-najat or ta'yin al-khulud fi an-nar, this is the prerogative of God alone. And this is why you cannot say, unless Allah said he's in the hellfire, then we can't say that about anybody. Any person, whether they're Muslim or non-Muslim, you can't do that. Ta'yin is haram in Islam, because it's God alone who has that judgment of what He knows, the variables of life. He knows how to judge people. We can judge by the outward. So if somebody died a kafir, then our deen says that the kuffar, those who reject God, are in hell. But that specific person, we can't judge where he is. Because that's, only Allah can do that. He knows that person. He knows what happened to that person. And He judges them, not us. We're not judges in any ultimate sense. And that's why it's very dangerous, like the man in the hadith who said, Allah will never forgive you. The Prophet said he's brought before God with that man he said that to, who was a bad man. And he said, for assuming my role in eternal judgment, then you're damned. And to show you I do whatever I want, I forgive him. Right? So that's a sound hadith. You know, so watch out about saying who's going to hell and who's not. And then he says, وَلَا نَشْهَدُ عَلَيْهِمْ بِكُفْرٍ وَلَا بِشِرْكٍ وَلَا بِنِفَاقٍ. As long as they pray our qibla and eat مَنْ أَكَلَ ذَبِيحَتَنَا وَصَلَّى إِلَى قِبْلَتِنَا. Right? If they eat what we eat, the sacrifice, our meat, and if they pray our prayer, they're from the Muslims. So he's saying, we don't testify, we do not specify anyone among them to be either in paradise or hell. We do not accuse any of them of disbelief, idolatry, or hypocrisy, as long as none of that manifests from them. And that would be the prerogative of the judge or something. So there is apostasy in Islam, but you have to be very careful, because if you're not an alim, you can't make that assessment. And people are brought before courts traditionally for apostasy. وَلَمْ يَظْهَرْ مِنْهُمْ شَيْءٌ مِّن ذَلِكَ وَنَظَرُوا سَرَائِرَهُمْ إِلَى اللَّهِ. We leave their inner states, we resign their inner states to Allah, the sublimely exalted. وَلَا نَرَى السَّيْفَ عَلَى أَحَدٍ مِّنْ أُمَّةِ مُحَمَّدٍ. We do not consider violence or coercive power against anyone from the community of Muhammad. This is Aqidah. This is actually what the Muslims believe. Right? This is one of our earliest dogmatic texts, creedal texts of Aqidah. And it's agreed upon by all the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. The Salafis use this text. There's some difference about how we interpret these meanings, but and that's why I translated it, because it is the agreed upon text of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Nobody differs about the things in this text. There's some slight interpretive differences. The Ash'aris, there's 4 masail in here that Ash'aris traditionally might have differed on, but the text is accepted. It's taught in places where Salafi texts are taught. So this is وَلَا نَرَى السَّيْفَ عَلَى أَحَدٍ مِّنْ أُمَّةِ مُحَمَّدٍ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم إِلَّا مَنْ وَجَبَ عَلَيْهِ السَّيْفَ. Here's the problem. That's called mustathna, right? The istithna. This is where everything happens. Who interprets إِلَّا مَنْ وَجَبَ عَلَيْهِ السَّيْفَ? And this is where all the khilaf come from. So the Khawarij say, وَاجِبَ عَلَيْنَا أَن نَخْرُجَ عَلَيْهِمْ. That's what the Khawarij say. So that's why the Prophet said, إِذَا اخْتَلَفْتُمْ فَعَلَيْكُمْ بِالسَّوَادِ الْعَظَمِ. When there's differences, go with the majority, the jama'ah, and what the ulama say. وَلَنْ, and that's not the masses. Imam Malik, إِذَا قَالَ النَّاسِ قَصَدَ الْعُلَمَاءِ. If he said, النَّاسُ عِنْدَنَا, people in our community do this, he meant the ulama, the scholars. So this is not for the ammi. Oh, you say, well, the majority of people are pro going against the government. No. You have to look, what do the musnadun amongst the ulama? The ulama in the tradition, يَحْمِلُ هَذَا الْعِلْمِ مِنْ كُلِّ قَرْنٍ عُدُولُهُ. That this knowledge is carried in each generation by upright people. What do they say? What do those ulama say? Because they will always exist in our ummah until the end. Those scholars will always exist. And you have to ask them what they say about this. Now, sometimes, to be fair, you will get people in that who will say, we should do that. And this is where the confusion comes. That's why fitna is called fitna. Because even the ulama get caught up in it. And this is why in times of fitna, some people chose to just back out. Some of the Sahaba did not get involved in Muawiyah and Ali's conflict. Even though we are Shia to Ali. Right? We're with the Shia of Ali. Not the Rawafida, right? But the Shia of Ali, that group was on the haqq. The people that stood by Ali, they were on the haqq. Both had ijtihad. But the Shia of Ali, that Shia just meant the group, the supporters. It became a political term later. But during that period, it just meant the group that was with Ali. Shia to Ali. And our ulama determined that they were rightly guided in that khilaf. The difference between us and the Rawafida, who later are identified as the Shia, is that they rejected the ijtihad of Muawiyah and just threw him out of Islam, and rejected Abu Bakr and Umar, and that's rafd. It's to reject that. That's different from supporting Ali. And so that is the real first major fitna. So some of the ulama of the Sahaba, like Abdullah ibn Umar, some of them said, I'm not going to fight with Muslims. And they backed out. That is an ijtihad. Muawiyah's group made ijtihad, Amr ibn al-As. Ali made ijtihad. Who was right? Our ulama later, after the event, said Ali's ijtihad was the correct ijtihad. But they said that Muawiyah was making an ijtihad. Each one of them was trying to preserve. So this is the difference. And then he says, وَلَا نَرَى الْخُرُوجَ عَلَىٰ أَئِمَّتِنَا وَوُلَاةِ أُمُورِنَا وَإِنْ جَارُوا. We do not accept any rebellion against our leaders or the administrators of our public affairs, even if they are oppressive. This is the aqeedah of the Muslims. I mean, this is the aqeedah. So, what am I supposed to do with a statement like that? If you tell me we have to go out against the government, and our Salaf said, and they all agreed that this was rightly guided, they said, وَلَا نَرَى الْخُرُوجَ عَلَىٰ إِمَّتِنَا وَوُلَاةِ أُمُورِنَا وَإِنْ جَارُوا. Even if they're oppressive, why did he put that in there? وَإِنْ جَارُوا. He could have just said, وَلَا نَرَى الْخُرُوجَ عَلَىٰ إِمَّتِنَا وَوُلَاةِ أُمُورِنَا. But he put in وَإِنْ جَارُوا, because he knew people are going to come along and say, لَكِنْهُمْ جَارُوا عَلَيْنَا لَا يَجُوزُ يَحِقُّ لَنَا أَن نَخْرُجَ عَلَيْهِمْ لا وَإِنْ جَارُوا. وَإِنْ جَارُوا. Even if they, and jawr is the worst thing. In fact, لا يستقيم الدولة بالجور. I mean, our ulama said eventually jawr will end dynasties. Because it's adala. You know, Aristotle said a very interesting thing. He said, الحكومة مبنية على عدالة والعدالة مبنية على جيش قوة. Right? You have to have, in order to establish justice, you have to have power to do it. والجيش مبني على التجار. Right? Because you have to fund your army, and so you need taxes and you need to support, right? والتجار مبني على السوق. And the tujar have to have a marketplace for them to transact. والسوق مبنية على العدالة. And the suq is based on justice. So it's a da'ira. Justice is what maintains everything. It maintains the marketplace. It maintains the government. It maintains the soldiers. It maintains the tujar. Without justice, none of these, you'll always have khalal. And so this is why adala is so important in our religion. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُ بِالْعَدْلِ وَالْإِحْسَانِ وَإِيتَاءِ ذِي الْقُرْبَى. ولا نرى الخروج على أئمتنا وولاة أمورنا وإن جاروا ولا ندعو على أحد منهم ولا ننزع يدا من طاعتهم. We don't I could interpret, but I want to see, because I spent a long time on this text translating it, so I'd rather look at it, right? And so we also do not pray for evil to befall any one of them or withdraw our allegiance from them. Because the yad here is isti'ara for our bay'ah. Or withdraw our allegiance from them. We consider our civic duty to them concordant with our duty to Allah, the Sublime and Exalted, and legally binding on us, unless they command us to the immoral. We pray for probity. We pray for probity, success, and welfare. So, when he says, لَا نَنْزَعُ يَدًا مِنْ طَاعَتِهِمْ, we don't remove our allegiance from them. The ta'a. Now this gets back to what Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah said, There's ta'atul ihtimal and ta'atul imtithal. There is an obedience that is negative. It simply means that we bear their oppression. That's a negative obedience. And the reason for that is not because we accept the oppression. It's because we know that going against them will lead to greater oppression. It's just irtikab khaf ad-dararain. That's the hukum. It's taking the lesser of two evils. By going against the government, we create much more oppression than bearing the problem. But then people say, well, how do we get rid of the oppression? Well, the first thing is, مَا ظَلَمْنَاهُمْ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, مَا ظَلَمْنَاهُمْ وَلَكِنْ أَنفُسُهُمْ كَانُوا يَظْلِمُونَ. But they were oppressing themselves. So the first question, and this is in Martin Luther King's letter from the Birmingham jail. If you look at that letter, it's a very interesting letter because one of the things he says, if we're going to challenge our oppressors, the first thing we have to do is look into ourselves and ask the question, do we have these negative qualities that we want them to get rid of? And if we do, we have to purify ourselves or else we have no moral capital. And that's tasawwuf. That's the traditional, that's it. And this is where you see Abu Hamid, Abu Hamid, to me, is such an interesting person in our history. Because Abu Hamid was living at a time when it was one of the it's the greater Seljuk empire before the Anatolian. This is the capital of the Salajiqa, the Seljuks in Anatolia. But the Seljuks begin in Central Asia. And they remove the Ghaznavids, which was another great dynasty. They solidify, they take over Persia, Central Asia, Iraq. They have a capital in Baghdad. And the pre-modern world was much more like principalities. You didn't have this kind of unified type of government. Every principality was almost an independent, but they had to send taxes to the central government. So it was more like a federation where you have, in America, you have states, and I apologize for using this. But it's the thing I'm most familiar with. I know Australia has states, and I could use, if I was Australian, I would use examples from Australia. Turkey has states. I mean, I would use other examples, but so I know not everybody's from America. And I know Americans tend to forget that there is other parts in the world. But I'm just using what I'm familiar with. We have a federation, which, so you have Washington, which is the federal government, and then you have all these states. Each state has its own constitution. Each state has certain rights that it can do, but it has to send taxes to the federal government. This is, in a sense, with less the Muslim world, because of the nature of communications, although they did have a pretty extraordinary system of carrier pigeons, so they were actually capable of communicating over large distances in relatively short periods of time. But generally, they were independent. Like in India, you had the Mughals, and you had independent states like Hyderabad, and Bangalore and Kerala. These were independent states, but they were all under this basic empire. And then the Ottomans were very similar. When the Ottomans controlled Iraq, they had 3 vilayat. They called them vilaya. They had 3 wilayat or states. They had the Kurdish state, they had the Sunni state, and they had the Shia state. And they were separate because they were much more intelligent than modern people, trying to stick everybody together and force them to live together with very different adat and taqalid, with different norms and things. So they actually administratively allowed each wilaya to run on its own. So the Kurds had their own administration, the Sunnis had their own administration, and the Shia had their own administration. So that system, Imam al-Ghazali was living at a time at the height of Islamic power, really. But despite that, there were all these problems. And this is the human condition. During his lifetime, Malik Shah, who was a great ruler, was afflicted by the Batinists. These are the occultists. These are people that work within a religion to undermine the religion. At that time, they were called Nizari Ismailis. These are the Batini group and at their highest level, they didn't believe in morality. They thought morality was for the common people. It was a way of controlling the common people. Very similar to what's happening in our culture now, is that the occultists are coming out openly, allowing what was only done amongst the elite. Now they're letting the masses do these things. Because traditionally, religion was used by the elite to control the masses, to control their morality, to control their wealth, to control family structures, all of this. That's why traditionally the ruling elite was very concerned about these things. Now the law is do what thou wilt, do whatever you want. The utilitarian harm principle of John Stuart Mill, coming out of Jeremy Bentham's utilitarianism. John Stuart Mill said in his book on freedom that every group of people should be allowed to do whatever they want as long as they don't harm anybody else. This is the harm principle. That this really should be the determinant in society. If they're harming somebody else, then the government should stop them. But if they're not, even if they're harming themselves, the government should leave them alone, because that's real freedom. This is hurriya. That philosophy has become the dominant philosophy in the West. It's still not the dominant philosophy in the Muslim world. Robert George, the brilliant professor of law from Princeton, wrote a book called On Making Men Moral, which is the aspect of the government that there is a type of legislation to preserve the society. That there are things that we don't want people doing because it's harmful to society. And one of the great challenges of any society, whether it's Turkey or Egypt or Saudi Arabia or America, it doesn't matter. One of the great challenges is the relationship between the community and the individual. In many parts of the world, collectivism becomes the dominant mode, which the Marxist impulse was a collectivist impulse, where the individual loses his rights for the greater good. In the West, the individual rights are put over the community rights. So very often the community, you take your children to the grocery store and there's all these pornographic pictures on the covers of magazines because this is freedom. And the individual has a right to sell what they want and do what they want. So you go into a convenience store and there are these pictures, or a bus with naked men and women in a Calvin Klein commercial on a huge bus, or in their underwear. And this is freedom. And so my child, who I'd like to protect, and also myself from these things, I don't have any right here, because the community loses its right for the rights of individuals. These are the problems that every society has to grapple with. Islam tends to side on the side of the individual, but it gives great credence to the rights of the community. But Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya said, he was at a conference in Qatar, and the day before they had a philosopher from America, and he had argued that individuality was the most important thing, individual rights. And there was a group of Muslim scholars there who was saying, no, collective rights, it's the community, and they went on and on. The next day when Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya came, he asked what they'd been talking about. And they explained the debate. And the Shaykh said that he tended to side, actually shocking the other Muslims, that the Western approach was closer to the Islamic, that the rights of the individual are extremely important in the Islamic tradition, but the rights of the community are also considered, especially about morality. But the rights of the individual in Islam are very, very important. We have a huquq, and those huquq are not to be infringed upon. The right to be safe in your home is a human right that Islam has granted, and that's why the government can't come into your home. Like Omar, when he heard the men drinking, and he burst in, and they said, well, look at if we're doing one haram, look how many harams you've done. And they counted out, even the bad guys in Medina were fuqaha, right? And so Omar had to admit, that it was wrong what he did. La tajassusu. They said, la tajassusu. And then you're looking at this red stuff that we're drinking. How do you know it's not grape juice? Right? Inna ba'd al-dhanni itham. Some of... So, this is our religion. It recognizes, it tries to find a balance between these two, but the individual right is over the right of the community. And this is why Abu Hanifa said to consider, 1,000 guilty people innocent is better than considering one innocent man guilty. And that's why the bar in Islamic law is so high for prosecution. It's very high. It's much higher than the Western bar. Most of these cases these cases in the United States that are brought would be thrown out in Islamic law because you need witnesses for a lot of things. It's very difficult to prove things in Islam. And the reason for that is because the individual has so many rights. I mean, the ird is protected, your dignity. And this is why slander and libel in the West, we have horrible laws of slander and libel. You can say anything about anybody if they're a public figure. You can say anything you want about a public figure and nothing. But in Islam, if you say something about somebody and challenge their dignity, no, you're punished. If you accuse somebody of adultery and you don't have 4 witnesses that saw penetration, you're the one that's punished. Because it's so insidious. Once you accuse somebody of something, suspicion enters the minds of people. So somebody's accused of pedophilia, they're always going to have that question mark. You accuse them of sexual harassment, that question mark, did he or didn't he? We believe you, Anita. For people that know that issue. Again, apologies to the Australians and others. I'm sure you have your cases like that too. But. So, وَالْحَجُّ وَالْجِهَادُ فَرْضَانِ مَاضِيَانِ مَعْ أُولِي الْأَمْرِ مِنْ أَئِمَّةِ الْمُسْلِمِينَ بَرِّهِمْ وَفَاجِرِهِمْ إِلَى قِيَامِ السَّاعَةِ لَا يُبْطِلُهُمَا شَيْءٌ وَلَا يَنْقُضُهُمَا. So, the Hajj and Jihad are perpetual obligations that are carried out under legitimate Muslim rulers, irrespective of their personal probity, whether they're good or bad, until the end of time. Nothing can nullify or rescind them. Now, what is Jihad? And that's where the question comes. He mentions Hajj and Jihad together because Hajj is the Jihad of women. Because Aisha asked the Prophet, do women have Jihad? He said yes, and there's no fighting in it. It's called Hajj. So the Hajj and Jihad are together, and also the Imam has to establish the Hajj, make sure that the pilgrims are protected, that they're given water, food if they need it, things like that. So Jihad, ta'riful Jihad, the definition of Jihad, right, is badr al-juhud, right, fi difa' an ad-din. It's expending your energies to defend the religion, right? So Jihad it means many things. And Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, said that kullu qurbatin jihad. Every act of devotion that gets you towards Allah is a type of jihad. Right? Al-mujahidu man jahada hawahu. The Prophet ﷺ said, the mujahid is the one who struggles against his own passions, his own lower desires. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبَلَنَا وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Those who do jihad for our sake. This is in Suratal Ankabut. This verse was revealed before the verses permitting qital. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالِ. Fighting has been decreed for you, prescribed for you. Those verses came before. Right? And then وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ بِالْقُرْآنِ. So there's jihad al-lisan. There's the jihad of the tongue. These are all forms of jihad. So Shaykh Abdullah said in the early period there was a khilaf about jihad al-talab, right? A offensive jihad and a defensive jihad. Some of the ulama said jihad is only defensive. Why? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Don't be aggressors. Allah doesn't love the aggressors. His love is not fickle. like some people's, right? You have fickle love, right? Her love was fickle. Like one day she loves me not. That's fickle love, right? Allah's love does not, لا يتغير حبه لا يتغير. فإذا قال لا يحب المعتدين إلى أن تقوم الساعة, He doesn't love aggression. Allah does not love aggression. And therefore they said, if you aggress against somebody, now, some of the ulama argued that it really is defensive even when it's offensive, because what you're doing is preemptive. The Arabs used to say, الروم إذا لا تغزى تغزو. If the Byzantines, if you don't first attack them, eventually they're going to attack you. Preemptive war is a very dangerous doctrine. This was the American doctrine of the neocons, this idea of preemptive war. Hitler believed in preemptive war. Eisenhower condemned it, saying that that once you open that door, it's the door for just oppression and expansion. But the Muslims differed. But they understood, nonetheless, it was always to promote good, to create freer societies where there was freedom of religion, including allowing people to be disbelievers and to protect them from the aggression of others. So, like this Pax Americana, this idea that some neoconservatives have of creating a global, peaceful civilization by having these, these powers that stop evildoers. The Muslims had very similar idea, right? They had this idea that we should make the world safe for religion, all religion. Because religious persecution is the worst type of persecution in the Quran. To be persecuted for what you believe. There should be freedom of thought. This was the idea. Even the atheists could live in the Muslim society, and there were many atheists that lived to ripe old ages in the Islamic civilization. So the Muslims were open to these things. But what Shaykh Abdullah said, this debate is over in the modern world. To say that there's offensive jihad, that you can aggressively attack another country, is an act of insanity. And he said, نحكم عليهم بالجنون من قال الآن بجهاد الطلب هذا جنون. Because al-asliha mudammira, these weapons of mass destruction now that we have, it makes it an act of madness to do that. And so he's totally opposed to it in that way. So, in conclusion, on this section, I wanted to So one of the things that the Shaykh is very concerned about is he said, مسألة طاعة وردت الأحاديث الكثيرة بالأمر بها مطلقة وبعضها بالمعروف مقرونة ومقيدة وهكذا اضطرب الفقهاء. هل الطاعة هي امتثال الشرع إذا أمر به الحاكم امتثال القانون، أم الطاعة هي لشخص الحاكم؟ هل الطاعة توجب أمره في الجائزات باعتباره مصلحة وتحرم مخالفته؟ وما هي حقيقتها واستحقاقاتها؟ أم هناك طاعة أخرى من أجل سد ذريعة الفتنة والاحتراب لتقدير الإسلام لدماء الناس؟ أم أنها طاعة سلبية، طاعة انكفاف وليست طاعة امتثال؟ أم أن الأمر يرجع إلى الوضع الزماني ليحقق فيه المناط من خلال الوثائق الدستورية في هذا الزمان؟ الخروج هل ما زال مخالفة الحاكم لمنع حق أو لخلعه؟ الباغية طائفة خالفت الإمام والذي يظهر لي والعلم عند العليم الحكيم بعد مراجعة الأحاديث الآمرة بالطاعة الناهية عن نزع اليد منها وتلك مقيدة بالمعروف أو مقيدة بالمعروف هي الناهية عن الطاعة في المنكر أن الطاعة لها معنيان يدل عليهما السياق. المعنى الأول الطاعة التي تعني عدم الخروج على الحاكم وعدم استهداف النظام العام، وهذه هي التي لا يجوز الخروج عليها إلا بعد خروج الإمام خروجا لا شك فيه ولا ريب من الإسلام، وهي طاعة الجمهور التي تعني لزوم الجماعة وهي طاعة السلبية أو طاعة الانكفاف وعدم الاعتراض. والمعنى الثاني الطاعة الشخصية للقيام بعمل تجب إذا كان مشروعا ولا تجوز إذا كان غير جائز ولكنه لا يسمح بالخروج. وبعبارة أخرى فإن الطاعة طاعتان، طاعة احتمال وطاعة امتثال. ولا ينافي ما ذكر في الطاعة القاعدة الشرعية المعروفة وهي أن تصرف الإمام على الرعية منوط بالمصلحة، وأصلها للشافعي كما يقول السيوطي في الأشباه، وقد ذكرها العز بن عبد السلام وتلميذه القرافي وابن نجيم وغيرهم، وهي مستنبطة من الكتاب ولا تقربوا مال اليتيم إلا بالتي هي أحسن، ومن السنة ففي الصحيحين ما من عبد استرعاه الله رعية فلم يحطها بنصيحة إلا لم يجد رائحة الجنة. لكن من يحدد المصلحة ويحقق المناط الظاهر من النصوص أن الجهة الولائية هي المرجحة لأن المختلف فيه بإمضاء الإمام يصير متفقا عليه كما يقول السرخسي في شرح السير الكبير. So this is very important. He said that one of the things that the fuqaha differed on about the nature of obedience, then what is obedience to the ruler, is imtithal al-shara'. So is it that we have to obey the sharia when the ruler tells us to obey? And he calls this imtithal al-qanun, like obeying the law. So you have laws and you should obey. Is that what it means? Or is the ta'ah the person of the ruler? So is it the rule of law or is it the rule of the ruler? And then is this obedience tujibu amruhu fil ja'izat, is it necessary in permissible things if they're maslahah, if they're beneficial? And is it prohibited to go against that? These are questions he's asking. And what's its reality? What's its haqiqah? What's the reality of it? And then what are the consequences of that reality? What follows from it? What are the things owing to it? Or is there a different type of obedience, which is sadd al-dhari'ah, it's to protect, it's cutting off pretext of fitna and civil war, ihtirab, civil wars, and especially given the value that Islam holds for the shedding of blood. Blood is very, very valuable in the Islamic tradition. Or is it a negative type of obedience? In other words, that we simply don't oppose the ruler, and it's not a positive obedience that we have to do what he says. In other words, we don't go against the ruler. Or is it look at the time and the place? ليحقق فيه المناط من خلال الوثائق الدستورية. So, تحقيق المناط, you know, the usuli scholars, these scholars of Islamic law, have different types of approach to situations. So they have, you know, takhrij, tanqih, and tahqiq. The manat is the contingency of taklif. It's where you're responsible. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has two discourses. He has what's called khitab al-taklif and khitab al-wada'. Khitab al-taklif is, for instance, aqimu salah. Allah says, establish a prayer. Al-amr yadullu ala al-wujub. When Allah commands you to do something, it means obligation, unless there's an indication that it's not. Like kulu washrabu. That's imperative. Eat and drink. Obviously, when you're hungry, eat. It's mubah. right? Eat and drink. وَلَا تُسْرِفُوا. It's for nadab. Don't do it to excess. So it's mandub not to eat or drink to, it's makruh to do it excessively. If it's excessive to the point of harm, it becomes haram. So if you have diabetes, the doctor tells you don't eat sweets, that's ta'ayyana alayk. Because sometimes a legal ruling applies to ashkhas, but not to the society. These are points of difference. So the khitab at-taklif, which is the divine discourse to individuals. So if you ask me, is the prayer an obligation? Your average Muslim is going to say, absolutely, it's wajib. If you ask an usuli scholar, is the prayer an obligation? They'll say that depends. Are you a Muslim? Have you reached maturity? Are you menstruating? Do you have access to water or earth? So they're going to look at it differently, right? Because this is called taklif, this is called khitab al-wada'. So the taklif says you have to pray. The wada' determines the situation of whether you have to pray or not. This is the distinction. Wada' is three things: asbab, shurut, and mawani'. So it's got the asbab. So the point the sun reaches 90 degrees, according to Ibn Arafah in his hudud, 1 degree away from 90 degrees. So the sun moves 1 degree away. That's 4 minutes it takes to move. 1 degree away. At the point it reaches 91 degrees, dhuhr has become an obligation. It's a sabab for wujub salat al-dhuhr. That's the sabab. So now, before dhuhr, your taklif al-wada' said you can't pray dhuhr. There was a mani'. There was a preventative. It was saying it's not dhuhr time, therefore you can't pray dhuhr. So if you prayed dhuhr when it was at 89 degrees, your prayer is invalid. Because even though the khitab al-taklif, the discourse of obligation says dhuhr is wajib, it has conditions. It has asbab. It has shurut. And it has mawani'. One of the shurut is that you have to be tahir. That's a condition. So the mani' is that you don't have tahara. So I can't pray because I'm not in wudu or I'm not in ghusl. So that's wada'. That's your situation. Every legal ruling has a khitab taklif and a khitab wada'. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah says that one of the greatest crises in our ummah is splitting these two. So people say jihad is wajib. But it has asbab, it has shurut, and it has mawani'. So if you're going to kill yourself and it's suicidal, jihad is haram. Because Allah prohibits suicide. لا تلقوا بأيديكم إلى التهلكة. لا تقتلوا أنفسكم. إن الله كان بكم رحيما. ففي هذا الوضع لا يجوز يحرم عليكم الجهاد. If you have somebody conquers you and they have nuclear weapons and you don't have nuclear weapons, سقط الجهاد. Because they'll annihilate you and Allah is not telling you to get annihilated. He's saying, convert them to Islam and then they become weapons for the Muslims. At least try to convert them. That's what the Muslims did with the Mongols. The Mongols invaded and they said, you know what? They actually, if you read T.B. Arnold's book on the preaching of Islam, he said that the ulama got together and said, you know what? We can't defeat these people. They're too powerful militarily. The Muslims have gotten weak. You know, we're supposed to prepare because we believe in deterrence. Look at deterrent. Deterrent, you know, لِتُرْهِبُوا عَدُوَ اللَّهِ وَعَدُوَكُمْ irhab. They think irhab is terrorism. No. The irhab here is deterrent. What does deterrent mean in English? De terrere, out of fear. A deterrent prevents people from attacking you because they're afraid of you. That's what the Muslims want. They don't want to terrorize others. They want others to be afraid of terrorizing them. And now we've switched it. We've made Islam look like terrorism, when Islam should look like a deterrent. That's the irhab of Islam. It's to frighten people from attacking. Be strong. Like, it's a very American idea. Teddy Roosevelt walked home and carried a big stick so people don't mess with you. That's the idea. It's not to go around picking on people or bullying people like some countries do because they have big sticks. No, it's to have a big stick so other countries don't terrorize you. So this is what Shaykh Abdullah is saying, that we have to restore the integrity of the khitab al-wada' and the khitab al-taklif, to bring them back together, to recognize when the shurut are there, when the asbab are there, when the mawani' are there. There are mawani' to jihad. The Prophet ﷺ, he sent people, right? He went out, his last ghazwa, right? When he went out to Tabuk, and he realized, because there were rumors that they were going to attack the Muslims. So he got an army together, he went out, we're going to defend ourselves. Jihad. Defend. When he got there, he realized, they're not trying to attack us. No fighting. He went back home. If they don't want to attack you, he said, "Utrukuhum atarakukum." You know, the Turks, leave them alone as long as they leave you alone. Because he knew ulul bas, right? Sayyidina Umar didn't want to fight the Turks because they were powerful people. Don't mess with the Turks. Right? But if they mess with you, you have to mess with them. That's Malcolm. You know, Malcolm used to say, you know, our religion is that good old time religion. You know, treat people with respect. But if they lay their hand on you, send them to the cemetery. Right? That's Islam. And if you can't send them to the cemetery, try to convert them to your religion. You know, or call them to their highest principles, the better angels of their nature. Don't you believe in equality? Don't you believe in democracy? Don't you believe in the rights of people to self-determination? Don't you believe all these things? Why are you forcing your laws on us? Why are you telling us your culture is the only culture? I mean, this is one of the arrogances of the West. You see, the West, when they were Christians, they wanted everybody to be Christian. Now they don't really believe in Christianity, so they want everybody to be capitalists and consumers. They used to be against homosexuality, and they would punish homosexuality wherever they went. The Muslims, oddly enough, were far more tolerant of, transvestites. There's a whole tradition of transvestites in the Muslim world. There was a period where, you know, one of the caliph's mothers used to dress up the girls as boys. These things this is just human history. If you read human history, one of the things that shocked me when I was studying Arabic literature was what were called the ghulamiyat. You know, all of these hebephilic poetry, which was homoerotic poetry. I thought it was very weird, you know. But homosexuality has been around for a long, long time, but nobody permitted it. So you had, you know, in the Muslim world, you had these mukhannathun that go to weddings. They still do it in India and Pakistan and Mauritania. Even in Mauritania, you've got these, you know, they dress up like women and they talk funny and people laugh. They're like comedians, like Dame Edna or something. But when the Christians came, that you persecuted those people, right? Like the khuntha, the hermaphrodite. Muslims always had fiqh, specialty for transgender people. There was fiqh for those people. But now, they don't believe in their book anymore, so they want to force everybody to accept their idea of marriage. We've redefined marriage, and the whole world has to accept it. This is the ethnocentric nature of this civilization. It's a very arrogant civilization. I come from it, so, you know, it's a very arrogant civilization, and unfortunately also, there's a lot of arrogance in Muslims as well, because they believe that a lot of Muslims think their will should be imposed on everybody else. It's not our sharia. People can do what they want, you know. In a Muslim society that's ruled by Muslims with an agreement, a social contract with Muslims. And democracy even is what they call the tyranny of the majority. But when the majority of Muslims want certain laws, they say, oh, no, can't have that. Why not? Because we don't agree with it. But I thought you said democracy is what the majority want. Only if it's what we want, our majority wants. Anyway, these are the problems. So he says about this, So that's the tahqiq, all right, of manat. It's determining, does the ruling apply in this specific situation? And this is what the usuli scholar has to do, which is why Imam al-Qushayri said the usuli scholars are the generals of our civilization. They're the generals. Hum quwwat al-ummah. Right? The faqih is like the administrator. The muhaddith is like the khazan. He's the one that protects the treasures. Right? And the qurra, they protect. But the usuli is the general. He's the one that strategically determines what's the appropriate thing. Iqamat al-hudud takhtassu bil-imam. To establish hudud, this is a qaida fiqhiyya. It's a legal principle in our tradition. Establishing penal punishments in Islam is specific to the ruler. The ruler can suspend penal punishments based on ijtihad. Like Umar radiallahu anhu during Am al-Ramada, he stopped any punishment for theft because there was so much widespread suffering that people were stealing food to feed their children. So he saw that the hukm in this case is not to apply the hukm. That's tahqiq al-manat. Haqq al-manat. Because he said there's a mani'. There's something here to prevent the establishing the ruling, which is darura, necessity. People are doing this out of necessity, and necessity permits the impermissible. Even in Christianity, St. Thomas Aquinas said theft is permissible if somebody's starving to death and nobody will feed them charitably. In Christianity, Catholic canon law, that a person can steal food if nobody will feed them and they're starving. So they pass by a bakery, they break the window, they take the bread. They have a right. Because haqqul inqad, the right to have your life saved, that's a human right. If you see somebody drowning and you know how to swim, by sharia, it's an obligation to attempt to save them. It's a haqq that person has over you. Haqqul inqad. So, he said, هل ما زال مخالفة الحاكم لمنع حقنا أو لخلعه. So, al-khuruj, going out, the baghiya, the ta'ifa, is the one that goes against the imam. He says, الذي يظهر لي, what appears to me, والعلم عند العليم الحكيم. Allah knows best. And this is the mujtahid, is humility. He's saying, look, يظهر لي, I'm an usuli scholar. I've been studying this subject for over 50 years. Shaykh's 80 years old. When he was 20 years old, he was a mufti. He memorized the 10 qira'at of the Quran. He studied tafsir. He's a master of the Arabic language. He studied all the hadith. I've heard him say on many occasions, I asked him about a hadith, he said, it's not in the 6. It's not in the 6 books of hadith. Many times, he said, laysa fi sitta. Laysa fi kutub al-sitta. So he's got, it's like when you put something in maktab al-shamila, and it goes, no, la yujadu. That's what it says. That's your bahth, right? Natijat al-bahth, la yujadu. Not there. He scans through his own computer, right? It's not in the sitta. He mastered the tradition of usul. I was once with Ahmed Shugairi, and Ahmed had read a book about usul al-fiqh, and he mentioned something. I said, I don't think that's mashhur, that opinion. He said, but it was in the book. I said, well, there's lots of things in books that are dangerous. And I said, but let's ask the Shaykh when he comes in. So he came in, I asked Shaykh Abdullah, what do you say about this, one of the fuqaha? He said this. He said, there's 8 opinions on that subject. And then he gave all 8, and he said, that's the weakest of the 8. And he said, this is and that's the way he is. I mean, I've spent over 20 years with him. He's still, I'm amazed at his, I asked him not that long ago about Kahlan and Himyar. The Yemenis are Qahtani. You have Adnani, Qahtani. So the Yemenis are Qahtani from Yashjub, Ibn Ya'rub, Ibn Qahtan. So they go back to this. But Qahtan splits into Himyar and Kahlan. They have 2 branches. So the Ghasasina, Al-Aws wal Khazraj are from Kahlan, right? So I asked the Shaykh, I was asking him something about Kahlan, and Himyar. He quoted, because he memorizes a poem on Ansab, he quoted like a whole qasida on the difference between Kahlan and Himyar. It was like a masala far'iyya يعني في الأنساب. You know, that's his knowledge. So when he says, وَالَّذِي يَظْهَرُ لِي, what appears to me, we take it seriously. You know, because this is somebody who's studied all these things. He's got a genius in and of himself, but he has an encyclopedic knowledge of the tradition, and he's saying, here's what it appears to me. وَالْعِلْمُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ الْحَكِيمُ الْعَلِيمُ الْحَكِيمُ بَعْدَ مُرَاجَعَةِ الْأَحَادِيثِ الْآمِرَ بِالطَّاعَةِ. After I've looked at all the hadiths that command to obey the rulers and prohibit removing our hand of obedience from them, and some of them are muqayyada. So taqyid, you have muqayyad and mutlaq. Something, you have am and khas. So you have things that are mutlaq, they're absolute, and then you have things that are muqayyad, like they constrain or determine. They're regulators of mutlaq. So, and this is in usul al-fiqh. So he says some of them are qualified by ma'ruf, that you do them, obey them in ma'ruf. And nahi an ta'i fil munkar. So some of them say you can't obey them. La ta'ati li makhluqin fi ma'asiyat al-khaliq. Most Muslims know that rule. You can't obey a ruler if it means disobeying the Creator. Right? So he says, after I've looked at all of these, anna ta'a laha ma'nayan. Obedience has two meanings in our religion. Yadulu alayhim as-siyaq. And the context of these hadiths indicate these two different meanings. المعنى الأول, the first meaning, الطاعة التي تعني عدم الخروج على الحاكم. The first meaning is that you can't rebel against a ruler. وعدم استهداف النظام العام. And you cannot undermine the public order. Nizam. And I was saying, it's very interesting that when these rebels talk about, like in Syria, when they talk about who they're fighting, they use the word in Arabic, nilam. The order. So what's the opposite of nilam? Fawda. Anarchy. Because they don't have any nilam. Because they've got all these different groups, each one fights the other, but they're fighting the order, the nilam. I don't like the nilam. I really don't. I don't like Bashar or any of these things. But when people say, تؤيد النظام نعم أؤيد النظام لغة. I believe in public order. Yes, I'm against فوضى. لا يصلح الناس فوضى لا سراة ولا سراة إذا جهالهم ساد. Like the Jahili poet said, anarchy will never help. People will never do well in anarchy. When you don't have good rulers, they'll never do well in anarchy. And then he said, and there's no benefit in having ignorant rulers because that will eventually lead to anarchy. So, وهذه التي لا يجوز الخروج عليها إلا بعد خروج الإمام خروجا لا شك فيه ولا ريب من الإسلام. And you cannot go out of there until the Imam leaves Islam in a way that's absolutely certain. You have no doubt that he is a disbeliever. So, if he's establishing prayer, and then even still, if you can't win, you don't go out. Muslims have been under disbelievers many, many times in history where they didn't fight them because they knew that it was suicide. وهي طاعة الجمهور. This is the obedience of the masses. التي تعني لزوم الجماعة وهي طاعة سلبية. So this is a negative type of obedience. It's not going against them or rebelling. And the second meaning is طاعة الشخصية للقيام بعمل. It's to obey the individual when he commands you to do an action. تجب إذا كان مشروعا. That is an obligation if the action is legitimate, if it's justified by Sharia, and it's not permitted if it's prohibited by the Sharia. لكنه لا يسمح بالخروج, but you still can't go against them in that case. And so this is his Shaykh's contribution. He said the ibaras he's using, he's invented these mustalahat, and he's done this in several things because they're very useful. He calls one ta'atul ihtimal yahtamal, to just isbiru ala adahum, to be patient with their harm. That's called ta'atul ihtimal. And the other one is called ta'atul imtithal. So one is the obedience of patience, and the other is the obedience of implementing what they're telling you to implement when it's accepted. And he said this does not in any way contradict the legal principle, which is very well known, أن تصرف الإمام على الرعية منوط بالمصلحة, that the imam, in terms of how he treats his subjects or his citizens, is contingent upon common weal or benefit. أصلها للشافعي, it's a principle that Imam Shafi'i rooted, according to Imam Suyuti, and it's based on the ayah in the Quran, don't go near the wealth of the orphan, and except in a good way. So it's maslaha. That's the qa'idah. لا تتصرف في مال اليتيم إلا بمصلحة. So تصرف الإمام منوط بالمصلحة. تصرف الإمام في الرعية منوط بالمصلحة. It's based on that ayah. هو بناء على هذه الآية وكذلك في الحديث ومن السنة وفي الصحيحين إن متفق عليه إمام البخاري وإمام مسلم ما من عبد استرعاه الله رعية فلم يحطها بنصيحة إلا ولم يجد رائحة الجنة. No servant, slave, abd, is given the responsibility of looking after a people, ra'iyah, and then he's not sincere with them. In other words, doesn't work for the common good, except that he won't smell. He will not smell the ra'ihat al-jannah, the scent of paradise. Alhamdulillah. So, anyway, hopefully I've exhausted this subject, so people can understand this position from a traditional position and why we're against oppression, but we're also against rebellion against oppressors if that rebellion is going to lead to greater harm, because it's prohibited to do that. So people say, there's questions like, what do we do? What do we do? Well, that's a good question. Given the recent Supreme Court ruling on marriage and recent open letter by Riza Aslan, how do Muslims recognize individual civil rights and balance that against communal protection for immoralities? I haven't read, I've kind of been out of touch because I was overseas. I haven't read. Riza Aslan, whatever he said about same-sex marriage, he does an amazing job on television defending Muslims generally. I mean, really. And so we should be very happy to have somebody like that who's as telegenic, who's as intelligent and as educated as that. He might make some mistakes in his understanding or his ijtihad. That's fine. His good, certainly in my estimation, in the public eye, in the United States, outweighs any other considerations for me personally. I'm not going to support him in everything he does or everything he says, but overall, he's a great good for our community to have somebody as articulate as that, and also just pleasant, you know, even though he's firm and strong. I mean, Aslan, I think, means lion in Persian. You know, he's like a lion sometimes. I mean, he just shuts them up, you know. Like he'll ask these guys, are you listening to yourself? Did you hear what you just said? You know, because they're so stupid sometimes. They really are stupid people, some of these people. You just wonder how they got those jobs. Why are Muslims so oppressive to women? You know, okay, did you take the, 700 million Muslim women and do a really serious survey about how they're doing? Yeah. Why are Americans so oppressive to women? That's a good question too. You know, why are men so oppressive to women? That's an even better question, right? But not all women are oppressed and not all men are oppressors, right? So, you know, and then also, like, who the hell are you to determine whether the Saudi women feel oppressed or not? Because a lot of these Saudi women, they say, well, that's double consciousness. You know, they just don't know they're oppressed. Well, gee, that's interesting. This is critical theory. They don't know they're oppressed. We have to teach them that they're oppressed. They have to understand that black bag that they're wearing is oppressive. Well, you know what? you guys say that you shouldn't go out in the sun because it's harmful to the skin. Have you ever seen a 70-year-old Saudi woman's skin? It's like porcelain. There's no wrinkles, right? Seriously, right? No skin cancer in Saudi Arabia for those women in the hottest place in the world, right? And then, there's different, Saudi's like 4 different cultures. You have Eastern, Western, you have Northern and Southern. They're very different. The Hijazis are very different. Even amongst the Hijazis, you have the Bedouin Hijazis, you have the cosmopolitan Hijazis that come, many of them, their ancestors came from different places. They're very different. You have some of the most educated women in the world are in Saudi Arabia. Seriously. And you should talk to some of them. They don't feel oppressed. Yes, there are some women that would like to drive. One of the things they never tell you is that in Saudi Arabia, Bedouin women are permitted to drive. They're actually there's women that drive in Saudi Arabia. And the government allows them to drive. The Bedouin women. Why? Because a Bedouin woman will kick your butt. And they worry about the women driving on their own, getting forced to the side of the road because there are a lot of workers. I was at a place where they had a rape on the house in Jeddah. A group of foreign workers literally raped a 13-year-old girl. So you've got a population that they have real serious security considerations there. Also, driving is very dangerous. Now, Dr. Omar argues that if the women were allowed to drive, they would become better drivers. Right? So that's a case. But it's not like the Saudi government hasn't thought about giving women driver's licenses. It's an ongoing debate. But if that's your criteria for, women's oppression in Saudi Arabia, that they can't drive, no. So for me, there's things I don't like about Saudi culture, but there's also things that I love about Saudi culture. There's things that I don't like about American culture, there's things I like about American culture. But to make this blanket statement, all Saudis are oppressive, all Saudis are evil, what is that? It's just pure arrogance. That's all it is. It's just total ethnocentric, Eurocentric, Blanco-centric arrogance. That's all it is. We're better than you. It's as simple as that. Why? Well, because we are. Look how we treat our women. Look at Las Vegas. Look at all those naked women. They're free to expose their bodies. You guys put them in those bags, even one of their comedians said, he felt sorry for prostitutes in the West now because they used to be able to ply their wares with the way they dressed. He said, but now all our women dress like that. So they can't distinguish themselves. SubhanAllah. Some people are having problems understanding Arabic words. My apologies. I do apologize that. Sheikh bin Bay's argument is absolutely brilliant and much needed in these times of fitna. The question is, how can we educate our public and communicate this to our ulama? That's actually what he's trying to do. He's trying to communicate it to the ulama. Because he is a scholar. He's really not for the masses. People, when you hear him talk, he's just at a whole other level. Sometimes if you watch at the RIS when I had an interview with him, I thought he was very clear for even a common person. But it's very difficult for him to do that because he works in what E.D. Hirsch calls domain knowledge. In epistemology, in order for you to understand things, you have to have domain knowledge. So if you're having a discussion with a biologist and he uses terms like natural selection and randomness and mutations and stimuli and the Krebs cycle and things like that. If you don't have the domain knowledge from that science, you'll understand some things, but a lot is going to be lost on you. That's the way the usuli scholars are. There's a whole set of references that they have. And our ulama generally wrote like that. Many of our ulama wrote for other ulama. They didn't write for common people, and that's why their books are difficult to get into, because you have to have the domain knowledge. So that's part of it. And then what I'm trying to do now is take his knowledge and translate it so that people can understand it, so you can understand it. Because unfortunately, these things, it used to be in the past, Most people knew their place in Islam. If you weren't a scholar, you didn't talk about Islam. That's no longer the case. Now, everybody's a alim, everybody's a usuli scholar, everybody's spent 50 years studying everything about the religion, and everybody can comment on it. So this is the age we're living in, so it's difficult to do that. So what are some of the steps that we can start within our communities? Well, part of it is to recognize that education is the most important thing in our religion, more than any other thing. Imam al-Bukhari, one of my favorite chapters, they say, this might be apocryphal, but they do say that the titles of his abwab that he got in dreams from the Prophet ﷺ. One of my favorite books, you know how you have blurbs? They call them endorsements. You have blurbs that are on the back of books. Like, when I did the Tahawiyah, I had two audiences in mind. One were Christians, and the other were Muslims. And that's why I have Nizam al-Yaqubi, who's one of the most learned modern scholars. He's in Bahrain. He wrote a blurb for me. And then Dr. Rowan Williams wrote a blurb for me. Why? So that a Christian would see that, Archbishop of Canterbury, that's interesting. So people have... one of my favorite books is Ibn Abi Jamrah's book, where his blurbs are all over 70 dreams that people had for him, that the Prophet ﷺ said, read Ibn Abi Jamrah's commentary on my hadith, because he understood what I meant. It's over 70 dreams. So at the back of the book is all blurbs from people that had dreams of the Prophet telling them to read his book, Bahjat al-Nufus. Subhanallah. And that's an amazing book, Bahjat al-Nufus. It's one of the most amazing books. He was the teacher of Ibn al-Hajj. He was an Andalusian who ended up in Egypt. Great, great scholar. But anyway, what was it? Why did I say that? Education, yeah. So, we have to educate people. It's really important to to learn our basic Islam. There are people now. What's that? Oh, thank you. Yeah, somebody got it. Imam al-Bukhari, they say, got dreams about the titles. But one of the titles of his chapters is Bab al-Ilmi qabla al-Qawli wal-Amal. The chapter of acquiring knowledge before you speak or do anything. So that pretty much wipes out most activists today. We don't want to start where you should start, in Dar al-Arqam. Medina doesn't happen until 13 years after intense study inside Dar al-Arqam. The Murabitun didn't save Andalusia until they'd spent years in the ribats studying and doing tahajjud and preparing themselves. So nobody wants to do that work. They just want everything to get fixed without doing any of the preparation. And ignorance causes far more damage. I mean, even the Arabs say, عَدُوٌ عَاقَلْ وَلَا صَدِيقٌ جَاهِلٌ. Give me an intelligent enemy and not a stupid friend, an ignorant friend. Like, I'd rather have an intelligent enemy. That's the proverb. I'd rather have an intelligent enemy. أُفَضِّلُ عَدُوًا عَاقِلًا عَلَى صديق جاهل. لماذا؟ لأن العدو العاقل تفهمه وكيف يتصرف بعقلانيته. العدو الجاهل الصديق الجاهل يضرك من حيث يريد نفعك. He'll harm you. Your ignorant friend will harm you, trying to benefit you. Whereas the intelligent enemy, at least you can work out, if he's intelligent, what he's going to do. How does one convince someone, or even nice handwriting, but little small? How does one convince someone, or even know, that the existing oppression will be the lesser of the two evils before their action is taken? Well, we have this thing called history, which is very, very important to study, right? Read The Whisper of the Blade, and look at the history of revolutions. Right? I mean, history will tell you, and that's why the Quran is 2/3 history. 2/3 of the Quran is history. No, because humans just repeat themselves. Oh, but it'll be different this time. Well, that's also history because they always said that. It's going to be different this time. How do we balance oppression and justice and bring someone back to the middle path with our limited knowledge? Well, you know, oppression, first of all, is a relative term. You know, there's some degree of oppression, everybody. Like most of us are under that first category, ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. That's the majority of Muslims today. There's some that are muqtasidun, there's very few. السابقون السابقون أولئك المقربون. Right? I mean, the sabiqun are, you know, they're few from the first. There are many from the first, but few from the later. And there's a khilaf, is that the first people or from the Sahaba? Right? Even kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. That, they say, was for the Sahaba. Kuntum. Right? You were. That's for the Sahaba. But even the ones that don't say, they said, you have to fulfill the shart. Right? تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. أمر بالمعروف نهي عن المنكر إيمان بالله. We should condemn injustice when we're capable, but for the alim, he does it with his tongue. For the common person, he does it with his heart. Ibn Umar, when he saw something he couldn't change, and I learned this very early from a Mauritanian scholar. If he couldn't change something, he used to, if he saw it, he would say, Allahumma innahu munkar ankarna. Oh Allah, this is a munkar and we reject it. وَلَوْ اسْتَطَعْنَا أَوْ وَلَوْ قَدَرْنَا لَغَيَّرْنَا. And if we were able, we would change it. Now obviously, nowadays, you would have to say that almost everything you looked at. But choose your battles, you know, Syria, I mean, what's happened? Allahumma innahu munkar ankarna. You know, Palestine, if I could change it, I would change it. Really, I would change it. The best thing Muslims could do is educate people about the Palestinian issue. That's the best thing. Most people are ignorant. Most Americans, if they really knew what was happening, they would change their opinion. But they don't know. They think that the Palestinians are all these evil terrorists, and unfortunately we have some people there confirming those stereotypes by a lot of their activities. Just because, you know, they're using strategies of power with utter weakness, which is not an intelligent thing to do in my estimation. I think they're really wrong. And also, a lot of their rhetoric is just wrong. I believe that, you know. But, you know, the Palestinians, like for me, it's like ma'durun. You know, you just leave the Palestinians. That's how I view Palestine. I'm not going to judge those people. I'm not going to, even the ones that do the crazy things, I'm just not going to judge them. Because God knows their conditions. I mean, I'm not in Gaza. And I don't want to make any judgments on the Palestinians, really. But people, you can drive people crazy. And when you drive people crazy, they can act like, you know, they're crazy because you've driven them that way. And the conditions, the social conditions in that country, the racism, an incredibly racist country. You know, it's an apartheid country according to Nelson Mandela, you know, and of all people, he would know what apartheid is, right? But he considered Israel to be an apartheid country. You know, it's a state based on a racist doctrine. You know, so, I mean, democracy is for everybody, right? If you're going to have a democratic state, it's not just for one group as opposed to other groups. And certainly not all Jews are racist, and I would never say that. You know, I made a statement many, many years ago, and, you know, it still haunts me to this day, but I just didn't qualify it. You know, some Jews are racist, just like some Muslims are racist, you know, but there are many Jews committed to social justice. There's a lot of Jews that work in the United States for Palestinian rights, you know, Jews for Peace. There are many good organizations, and there are many good Jews among them. And that's my position. I don't like to judge groups. I don't like to lump everybody into these. This is one of the problems with a lot of modern Muslim mentality. Kuffar. They're all kuffar. You know, what's interesting about Muslims, modern Muslims, يصنف المسلمين ويعمم الكفار. والقرآن يصنف الكفار ويعمم المسلمين. هذا غريب. Huh? Like the Quran clearly differentiates between different types of non-believers. Like لا ينهاكم عن الذين لم يقاتلكم في الدين. It's fine. Those who don't fight you in your religion, right? ولا يخرجكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم. Be good towards them. Show them bir. And تقسطوا إليهم. Even share your wealth with them. Allah says that in the Quran. Right? But with the Muslims, إنما المؤمنون إخوة, all the believers, but Muslims, يصنف المسلمين ويعمم الكفار. هم كلهم كفار يا أخي. كلهم كفار. You know, Allah يدمرهم. الله يؤتم أولادهم ويؤرمل نساءهم. اللهم يعني زعزعت ما تحت أقدامهم. You know, all these du'as they make, you know. I mean, like I used to listen to the du'a in Ramadan, those long du'as, and they're all doing those, you know, make their children orphans and make their women widows. And I'm thinking, you've been doing this for a long time and nothing's changed. Why don't you, Allahumma يعني ahdihim, Allahumma ahdihim. You know, why not ask for their guidance? There's a beautiful hadith in Sahih Bukhari, one of my favorite hadiths. The Prophet sent this group to Daws, one of the tribes of Yemen. And they came back and they said, Ya Rasulullah, Daws, you know, inna Dawsa qad abat wa kafarat. You know, they rejected Islam and disbelieved. Fad'u alayhim. Imprecate against them. Make a dua against them. So, tawalla al-qibla. The Prophet turned to the qibla, wa rafa'a yaday. فظن الناس أنه سيدعو عليهم. And people thought that he was going to make a dua against them. And he said, Allahumma ahdi dawsan wa ati bihim. Oh Allah, guide Daws and bring them to me. And they came, and in that wafd was Abu Huraira, you know, and they became Muslim. You know, he didn't make dua. He rarely made dua. He made dua a few times against people, but his overall thing was rahmah for people. But if there was no rahmah in the people, you know, then obviously, man la yarham la yurham. Anyway, so. For some people, you know, are the rights of individuals and communities not being taken away by injustice of tyrants? Is their justice only with God in the hereafter? For some people, their justice is only with God in the hereafter. That's just a fact of life. And that's why we believe in Yawm al-Qiyamah. You know, every dog gets his day. Even the animals get justice on Yawm al-Qiyamah. Every dog gets his day. That's a proverb in English. And that's taken from a spiritual reality. Every dog gets its day. Even the animals will have their justice on Yawm al-Qiyamah. From other animals as well as from humans. So even animals that oppressed other animals. Alhamdulillah. I am being informed that time is up. But time could be down, you know, if you think about it. Allah yubarak fikum. Subhanakallahumma bihamdika. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله ومن والاه. الحمد لله. نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهديه الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وصلي اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين ووفقنا توفيق الصالحين وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. So he begins with the 9th maqam. Ibn Sidi Muwaq said that there were, in each of the ظالم نفسه مقتصد وسابق بالخيرات, that each one of them has 3 maqams. And so he's going to go first from the top down, and then he goes back up. So he calls it tadalli wa taraqi, descending and ascending. So he begins with the 9th, which is the hardest one, which is al-akhdhu bil-jaddi fid-din, being as serious as you can about the religion. And he begins with the opening of we talked about this, that the life is a journey, and the journey, the years are like marahil. So the marhala it's a period of, it's a distance. And he says that the years are like the marahil, and then the months are like the farasikh. This is another farasikh, is the farsang in Persian. How far is it in Persian? It's 3 miles. Yeah, it's 3 miles. Because a mil is either 3,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet. There's khilafat about how long a mil is. But the masafa of traveling it's about 48 miles. There's again some khilaf about that, but generally it's about 48. And actually, in the Reliance of the Traveler, it's very accurate in those. He did a lot of research in that area. So if you're interested in the traditional weights and measures, there's a good book that was published in Malaysia on the weights and measures, which were very important. What a dinar is, what a dirham is, what a daniq is. All these are exact measurements. The sa'a and the mud. There's some khilaf about these, but I don't think anybody can top the Maliki madhab in the sa'a and the mud, because Imam Malik used the actual measuring cups that the Prophet ﷺ used to measure out the sa'a and the mud. And he proved that when he had a debate with one of the Hanafi scholars. He had somebody bring one of the sa'a, and he said, "Where'd you get it?" He said, "I got it from my father." He said, "Where'd he get it from?" He got it from the Prophet ﷺ. End of argument. You know. So, but there are differences of opinions, and they're all valid in their differences. So, and then he says that the days are like miles, and the breaths are like steps. And your obedience to Allah is the bida'a. That's like what you're carrying to sell when you get to the marketplace. The marketplace being Yawm al-Qiyamah. So your bida'a is your actions, and you bring them on Yawm al-Qiyamah. And then, if they're worthy of buying, what you get is the reward for your actions. If they're not, then you come either with bad actions, which is it's like a bad bid'a, nobody wants it, it's thrown into the rubbish. Or you actually you come owing money. So whatever good actions you have, it's taken and given to others because of your cursing them or for other reasons. And then he says that the shahawat, your appetites, are like qutta' turuq. They're like brigands on your road of life. So they waste your time, they waste your energy, and life dissipates, because each breath is a step towards our death. And this is capital that you can't, what you have is, all merchants understand that you have capital and you have a profit. The capital, like a venture capitalist, will invest even at a loss initially, because down the road he's hoping that investment will lead to profits. And this is why so much in the Quran is using the metaphor of merchandise, of tijara with Allah. There's two main metaphors in the Quran concerning this, the tijara and the zira'a. Tijara is commerce, zira'a is agriculture. And if you think about human life, this is pretty much the foundation of what our needs. They're covered by merchants and they're covered by farmers. The merchants supply what we need in terms of our clothes and our houses and all these other things. And then the zurra', the farmers, supply what we need for our bodies and food. So the zira'a is planting seeds and then the harvest. So the planting is your investment and then the harvest is your profit. But you can always lose. It could be a bad seed. The soil could be bad. You could get torrential rains. You could get a dry year where there's no water. And so this is the nature of the world. The same is true for the tujjar. They can go to the souk and their merchandise doesn't move. There was a car called the Nova when I was younger, and they tried to sell it in Mexico and nobody bought it because Nova in Mexico means it doesn't go anywhere. Right? So Nova, nobody wanted a Nova, it doesn't go. So even the name can affect the merchandise, right? And people in advertising know this, that you can take a name and it can change everything. Even with famous people, if you have names like Finkelstein, they tend to change it to some other name. Or Zimmerman becomes Dylan, or because even names are a type of, they have an effect on people. Using names that are easy or have two syllables, they work better. And that's why a lot of famous people have two-syllable names, if you'll notice. Every once in a while you get the Schwarzenegger or something like that, and people learn how to say those names. But generally, marketing is a lot of it is just subterfuge and chicanery and legerdemain and all those other types of things. But on the Yom Al-Qiyamah, you can't do that. There's no marketing. You can't try to market your good. It's either a valuable good or it's not. And there's no fooling that judge on the Yom Al-Qiyamah. And so this is the metaphor that he uses. And so he talks about just the importance of seriousness in the deen. And one of the things Imam Shatibi says in his Muwafaqat, and Imam Shatibi, rahimahullah, was one of the great usuli scholars of our tradition. He wrote a famous book called al-Muwafaqat in the Maqasid school of usul al-fiqh, which is the school of the ends and really the objectives of the religion. What are the objectives of the religion? And this school is a school that emerges out of Imam al-Juwayni, and then Ghazali really begin this school. You can see, obviously, the Prophet ﷺ was working with this early, but they were the ones that really identified it. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya argues that probably tahqiq al-manat actually is a technical term that comes from Imam al-Ghazali. So Ghazali introduced certain ways of legal reasoning and understanding the processes that hadn't been introduced before. And that's why he's so important, first and foremost, as an usuli scholar. He's known for tasawwuf in the common community. But amongst scholars of Islam, he's actually more known for his usul al-fiqh, which is really interesting to me, that he's not really thought of as a great alim amongst common people. They think of him as a Sufi, but he's actually one of the most brilliant legal minds that the world has ever seen. And his book al-Mustasfa, anybody that reads that will know the level that he was working on. And among many other things that he did, he really put logic at the center of Islamic training, which it had not been before. And that's something that certain people that have animosity towards him fault him for. but he took it out of the epistemology of philosophy and put it into a type of grammar of thinking. So he understood it as nahu al-fikr. It's just the grammar of thinking. And he felt that it was very important for people that had to do legal reasoning to know that. So Imam al-Shatibi in his Muwafaqat, he said about the Salaf al-Salih that قهر السلف الصالح أنفسهم تحت مشقات التعبد وسووا بين الواجب والمندوب في طلب الفعل وبين المحرم والمكروه في طلب الترك وعدوا ما لم يعمر أنفاسهم بطالا. So what they did was they really they put themselves under the difficulties of devotion. So they were profoundly devotional people, and they did a lot of devotion. Somebody was asked me about the hadith about the Prophet ﷺ saying that he actually considered, getting firewood and then burning the houses down of people that didn't go to the Jama'ah prayer of Isha and Fajr, right? Are the two prayers that the munafiqun tended not to go to. One of the things about that is, first of all, there's a khilaf about the Jama'ah prayer. Like in the Hanbali madhab, if you can hear the adhan and you have no excuse, then your prayers, it's like it's invalid next to a masjid. But the other madhabs, it's encouraged to go. Obviously, the Jama'ah, to establish Jama'ah is a very strong sunnah mu'akkadah. And so people are encouraged to go. But if somebody prays in their house, if a woman, there's no obligation or recommendation for her to go to the masjid. If she chooses to, then she can, and it's not makruh for her. To say that it's makruh to go to the masjid, the Prophet ﷺ said, don't prevent the women. It's mubah for the woman to go to the masjid. And in some situations, it could be strongly recommended when you have cultures where they don't have learning opportunities in their homes. Today, there's a lot of opportunities to learn, but in some places there's not. I actually like the Chinese method, where the women have their own masjids and the men have their own masjids. It just makes a lot of sense to me. I think in the larger Turkish masjids, the women's places are very nice. They're up and they give them a lot of room. In some of these other masjids, they're very cramped and narrow. If you go to North Africa, the women's areas are very problematic also. So in many cultures, the women just didn't go to the masjids. In the West, we have to really think about how we build our masjids. It's really important to take into consideration that many of the women are active. They're called, in the Hanafi fiqh, they call them barza, which is a woman who's actively engaged in the world. She has a completely different set of ahkam than women that are in the home. And so it's important to recognize that there is a difference between, for instance, even though it's not, a woman's forearm is considered part of her awrah, in the books of fiqh they say if she works, like harvesting, or if she's a physician, that they can actually raise their sleeves in their work. We know that the Sahaba saw the saq and the sa'id of the Sahabiyat and even the wives of the Prophet when they were nursing the sick, the wounded in the battles. So these are, Islam is very practical. It's not a religion that makes things difficult for people. And when people get too obsessive about these things, you create really unhealthy environments in cultures. When you have this kind of kipt there in the culture, you can create a lot of mental illness in these areas. It's like the man, the sheikh who was walking with his student, and there was a woman that needed to cross the river, and she was terrified and couldn't. And so the sheikh picked her up, carried her across the river, and put her down, and then they moved along. And about an hour later, he's looking at the student's really troubled. And he said, what's wrong? And he said, Astaghfirullah, Sidi, I'm having bad thoughts about you. He said, why? He said, you carried that ajnabiya woman across that river. He said, well, I put her down at the riverside. You're still carrying her with you. تركتها على ضفة النهر أنت ما لم تزل تحملها معك. So, I mean, that's a reality. Like, people obsess too much about these things and then they become unwell. But the Salaf were very strict about things. They considered no difference between wajib and mandub. One of the things about the Salaf is if they took on a practice, they never left it, which is why the Prophet ﷺ recommended to the Sahabi to fast only 3 days a month. He said, I can do more than that. He said, then fast Mondays and Thursdays. He said, I can do more than that. He said, then fast every other day, the fast of Dawood, but don't exceed it. That same Sahabi said towards the end of his life, I wish I would have listened to his first suggestion, because it became difficult for him. But the point is that he took a mandub and he kept the practice up. He didn't abandon the practice. If they took on a practice, they kept it up. That's why it's very important, whatever you do a little bit and be continuous in it. And if you want to add more, but don't لَن يَشَدَّ الدِّينَ أَحَدٌ إِلَّا غَلَبَ. If you try to take this religion on all at once, it will overwhelm you. So you take what you can, and then you do that little bit consistently. It's better to pray 2 rak'ats, every night, than to get up every once in a while and pray 10 or 13 or however many you pray, 8 at tahajjud. But to be consistent, and then if you want to add on, you add on, but do it slowly. Pace yourself. And so this is what he's saying. He doesn't mean they conflated wajib and mandub. It's just that they, as practices, if the Prophet recommended something, they did it. And this was the early community. Now, part of the reason for that, and the reason that he was so strict about these things, in the hadith in which he said, Antum fi zaman, man taraka minkum ushra, ma umira bihi halak. وسيأتي على أمتي زمان من عمل بعشر ما أمر به نجا. You're in a time that if you act according to 1/10, if you leave off 1/10 of what I've given you, you'll perish. But there's coming a time for my ummah, if you just do 1/10, there'll be salvation for them. Abu Hamid says about this hadith, it's like, whew. He said, if we didn't have that saying from the Prophet ﷺ, we would have yes, because of what we see in our community and how far we are from that early period. Now, the commentators found that hadith to be mushkil, because they said it couldn't be in the fara'id, because you can't leave one, you can't do, one prayer every other day, right? So, they were trying to understand. Some of them said it's in Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an Munkar. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya actually thinks it relates to tahqiq al-manat, that there are certain things that will not be applicable in the time that you're living in the later periods from the Sharia. And this is important for the usuli scholars in particular to be aware of. And so they considered anybody that didn't fill their time with spiritual activities and a'mal khair, they considered them battal, just like spiritually unemployed, like just somebody wasting his time, battal. Imam Malik was asked about music, and he said, لا يفعله إلا الفساق عندنا. The people that do that are irreligious people in our community. So that's important to know. He's in Medina during the time of the Tabi'een. He's from the Tabi'een or Tabi'in, probably from the Tabi'in. But most of his teachers were Tabi'een. So they were people that took directly from the Sahaba. He's in Al-Qurun Al-Mufaddala. So when he says in Medina, the people that listened to music or engaged in music were fusaq. If you took those people and brought them here today, they would be our ulama. They would be our ulama. They would be like big ulama, and people would be amazed at how much they knew. I'm serious. I'm not exaggerating. I really don't believe I'm exaggerating. I mean, Ziryab, the great musician who was a student of Ishaq al-Mawsali's, he was a polymath. He knew so many different things. I mean, music was just one thing. Al-Farabi, the great logician and philosopher, was a master musician. You know, the story of Al-Farabi when he was in, I think it was Halab, you know, in the Sultan, he was there with the ulama, and he was dressed in Anatolian, because he'd learned mantiq from the Christians. And he was dressed in an Anatolian outfit. And he understood the dialect of one of the servants, and he was having a hard time communicating, and so he said that he could translate for him. And the Amir said, تحسن لهجته? He said, أحسن 70 لهجة. He said, I know at least 70 languages. And he said, تعلم شيئا من العربية? Do you know something about Arabic? And he said, نعم. And so he started talking with the grammarians. They all said, mashallah. You know, and then he knew mantiq, and he said, أتحسن العود? Do you know how to play the oud? He said, hati, you know, bring an oud. Because he wrote a book called Musiq al-Kabir. I actually have it. It's the big music book. It's literally this thick. It's called the Big Music Book. The great famous oud player Hamza Alauddin gave it to me. Allah yarhamuhu. And Al-Farabi, he told me the story. Al-Farabi played a scale and made them all laugh. And then he played a scale and made them all cry. And then he played a scale and he got them all sleepy. Because he studied the effect of the maqam on the... This is why music is very dangerous in that way, because in the wrong hands, it can really affect people's souls. It can agitate people. That's why so many people, when they go to these concerts, they actually get very agitated and violent. A lot of them have to dance like that because the music does that to their bodies. And so the ulama were always very wary of music because of its power. And that's why so many of the ulama incline towards its avoidance in cultures, because it is very powerful. So Ali, وعلى هذا نبه حديث الندام يوم القيامة يندم المحسن ألا يكون ازداد ويندم المسيء ألا يكون نزع. So the one who does good will wish he did more on Yom al-Qiyamah, and the one that does evil will wish he hadn't done that evil. So this is one of the problems that happens to people. And Abu Hamid said, وَكُلُّ نَفْسٍ مِّنْ أَنفَاسِكَ خَاتِمَةً إِذْ يُمْكِنْ أَنْ يُكُونَ الْمَوْتُ مُتَّصِرًا بِهِ. Abu Hamid said, every breath that you take could be your last, because you will have a last breath that is connected with your death. And so this is obviously, it's something that the Qawm calls muraqabat al-anfas, like being vigilant of the anfas. This is something even in other traditions they do that, where they actually do breath meditation just about breaths. And the breaths are like grains of sand in that sand clock. That as you're breathing, they're diminishing. They're not coming back. And so this was one of the things that people used to meditate on. انظر على فرضا أنه ليس بآخر نفس فقد قال أرباب القلوب ما من نفس تبديه إلا وله قدر فيك يمضيه وحكمه يقتضي يجب عليك أن تصرف ذلك النفس في طاعة مولاك وترضى بما يرد عليك منه وإن خالف هواك فإن سوفت هذا النفس لنفس آخر ذهب هذا النفس وسيلحقك عليه الأسف. So there's no ما من نفس تبديه, there's no nafs that comes out of you except that it's a portion of a certain amount of nafs that you've been given to finish. You know, so له قدر فيك يمضيه. وَحُكْمٌ يَقْتَضِيهِ. But it also has something that is necessitated in that breath. In other words, what are you doing at the time? And one of the things that the Qawm asked was to think in whatever you're doing, if this was the last thing I'm going to ever do, is this really what I'd want to be doing? That was their approach. Remember that this is the highest maqam, so don't get like freaked out. Sorry. He's starting at the top. All right, so this is really the arifun. He's starting at the top. This is not for everybody. All three categories are chosen ones. They're all good. It's himma, it's where you want to put yourself. So he's starting at the highest, obviously. But Allah started at the lowest when He said, ثُمَّ أَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اصْطَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. In order to get yes out of your heart, He put that first, so that you didn't lose hope. Because He said, we chose them to give them our book. وَمِنْهُمْ مُقْتَصِدٌ. He's in the middle. وَمِنْهُمْ سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. And so the sabiq bil-khairat is with the permission of God, because He's the one that can get deluded by his good deeds. So the first one, he brings him first. Sorry about that. I'll turn that off. So he brings him first because, I really want to have that man. If I was the caliph, I would have him shot, the one that invented that ringtone. So, yeah. Because they get into your brain, and then you want that piece of brain back that they stole from you. If Conan Doyle was right, the mind is like an attic. There's only so much room up there, so beware of what you store. For people that like Sherlock Holmes. Because he didn't know the sun, went. He didn't know about this heliocentric theory, and Watson says to him, how could you not know that? He said, how does it benefit me to know that? That doesn't in any way help me in my work. So I have no interest in learning something that's of no practical benefit to me. It's just, and then he says the mind is like an attic. I'm only going to store things I need up there. Nobody talks about an earth turn. Oh, what a lovely earth turn. Have you ever heard anybody say that? Yeah. They say, what a beautiful sunset. Why don't you say earth turn? Because that's really what's happening. I saw the most striking earth turn this morning. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the earth spinning round. Because we're a schizophrenic people now. We've got all this information that goes against our fitrah, and we learn these things, and we don't believe them by fitrah. Whether they're true or not. I'm fine with the heliocentric theory, but by fitrah we still really do experience the sun moving, and that's how everybody experiences it. So you can learn something theoretically, but you still don't think about it theoretically. You think about it experientially. And that's why people see the moon and the sun, they're moving. They don't think of themselves as turning around them. So he says, لا تترقب فروغ الأغيار فإن ذلك يقطعك عن وجود مراقبة له فيما هو مقيمك فيه. So Ibn Ata'illah says, don't waste your time. لا تترقب فروغ الأغيار. All these changes that are happening around you, that really the empty changes that are happening around you. All this, the aghyar is all the otherness out there, But because that will cut you off from being in a state of vigilance about God and what He is challenging you to be present in any given situation. Because every situation has its hukam. And remember, this is the highest maqam. These are really the saints. قال إحالتك الأعمال على وجود الفراغ من رعونات النفوس. So this idea of delaying actions that you should be doing when you have leisure time is from a type of ru'unat al-nufus is the turbidities of your soul. It's the things that are preventing your soul from being pure. So it's the impurities of the soul. وانظر هذا مع الذي قالوه إنه التصوف أن يكون في الوقت فيما هو أولى في الوقت. وقيل لسهل ابن عبد الله التستري متى يستريح الفقير؟ قال إذا لم يرى غير الوقت الذي هو فيه. So he said that tasawwuf is really to do in whatever time you have the most appropriate thing to do in that time. And Sahal al-Tusturi, one of the early Sufis, was asked, when does the faqir, and the faqir was the person who was on a spiritual path, a serious spiritual path, when does the faqir have repose? He said, when he's out of time. Right? And that's why the Moroccan proverb, when somebody says, I'm really busy, he said, I'm really tired or I'm really busy, arahatu fil qubur. Repose is in the grave. Dunya is فَإِذَا فَرَقْتَ فَانْصَبْ. When you have free time, when you finish one thing, keep going to the next thing. That this is ked and jed. This is the nature of the world. That you wear yourself out. Al-Mutanabbi, the great Arab poet, said, إِذَا كَانَتَ النُّفُوسُ كِبَارَ تَعِبَتْ فِي مُرَادِهَا الْأَجْسَامُ. That when people have high himma in their lives, their bodies get worn out trying to achieve those aspirations. And so, on the other hand, your body is a beast in that way, and you have to serve it as well. So if you wear out the body, in fact, I read a Chinese Taoist text that was really interesting years ago. And one of the things that it said that it was a moral obligation to try to live beyond 50 because you cannot really start understanding life until you get into the 50s. And so you were actually, by wasting all that energy and wearing yourselves out before that time, that you weren't being fair to your soul. And that was his argument. I thought, and the Taoists believe that life extension is possible through their practices and things. We obviously believe in ajal, but still, we believe that you're supposed to take care of yourself. And we know now about biological time and chronological time. They're not the same. We know that medicine is being aware of that people are actually older. They can be older biologically than they are chronologically. And they can be younger biologically than they are chronologically, based on free radicals and the breakdown of the telomere wearing down, getting to the telomere faster than normal. So he's definitely talking about this high maqam. He said his Shaykh al-Minturi said that his teacher, al-Ustad al-Maqari, used to say, al-haqiqa عملوا قوم على السوابق وعملوا قوم على اللواحق والصوفي من لا ماضي له ولا مستقبل فإن كنت زجاجيا فبخن بخن. A beautiful statement. He says there's people that work, what they're doing is based on the past, and then there's people that what they're doing is based on the future, and then there's other people but he said the Sufi, he has no past and no future. He's only got the present. And if you're transparent, bakhin, you're lucky. If you don't have anything to hide, then you're a lucky person. Because there's people that are trying to make up for a bad past, right? And there are other people that have all these aspirations about the future. But for this, and that's why they say, al-Sufi ibn waqtihi. The Sufi is the son of the moment. And what's interesting about Sidi Muhammad al-Muwaq is that he's a usuli, but he's part of a civilization, the Andalusian civilization, that was profoundly influenced by spirituality permeated their entire understanding. So no matter what science they were studying or looking into, spirituality. And it's very important for me that you understand that when he's talking about, like when he says Sufi, he's not talking about the modern concept of Sufi that people think about. And this is a great tragedy in our community, because the early people of Tasawwuf they were the most rigorous scholars. They were actually the people that implemented more than anybody else the religion. They weren't battalun, and they weren't people that sat around singing songs and then having couscous and things like that. That was not what they were doing, really. I mean, these are people that often ate every other day, and I mean, that kasur shahwatain, they were breaking their appetites. They had a khalwa here that was 1,000 days. They did a khalwa for 1,000 days. Could you imagine that? 3 years, basically. That was their khalwa. Imam al-Jazuli, one of the great usuli scholars, he's a hafidh in the madhab of Imam Malik. He knew the madhab. He has an opinion in the madhab. He has a commentary on Maliki textbooks. He went into a khalwa for several years. They said when he came out, people in Fez, upon seeing him, made tawbah. And he was and I've been in his khalwa, where he was in khalwa in Fez, and they said that he was hoarding gold up there, right? Rumors spread, like, why isn't that guy coming out of the house? And they said he was hoarding gold. So some of the Fezis decided they're going to go up there and so they went up. He had written moat on every single portion of the room. You could not see. He had literally written moat on every single portion of the room. So the whole room was covered with the word moat. Now people can say that's extreme. Well, that's why this is the extreme maqam. This is not for everybody, and people don't think you can do this stuff, because people go mad, quite literally. And some of these people, in fact, Imam al-Shibli was locked up. Imam al-Junayd had to lock him up because he had, and we know psychoses, there are spiritual psychotic breaks that happen, that people can literally become very unwell, doing a lot of dhikr and things like this. It happens. So it's always better just be moderate in your practice. And the Prophet loved moderation. But there will be people that take this road, and traditionally they had guides on it. So Tajuddin says, حقوق الأوقات لا يمكن قضاؤها إذ ما من وقت يرد إلا ولله فيه عليك حق جديد وأمر أكيد فكيف تقضي فيه حق غيره وأنت لم تقضي حق الله فيه. So he says that the reality of time is that you can never fulfill the rights of the time, because there's no time except that there's a right of Allah that's coming in that time, and you still haven't fulfilled the one prior to that time. And so this is the nature. Hence, astaghfirullah fa inni astaghfirullah walau sab'ina marra. The Prophet ﷺ, he did istighfar every day, at least 70 times. In a riwayah, 100 marra, 100 times a day, astaghfirullah. When he finished the prayer, what was the first thing he said? Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. 3 times. Allahumma anta salam, sallam, sallam. Like, I know, and the Prophet has the perfect prayer, but what he's teaching us is, we could always be better. We could always be better. So right when you finish the prayer, the first thing is an acknowledgement of the naqs, the deficiency of your prayer. Astaghfirullah. قال عياض كان مالك لا يراه أحد من أهله إلا ولا من أصدقائه إلا متعمما لابسا ثيابه لا يضحك ولا يتكلم فيما لا يعنيه يقول لا يكون العالم عالما حتى يكون كذلك وحتى يحتاط لنفسه بما لو تركه لم يكن عليه فيه إثم. So in the Tartib al-Madarik of Qadi Iyad, he said that Malik was never seen by his family or friends without his turban on, without dressing in his clothes. He did not laugh, meaning qahqaha. It's a sunnah to smile, but he never laughed out loud. And the Prophet didn't laugh out loud. But he never laughed, and he never spoke about what does not concern him. I've met a few people that do this. It's very rare. The Murabt al-Hajj never speaks about what doesn't concern him. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy, I've never heard him speak about what doesn't concern him. I've never heard him say, he's totally uninterested in something that has no practical benefit for him, and you can't talk about anybody in his company. He won't let you. He'll just stop it. He doesn't allow any ghiba. And that's very rare to have that, but min husni Islam al-mar'i tarkuhu ma la ya'nihi. That hadith, which Abu Dawood said is one of the 4 hadiths, Abu Dawood said that he learned 500,000 hadith. وانتخب من 500,000 حديث. He said, وانتخبت منها ما ضمنته في كتابي, يعني السنن, what I put into my book, the Sunan. And he said, يكفي المرأة في دينه 4 أحاديث. It's enough for any person in their religion to have only 4 hadith. And that was one of them. So it's a really important hadith. Leaving what doesn't concern you. Minding your own business. So then he said that he never spoke about what was of no concern. Imam Shafi'i once asked him how old he was. And he said, أقبل على شأنك. Mind your own business. And that's what he said to him. He was a lot younger than him. It wouldn't have been appropriate anyway. But he just let him know. And there's a musalsal from Imam Shafi'i. If anybody asks you how old you are, you say, أقبل على شأنك. So every alim after that would say that. If somebody asked him, how old are you? He'd say, بالمسلسل عن الشافعي عن مالك أقبل على شأنك. Mind your own business. Imam Malik said, إذا أبحت بعمرك إما قالوا ظننتك أكبر من ذلك ظننت أنت أصغر من ذلك. He said, فلن تفلح. They'll either say, I thought you were older than that, or I thought you were younger than that. He said, you're not going to do well in that question. Yeah. So روى ابن القاسم عنه قال كان زياد يضع يده على كتفي ويقول عليك بالجد فإن كان ما يقول أصحابك هؤلاء من الرخص حقا لم يضرك وإن كان الأمر على غير ذلك كنت قد أخذت بالجد. So Ibn al-Qasim, who Ibn Wahb said, Ibn al-Qasim was one of the great scholars, and he was a student of Malik, and the madhab of Malik is really Ibn al-Qasim's opinion more than any other, because he was the one that was with him the longest and for the last period of his life. So he said, he used to put his hand on his shoulder, Ziyad would put his hand on his shoulder and say, be serious in this religion. And if what your companions over there, those say about these rukhas are true, it's not going to harm you as long as you hold to what's more difficult. Don't follow the rukhas. Even though they're valid, don't follow them. Again, remember, this is the maqam. He's going the highest. قال ابن رشد حض زياد مالكا على أن يأخذ لنفسه في خاصته بأشد ما قيل في الاجتهاد في أحكام الدين. Ziyad told Malik, for yourself, in other words, not what you give other people opinions, but for yourself, take the hardest position. For others, make it easy for them, but for yourself, take the hardest position. فللمجتهد الذي كملت له آلات الاجتهاد في خاصته أن يترك ما رآه باجتهاده إلى ما رآه غيره باجتهاده مما هو أشد منه. So Ibn Rushd also mentions that about ijtihad in the ahkam of the deen, the mujtahid, and the mujtahid is, there's different degrees of ijtihad. You have mujtahid al-mutlaq, which is an absolute mujtahid. The mujtahid al-mutlaq is somebody who has reached a level of knowledge of the primary sources and the tools to interpret them that he can't take the opinions of others. He has an obligation upon himself to determine what his own position is in ijtihad. Because there are things, if they could, they would get you to leave your religion. Those people that, بَعْدَمَا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنْهُ الْحَقِّ, right? Even after it's clear to them that it's the truth. What does Allah say to do about these people that want to repel you from your religion and force you to take? He says, فَاصْفَحُوا فَعْفُوا وَاصْفَحُوا. You know, forgive them, overlook them, right? حَتَّى يَأْتِيَ اللَّهُ بِأَمْرِهِ, until Allah brings His amr. Some of them say, brings His amr here is ayatul sayf. Some of the ulama say that. In other words, be patient until you have enough power and then you can knock them over the head. There's many ulama say that once the Muslims establish their power, they have a right to stop mockery of the prophets. Right? And by the way, this was Christian doctrine as well. So you could not mock the prophets. It was a capital offense in Christendom. So this is not, the modern world obviously has removed apostasy laws. But there were apostasy laws and mockery laws in the Muslim lands. But the point is, not all the ulama said that. Many of them said that it means until their ajal comes. If they die, Allah will take care of them. Right? Now, Fakhruddin al-Razi says, if we say all of these ayahs are abrogated by ayatul sayf, which is in the وَإِذَا انْسَلَخَ الْأَشْهُرُ الْحُرُمُ, right? فَاقْتُلُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَيْثُ وَجَدْتُمُوهُم, right? وَخُذُوهُم. So in the ayatul sayf in Tawbah, he says, if once the Hurum months end, then اقتلوا المشركين حيث وجدتموهم وخذوهم, right? وقعدوا لهم واحصروهم وقعدوا لهم كل مرصد. So fight them wherever they are, and so they say that verse abrogated all those verses in the Quran. This is the opinion of many scholars. Fakhruddin al-Razi says, if we say that, we're saying that makarim al-akhlaq nusikhat fi dinina. Then there's no meaning to sabr, there's no meaning to afu, there's no meaning to safah, there's no meaning to any of these things. And that's why it's important for Muslims to really understand this, especially in the time that we're living in. At least take the position of Ibn Taymiyyah. At least take that position, because that's the aql's position. And these, again, are ahkam sultaniyah. They're not private ahkam. They're rules that relate to governance. So if the government implements them, that's their prerogative, but they're not our rules to implement. And if the government doesn't implement them, there's no Muslim that can take it upon himself to implement those rules, like what happened in France. That's not permissible for Muslims to do that. It's haram to do that. First of all, it will lead to anarchy. Vigilantism leads to anarchy. And then if you say, well, now the khilafah is established, and so they can order these things, that's insane. It's just madness. Because first of all, one of the conditions of the caliph is that they have to be able to defend the Muslim lands. And I'm sorry, these guys are living in a fantasy world. They live in fantasy land. One atomic bomb. That's all it will take. And zealots always, God's going to give us victory. It's not the way it works, people. Allah has sunan. The Prophet ﷺ was not suicidal. When he saw that the odds were not favored for him, then he didn't do it. And that's why the Quran, al-ana khaffafa Allahu ankum wa alima anna fikum da'fa. Originally it was 20 to 1, right? That's the original parity. Allah said, no, I know that you're weak. So it's 2 to 1. At least don't flee when it's 2 to 1. So Islam is a religion of Sunan. It's not, we don't believe in, I read a book when I was very young called Ayatul Rahman fi Jihad al-Afghan. And this book really spread in the Muslim world, and it was all about these miracles of the jihad in Afghanistan. Look at Afghanistan now, 30 years, where is the Ayatul Rahman fi Jihad al-Afghan? Where are they? I'd like to see them, these Ayatul Rahman. And look at Afghanistan now, So Muslims have to be serious about this stuff and think deeply about it. There are big problems in the community. Abu Hamid says, اتقاء مواضع الخلاف مهم في الورع في حق المفتي والمقلد. That avoiding the positions of khilaf is important in wara' في حق المفتي والمقلد, in both the mufti and the one imitating them. فإذا أفتى المقلد فإذا أفتى المقلد إمامه بشيء ولإمامه فيه مخالف فالفرار من الخلاف إلى الإجماع من الورع المذكور. So if somebody is a muqallid and he gives a fatwa that is different from what his imam has said, then getting out of the khilaf and going to the ijma' is from this wara', from this scrupulousness. So you should avoid, in giving fatwas, you should always try to give what is the dominant opinion or the ijma' and not go against. وقال محي الدين النووي أهل العلم متفقون على الحث على الخروج من الخلاف إذا لم يلزم منه إخلال بالسنة. Imam Nawawi said that the people of knowledge are in agreement that one should avoid, should attempt to get out of any khilaf as long as it doesn't lead to some blemish in following the sunnah. And that's called the mura'atul khilaf in usul, which is if the imam, for instance, if Imam Shafi'i says you should do the basmala, and he argues that it's part of the Fatiha, then because normally a Maliki would follow that, mura'atan al-khilaf, but because he's leaving a sunnah in his madhab, then he doesn't do it. So that's what he means. So you should usually follow the khilaf, but if it's going to affect a sunnah in your madhab or doing something makruh, because kurihat al-basmala, the basmala is makruh in the Maliki madhab. So you don't do something to get out of khilaf if it means doing something makruh or leaving a sunnah in your own madhab. If it doesn't, then it's good. So, for instance, with women who are menstruating and recitation of the Quran, there's a khilaf about that. The Malikis, though, permit it. And it's not really tatabu' rukhas, to follow the Maliki position in that, because the rukhas are to get out of ibadah. So you're trying to get into ibadah. And so if a woman says, I'm going to take that position, then that's her prerogative as a woman, because she's not doing it to avoid ibadah or to make something easier. She's doing it because she wants to do more ibadah. And if she finds an imam that facilitates that for her, and it's a valid position agreed upon, then that's an example. Or she can follow her madhab that says that she shouldn't read the Quran when she's menstruating. But for some women, that's 10 days out of the month, which is a third of her lifetime. Right? It's a lot of time. And some women really need to recite the Quran just for their own well-being. Anyway, those are khilaf issues. We respect all the imams about this. قال أبو مصعب كان مالك يطيل السجود والركوع وإذا وقف في الصلاة كأنه خشبة يابسة لا يتحرك منه شيء فلما أصابه ما أصابه قيل له لو خففت من هذا قليلا قال لا ينبغي أن يعمل عملا لله إلا حسنه قال تعالى ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. Imam Malik, wow. Yeah. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, that he used to do a long sujood and a long ruku' in his prayer. And if he stood, he was like a dry piece of wood. Like he was just so straight. Nothing moved from him. And in the Maliki madhab, to move around is qillat al-khushu'. Khushu' is stillness. And this is why what's called idhar al-khushu'. You know, the Malikis consider to, they consider like to be like that, idhar al-khushu'. That's makruh. To like show, you're actually supposed to look relaxed. But the khushu' is in that you don't move. That's the khushu'. It's actually not doing that. Like a lot of people do that. That's actually makruh in the madhab. I mean, I'm not making fun of anybody, but yeah, thank you. That's makruh to do that, to show, in the Maliki madhab. I don't know what he said, anybody that does something for the sake of Allah, he should do it really well. Allah says to test you to see which of you is أحسن عملا. انظر هذا الذي كان عليه مالك من الجد في الدين وما أجمع عليه العلماء من اتقاء مواضع الخلاف ومراعاة الأنفاس مع الله وإثار الأثقل على النفس والأفضل الذي لو فجأه الموت وهو عليه ما وجد أفضل منه. So he said, look at how these people were. Malik, look how serious he was in his religion and what the ulama agreed upon, avoiding these differences of opinion and guarding the breast with God and preferring difficult things on the self and recognizing that the best state to be in is that if death came to you, you wouldn't want to be in any other state. ولا يود أن يلقى الله إلا عليه كما قال السحنون وغيره هو الحق الذي لا شك فيه فمن ذم ما دون هذا المقام أو قال إنه من لهو الحديث أو قال بدعة أو فماذا بعد الحق إلا الضلال بالنسبة لهذا المقام فأقول بموجبه. So he's saying now فمن ذم ما دون هذا المقام, as for those who say that less than this maqam is lahu and it's bid'ah, or they say what's after the haqq except dalal, he said, I'm going to say, فأما الذم مطلقا من غير نسبة إضافية ولا سيما وربما لا يكون هو في هذا المقام فذلك حجة عليه. Right? So he's saying, as to make some general blanket statement about that this is the only way, he said that's wrong. The nisbah is idafiyah, and he said, especially for somebody who's not in this maqam, to say that it becomes a hujjah against him if that's not his maqam. And then he says that the real sounds madhab, right? لِبَهَاءَ أَقَاوِيلِ الْعُلَمَاءِ فِي الْآيَةِ. Look at what the ulama have said in the ayah that I opened this book with, that there's three groups. ومن شأن العلماء بالله وبأحكام الله أن يذهبوا مع الناس في الرخصة والسعة ما لم يخاف المأثم. صح من التمهيد. So Ibn Abd al-Barr, one of the great scholars of Andalusia, said the ulama of Allah and of the ahkam of Allah, that they make things easy for people, make them expansive for people as long as they don't fear sinfulness. And this is from the Tamheed. ومن الرسالة رويم من جملة المشايخ مقرئا فقيها قال من حكم الحاكم أن يوسع على إخوانه في الأحكام ويضيق على نفسه فيها فإن توسعة اتباع العلم وتضييق على نفسك من حكم الورع. Ruwaym, one of the great Maliki scholars, he said, من حكم الحاكم, or from من حكم الحاكم, that a judge should make things easy for his brothers, the mufti in ahkam, but he should be hard on himself, because making things easy is ittiba' al-ilm, and making things hard on the self is the wara', it's scrupulousness. وسيأتي إن المرء لا يأخذ على أهله بالورع. A man should never force the difficult positions on his family. And then he says, ولما ذكر الإمام المربي المريدين البلالي ثمرات المحبة قال ومنها نظر غير الكفر بعين الرحمة فمن فقد هذه العلامات كذب في دعوى المحبة. Imam al-Bilali says that from the fruits of mahabba is that he looks at other than the atheists with the eye of mercy, right? And فمن فقد هذه العلامات كذب في دعوى المحبة. And if somebody loses these signs, he's a liar in love, because the Prophet ﷺ loved people. And also, you know, I would put because there's a hadith, the Prophet ﷺ said, لا يؤمن أحدكم لا تؤمنون حتى تراحموا. You know, you won't truly believe until you have mercy with one another. لا تؤمنوا حتى تراحموا. And one of the Sahaba said, كلنا رحيم يا رسول الله. All of us are merciful, O Messenger of Allah. He said, ليست رحمة أحدكم لصاحبه ولكنها رحمة الناس رحمة العامة. It's not the mercy that you have to your brother. It's universal mercy. That's in the Musnad. So the Prophet was a rahmah for everybody. He even looked at disbelievers with rahmah. And so that's important to remember. And then he goes into the masarat of istilqa, which is an interesting, because of a hadith. And then he mentions about the dancing, the people of Habasha. And he has a very nice story here that I wanted to share with you. He says, he talks about that Ibn Rushdin said, لا يجوز الاستدلال بالرؤية على حكم شرعي. That you can't use a vision that you see in a dream. رؤية is like رؤية العين with a ta. When it has alif maqsura, it's a vision, right? And so you can't use a vision to have a حكم شرعي, to have a legal ruling. وانظر أيضا من نص الشاطبي على جوازه. But Imam Shatibi permitted certain things. ورشح الجواز خوف أن يظن أن ذلك مما لا ينبغي. مثل الإمام الذي التزم شعرا ينشده دبر كل صلاة. قال الشاطبي إن قوم أتوا عمر بن الخطاب. So Imam Shatibi relates a story that a group went to Umar ibn al-Khattab. فقالوا له يا أمير المؤمنين إن لنا إماما إذا فرغ من صلاته تغنى. فقال له عمر يعني أحضره. فقال له عمر ويحك بلغني عنك أمر سأني. فقال له وما هو يا أمير المؤمنين فإني أعينك من نفسي. قال فإنه بلغني أنك إذا صليت تغنيت. قال نعم يا أمير المؤمنين. قال أتتمجن في عبادتك؟ قال لا يا أمير المؤمنين ولكنها عظة أعيذ بها نفسي. قال عمر فقلها وإن كان كلاما حسنا قلته معك وإن كان قبيحا نهيتك عنه. فأنشد أبياتا منها نفس لا كنت ولا كان الهوى راقب المولى وخافي وارهبي. فقال عمر نفس لا كنت ولا كان الهوى راقب المولى وخافي وارهبي. ثم قال له عمر على هذا فليغني من غنى. So he said that he heard an imam that used to sing after he prayed. They came to Umar complaining about this imam. This guy prays and then he starts singing. So he said, bring him to me. And he comes and he says, I heard something really bothered me about you. I heard every time you pray, you sing. He said, well, first he said, no, tell me what it is and I'll help you with preventing me. He said, you pray and then you sing. He said, indeed, I do that. And he said, are you being shameless in your worship? And then he said, no, it's just, I'd like to remind myself. It's like a wow. It's a idha. A'idhu biha nafsi. So Omar said, let's hear it. If it's good, I'll say it with you. And if it's not, I'm going to tell you not to do it. So he sang some lines. And from them, Inshad, this is Inshad. And he said, oh soul, you didn't exist, nor did my hawa exist. So beware of your Lord and fear Him and be in awe. You know, it's like you're here now, but there was a point when you weren't here. So have some awareness of the one that brought you here. So when Omar heard that, he said the same thing, and then he said, those who wish to sing, let him sing things like this. Right? So he says, Shatibi says, تأمل قوله بلغني عنك أمر سأني مع قوله أتتمجن في عبادتك. So look at Omar saying, I've heard something about you that's bothered me, and are you being shameless in your worship? فهي من أشد ما يكون في الإنكار. This is like the worst kind of inkar that you can make on somebody, what Omar said to him. حتى علمه أنه يردد على لسانه أبيات حكمة فيها عظة. فحينئذ أقره وسلم له أحسن من هذا. قال الشاطبي هذا كان فعل القوم. قالوا وهم مع ذلك لم يقتصروا في التنشيط للنفوس ولا الوعظ على مجرد الشعر بل وعظوا أنفسهم بكل موعظة. So this is the nas of Imam Shatibi. He said, look at how he condemns him, but then when he hears that this is something that was wisdom and he was using it to exhort himself, and then he agreed with it, and even more than that, he sang it with him. So he says, this is the way the people were. They didn't just لم يقتصروا في التنشيط للنفوس ولا الوعظ على مجرد الشعر. It wasn't just poetry that they used to exhort themselves. They exhorted themselves with anything that was beneficial to them. انظر أيضا تنبيها على ما توهم أنه يلزمه أنه يكرهه لما ذكر مذهبه في الدعاء أدبار الصلوات. Also the prayer after the salawat. عمر رضي الله عنه كان إذا صلى العشاء أخرج الناس من المسجد. They used to close the masjid, Omar. In fact, Al-Saud is the first dynasty in our history that has kept the Prophet's mosque open 24 hours. Because they used to always close it after Isha, from the Sunnah of Omar. So he would close it. فَتَخَلَّفَ لَيْلَةً مَعَ قَوْمٍ يَذْكُرُونَ اللَّهَ فَأَتَى إِلَيْهِمْ فَعَرَفَهُم فَأَلْقَى دُرَّتُهُ وَجَلَسَ مَعَهُمْ وَجَعَلَ يَقُولُ يَا فُلَانُ ادْعُ اللَّهَ لِي يَا فُلَانُ ادْعُ اللَّهَ لِي حتى صار الدعاء إلى عمر فكانوا يقولون عمر فظ غليظ ولم أرى أحدا من الناس تلك الساعة أرق من عمر لا ثقل ولا أحد. So he sat with them. He had his durra because he used to go and try to catch out people that were doing bad things in Medina. And there was a group of people that were remembering Allah. And so Omar sat with them. This is after Isha in the masjid. He sat with them and he said, make dua for me, so-and-so, make dua for me. And each one. And then it came to Omar. And they all said, he's tough. You know, he's a tough one. And he said, but I didn't see anyone that night with a more brittle heart than Omar. Not women wailing over their dead ones or anyone. You know. فقال رجل لأنس يوم يا أبا حمزة لو دعوت الله لنا بدعوات فقال اللهم آتنا في الدنيا حسنة في الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. قال شاطبي إذا كان الأمر على هذا فلا إنكار فيه. So he's talking about dua as a group, you know, because some people reject that and say it's a bid'ah and things like that, right? He's saying, look at these people. Anything that was good, they supported it like that. And this is why he says after this, حقيقة البدعة المذمومة حسب ما يأتي هي التي تميت السنة أو تكاد تفضي إلى إماتتها وإن فعلها بعد تسليمة الرد صحت صلاته بإجماع وفعل جائزا. So he's talking about the dua after the prayer. Because the reality of a dua is something that kills the sunnah or leads to killing the sunnah. But things that are good, like making dua and things, are not. Okay, so can you please mention the 3 remaining hadith mentioned by Abu Dawud? Yeah. He mentioned إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ is one of them, the hadith from Umar radiallahu anhu. It's the first hadith that Imam Muslim begins his book with, and Imam Nawawi, he begins his book with it. إنما الأعمال بالنيات وإنما لكل امرئ ما نوى ومن كانت هجرته إلى الله ورسوله فهجرته إلى الله ورسوله من كانت هجرته إلى الدنيا يصيبها وامرأة ينكحها فهجرته إلى ما هاجر إليه. So, everybody has, their actions are by their intentions, and he said, so everyone has what they intended. Whoever makes hijrah for Allah and His Messenger, his hijrah is for Allah and His Messenger. And if he makes hijrah for some dunya to attain it, or a woman to marry her, his hijrah, his migration is to what he made that migration to. And then the second one was this one, min husni islam al-mar'i tarku ma la ya'ni. From the good of a man is that, I think it's from Anas, and it's a hadith in it's a hadith that's Imam Nawawi also has in the 40 hadith. And then the third one is لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يرضى لأخيه ما يرضى لنفسه. على رواية أبي داود, that he is pleased for his brother what he's pleased for himself. The riwayah that Imam Nawawi relates in the 40 hadith is حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. It's Abu Huraira, I think, relates that, and it's the 12th hadith, I'm pretty sure, in the Nawawi's collection. And then the last one is إن الحلال بينون وإن الحرام بينون وبينهما أمور مشتبهات لا يعلمهن كثير من الناس. So the halal is clear and the haram is clear, and between them are doubtful matters, and they're murky, and not very many people know those matters. فمن اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. So whoever avoids the shubuhat, the doubtful matters, he has kept the purity of his good honor and of his religion. He's maintained a kind of purity of his dignity and his religion. ومن وقع في الشبهات يوشك أن يقع في الحرام كالراعي, right? يرعى حول الحمى. So if you fall into the shubhat, then you're going to fall into the haram. Like a ra'i, somebody who's like a shepherd, he yarta hawl al-hima, he's grazing his sheep around a sanctuary. Ala li kulli malakin hima, ala inna hima Allah maharimuhu. Every king has a sanctuary, and the sanctuary of Allah are the things He's prohibited. Ala wa inna fil jasadi mudgha, idha salahat salaha al-jasadu kulluhu. وإذا فسدت فسد الجسد كله ألا وهي القلب. And isn't there in the breast of the human a lump of flesh? If it's sound, the whole body is sound, and if it's corrupt, the whole body is corrupt. Isn't it the heart? So those are the 4 hadiths that Abu Dawud said sufficed a person in their religion. Bismillah. Any other questions? No other questions? Allahu Akbar, huh?
You mentioned in Ibn Rahimahullah that 4 ayahs were abrogated.
The agreed upon abrogations are about the woman stays in her home until she dies, right? And then the divorce, the rada'at. There's offhand I can't think of them right now, but the abrogated, the idea that the Ayatul Sayf abrogated all of these ayahs of akhlaq, it's very difficult to swallow that. And the proof, I think, that they're muhkama is that there's no ikhtilaf. There should be no ikhtilaf in the Quran. We can differ about what the Quran means, but if you have ikhtilaf about whether a hukm is nasikh or mansukh, you should go that it's muhkam, that it's applicable. And those hadiths that they consider abrogated are really abrogated for the government, not for individuals. So the government doesn't forgive for wrongs that occur to citizens, whereas a person can forgive the wrongs that are done to them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Subhanakallah. I'm a little tired. I'm going to apologize also for the I haven't been around as much, but I'm actually at the end of a very long period of just doing too much. So my apologies for not. I would really like to spend more time with people, but I'm actually physically very, very exhausted. And I don't even like to teach in this state because my brain doesn't function as well as it does when I'm rested. And so I'm worried about just recalling things and forgetting things. So anyway, I just, I know everybody's, I'm happy to just be here with you all, but my sincere apologies for not being more social. Yeah, so my time is up. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين وفقنا توفيق الصالحين. وقل ربي زدني علما. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا زدنا علما. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. I want to, before I go back into that, I want to one of the biggest problems in modern Islam is the idea that you can take from the Quran and the Hadith directly. And so I want to clarify that, because yesterday I was talking about naskh, and that's a huge subject, and a lot of misunderstanding come from it. But what I wanted to clarify was the obligation of going through the ulama, and again, not just the ulama, but really the great ulama, and they have been clearly identified. There are ones that are agreed upon, and then there's ones that are not agreed upon. An agreed upon scholar would be somebody like Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, Fakhruddin al-Razi. I mean, obviously the early period, the four imams, people like, and then each one, according to al-Isfarayini, each one has his area of expertise that he's known for. So, for instance, in Usul al-Fiqh, Imam al-Ghazali is probably, if not the greatest, certainly one of the greatest of the Usuli scholars in the history of Islam. And then in tafsir, somebody like Imam Tabari or Imam al-Qurtubi or Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, or from the Hanafi school, somebody like Imam al-Tahawi in fiqh. And then in hadith, Ibn Batal or Qadi Iyad or Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani or Imam al-Aini. I mean, these are agreed upon imams because their books are used. Even, for instance, Zamakhshari, despite the fact that he is a Mu'tazili in his aqidah. In other words, he was a rationalist in his aqidah. His tafsir al-Kashaf, which is largely a rhetorical tafsir, is almost by consensus considered the finest piece of scholarship in that area. And even in Imam Maqari's book on Aqidah, his matan on Aqidah, he mentions, about the Kashaf, that use the Kashaf, but recognize there's a few deviant positions in it. Like in Suratal Fatir, where he says, the Prophet ﷺ, Adamuhu Shadid al-Quwa, he says that the Prophet is less than Jibreel because the teacher is Jibreel and the student is the Prophet ﷺ. That's a Mu'tazilite position, it's not a Sunni position. But the point is that he was recognized as having imama, as having leadership in that area of language. So his books in language are brilliant. Then you have the ulama that you'll find differences of opinion about, like Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Arabi, the famous philosophical Sufi, who was also a muhaddith and a mufassir, like Ibn Taymiyyah, who was a muhaddith and a mufassir. These were actually encyclopedic giants in terms of the actual amount of information that they had amassed in the religion. But you'll find ulama differ about them. So some ulama will say that Ibn Taymiyyah is a kafir, and then other ulama will say he's Shaykh al-Islam. Some ulama will say about Ibn Arabi that he's Shaykh al-Akbar, and then other ones will say he's a kafir. So you'll find this in the tradition. You'll find these splits. With those type of imams, generally the Ahl Sunnah tended to avoid them. You will find areas where they were greatly honored, but overall their books were not read a lot. Now, in the case of Ibn Arabi, I think he did have quite a following in the Ottoman tradition, and certainly in Syria he had a lot of followers, and in Iran, oddly enough, the Iranians honor him largely through al-Qashani's work, because the Irfani tradition that's there uses him. So my point being is that you're going to find the imams that people differ about, and then you'll find the ones. Now, Abu Hamid, to be fair, there was some difference early on. There were ulama that rejected him, like Imam al-Maziri and Abu Bakr al-Tartushi, Sidi al-Harazim. The ummah pretty much agreed upon his imamah. They called him Hujjat al-Islam, the proof of Islam. And so the idea now, because you have groups that attack him, historically he was not attacked. He was really honored in the community. Some people considered him weak in hadith, and towards the end of his life he started reading hadith quite assiduously. But prior to that, he was more known for his fiqh and for his tasawwuf. So his tazkiyah, which is the ihya. And he's considered a mujaddid by, the ulama, as far as I can tell, they're pretty much agreed upon that he was the mujaddid of that period of time that he lived in, and his effects still go on. And so my point being that you will find differences of opinion. And those that are agreed upon, they also are under the microscope. So not all of their opinions are taken. And over time, they'll look back and scholars will say, well, he was wrong here, he was wrong there. So it's not like everybody, just because they reach that level, that they're not open to criticism. They are. And they will be criticized. Some of their opinions will be challenged by later scholars. During their lifetime, generally, the ulama say, they call them, Imam al-Qarafi mentioned, I think, that the fuqaha were like tuyus ala zariba. They're like goats fighting over the garbage heap. There's a lot of hasad amongst scholars, which was traditionally why contemporaneous scholars did not bear witness against other scholars. You have to really kind of wait to see what the ummah says down the road about them, because their contemporaries will often be against them simply because there's sickness in the souls, and they have hasad, and the ulama themselves have those sicknesses. But over time, those greats become part of the canon, and their books enter into the canon. And this is why you will find certain books are studied over and over and over again throughout history. And those are the most important books to read, because they're given a tawfiq, and they're given an honorific position in the library of the Muslims. There are many books in Arabic grammar, but for some reason, the foundation is Sibawayh's book, and from Sibawayh comes the great abridgments that are studied later, like the Ajurrumiyyah for basic grammar, the Qatr al-Nada, Mulhat al-I'rab, Lamiyat al-Af'al in Sarf, and then the Alfiyah of Ibn Malik in grammar, and Al-Awamil al-Mi'a. In Balagha, there's certain books that were read consistently. In logic, certain books like the Shamsiyah and the Sulam of Akhdari. For some reason, they just spread all over the ummah, which was nice, because when somebody like Ibn Arabi, to use as an example, somebody like Ibn Arabi, who was trained in Andalusia, and most of his shuyukh were in Andalusia, he comes to Konya, and he ends up giving khutbah and teaching and marrying in the culture here. His son-in-law, Sadruddin al-Qunawi, was one of the great muhaddithin of that time. Al-Ajluni said that Ibn Arabi was considered a thiqah in hadith during his time. So his hadith were sound. The point being is that you could have somebody from a completely different culture in Spain come to Turkey, and they fit right in with the ulama. It's really something stunning about the Islamic civilization. And so if you go, for instance, I studied largely with Mauritanians, but the books that I studied, when I meet people from the Deoband Madrasa, they studied a lot of the same books, because they're in the same tradition. And even if they aren't the same books, the subject matter is so similar that we know the same technical vocabulary, and we can communicate about these things. Because usul al-fiqh, it differs a little bit in the Hanafi as opposed to the Shafi'i or the Maliki usuli tradition. There's some differences in the mustalahat, but overall, it's very similar. And so, what's happened in the modern period, and this in essence is a kind of Protestant impulse, which is the idea of going back to the original sources, of bypassing tradition, of going back to the Quran and the Sunnah. And this is a kind of chant that modern Muslims have. Now, part of the problem with that is the Quran and the Sunnah are in language, and language by its very nature has the problem of ambiguity, all language. I can use a term, and you can understand one thing, and I mean something very different from it. And so this is a problem. And this is why defining terms was so important in our tradition. There's a whole slew of literature which is called al-ta'rifat, al-hudud wa-ta'rifat, the tradition of definitions and terms. I mean, there's so many books on this subject. One of the most famous is Al-Jurjani or Ibn Fawrak. But these books were foundational books, because there are words that are used that you have to understand them if you're going to understand the Hadith or the Quran and the books of the scholars. So learning these things was very important, and that's the basis of communication, is that we're speaking the same language. If our language differs, then our communication is going to break down. Whether it's two different languages, like Turkish and English, there's almost no communication. But even within the same language, if we're using terms in a different way, it's going to break down, which is one of the reasons why in adab al-bahth wal munadhara, it's the right of your interlocutor, whoever you're engaging with in a discussion, it's the right of the interlocutor to ask for a definition. It's a right. So any word you use, the person that you're speaking with, you can say arrafhu, yani how are you defining that term? And the definition of a term is done through the 5 predicables. So that's a whole other subject, because you have to study that to do al-bahth wal munadhara. So in saying that abrogation is a major problem in our community, the real problem is not so much abrogation, but it's people that are unqualified, that are taking the Quran and the Sunnah into their own hands and not understanding how subtle these things are. That even naskh in itself, and we assert as Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, all of us, we assert naskh. It's part of our tradition to believe in abrogation. It's one of the things that the Jews and the Christians differed about, because the Christian tradition, the New Testament, abrogates a lot of the Old Testament. And the Jews rejected the idea of abrogation. One of the things about the Quran is it comes as a muhaymin. It's a guardian of the previous dispensations. And so it will often clarify debates that they were having amongst themselves. And this is why the Quran will take positions. For instance, in the 7 sleepers, the Orthodox tradition, they put them in their canon of saints. So they are considered saints in the Orthodox tradition. The Catholic tradition doesn't believe in the 7 sleepers. They say that it's an apocryphal tradition and it doesn't have validity. The Quran sides with the Orthodox tradition on that issue, and basically argues that the Catholics made a mistake on that one. They missed them. So this is the abrogation is asserted in the religion, but the meaning of abrogation and the idea somehow that abrogation can completely nullify verses in the Quran, this is where you're going to get the khilafat. Some see the abrogation as a takhsis, that you khassis, that it's really making specific things that are general, or that the tadarruj of a hukam. So, for instance, in wine, in the alcohol, it's not so much naskh as tadarruj, that the Quran is taking people by degrees, going from a society that imbibes a lot of alcohol to a society that's free of alcohol. And instead of doing it all at once, it does it over a period of time. So each of those verses, it relates to a specific time period. So these are the issues. But the point of, Ayatul Sayf, which is in Tawbah and also the verse in Surah Muhammad, that to argue that these verses have abrogated all of the Meccan verses is completely insane. And this is one of the things that you will see people that really hate Islam. This is one of the key issues that they focus on in their books. What they say is Muslims will go to interfaith conferences and they'll say all these wonderful, beautiful ayahs, but what they're not telling you is all those ayahs were abrogated. This is a very common motif in anti-Muslim writing. And they'll bring our own sources. You see, they'll bring our own sources and they'll say, here it is right there. Look, Imam Suyuti in Al-Itqan, and this is considered a valid book in their tradition. In the Al-Itqan, he says all these verses have been abrogated, and the Quran itself says that مَا نَنْسَخْ مِنْ آيَةٍ وَنُنْسِيهَا نَأْتِي بِمِثْلِهَا بِخَيْرٍ مِنْهَا أَوْ مِثْلِهَا. We don't abrogate an ayah or cause it to be forgotten, except that we bring better than it or its like. And then Allah is saying this is a demonstration of His qudra. Right? So they'll use these arguments. And Muslims, unfortunately, we have to be more aware of our own tradition in that way to be able to defend ourselves. Because the ahkam that were revealed in Mecca, these are universal. This is universal virtue. And to say that these are abrogated is to argue for the abrogation of makarim al-akhlaq, which many of our scholars have said, including Tabari, including in earliest tafsirs, this is mentioned. But in relation to power, the Prophet ﷺ is powerless in Mecca, and he has power in Medina. وَلَا حَوْلَ وَلَا قُوَّةَ إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. I mean, these terms are tricky terms, because they're people love these, modern people love these power. It's all about power. And our tradition is a tradition of divestment of power. But God gives power, and enables people to do things. In reality, the power is His alone. But He does enable people to do things. This is the istita'a. And so there are people over other people in this world, and they have power over them. They can exploit them. When you're in power, a certain set of rules applies to you that does not apply when you're not in power. And a lot of the problems that come with abrogation relate to this fundamental problem. That for an average Muslim, all those Meccan verses should apply to him. But for a government, you don't forgive people if they wrong other people. But if you're wronged yourself, it's a high thing to do to forgive other people. And the Prophet always forgave unless it was a haqq of Allah. In his personal haqq, he always forgave people. He forgave the woman who poisoned him. And that's warada, the sunnah, that he forgave her in his haqq. If there is a qisas in that situation, it was because of the sahabi that died from the poison, according to the ulama. But in terms of his haqq, he forgave her. And there are many examples of that. And in the end, if you take anything that's harsh in the Quran, you have to relate it to the Prophet, وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَضًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ فَبِمَا رَحْمَةٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ لِنْتَ لَهُمْ. It's a mercy from Allah that you were made gentle. His nature was gentle. Right? And had you been, low here is حرف امتناع لامتناع. It's impossible. وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَضًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ لَنْفَضُّوا مِنْ حَوْلِكَ. They would have dispersed from your presence, like people that flee. If you see people fleeing from people claiming to follow the Prophet, just know for certain that they're not following the Prophet. Because the Prophet's way is a way of attraction. It's not a way of negation. And so and then the other thing, in the 23 years in which the Prophet actually fought, rather the 13 years, because he did 10 years, because he didn't fight for the first 13 years. There were 29 ghazwa. Out of those 29 ghazwa, fighting only occurred in 11 of them. So 2/3 of his so-called battles had no fighting in them. I mean, had he been, hashahu sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this bloodthirsty character that they describe in the West, then we would have had battles fighting in all his battles, and we would have had all this bloodshed. Less than if you look at the total number of people that were killed, and there are certain battles that the Prophet ﷺ, the biggest battle in terms of numbers, 6 people died, right? In the Khandaq. I mean, they had, all these thousands of tribes came from around Arabia to annihilate the Prophet ﷺ, and 6 people died. And Allah says that He kaffa aydihum ankum, that He's the one that prevented them. Kullama uqada naran al-harbi atfa'ha Allah. That they tried to start the flames of war, and Allah put those flames out. Right? So the Prophet ﷺ actually in most situations, he did not have these huge battles. It was quite the opposite. Even at Badr, the loss of 70 people was considered a major loss in the Arabian Peninsula. If you look at all of these battles, you will find that less than 400 Sahaba died in the 23 years. That happens in one day today. And the Bani Qurayza, the so-called massacre of the Jews, I think that all needs to be restudied. One of the major sources for that was Rifa' al-Quradi, somebody from Bani Qurayza. Imam Malik didn't accept a lot of the opinions about that. He didn't accept Ibn Ishaq's narrations. Ali Barakat wrote a book of very solid history, arguing that grossly exaggerated. If you read the descriptions of, it's anywhere from 400 to 1,000 Jews being killed, and Ali's doing the whole thing. It's just, a lot of it just does not ring true. And this is part of the problem with those early sources, is that, and this is Ibn Khaldun's principle, that you have to look intelligently at history, even seerah and the hadith literature about some of these narrations. And that's not in any way ta'an fi turathina, because I have great respect for the rigor of our muhaddithun, and I do accept the whole classical Sunni preservation of hadith. I am in no way a revisionist in that way. But I'm also aware of a lot of narrations got into our tradition to make certain people look bad, like Imam Ali. And also we had Jewish converts to Islam that would bring in their own narratives also. People tend to exaggerate massacres. This has happened many times in history. The Turks have been still dealing with the Hamidian, so-called Hamidian massacres of the Armenians, and then the Armenian massacres of World War I. Those are all very problematic areas, and that's just 100 years ago. So what about 1,400 years ago? If in the full light of history, there's all these debates about these Armenian massacres, then how are we going to look at things that occurred? And the hadith, the athar about the 3,000 Muslims going up against 30,000 Romans. I mean, if you again read those, there's a lot of problems in those narrations, and anyway. So my point of all that is that we have to assert, our Prophet ﷺ, that the 13 years in Mecca are not nullified. They're not null and void, because if that was true, they have no meaning. The Prophet's behavior has no meaning if Allah just abrogates it and says it has no meaning. It has to have meaning, and it has to be meaningful to us. And what's interesting to me about the Quran is it really gives two possibilities. Because it's a bridge between the Mosaic tradition and the Jesuit tradition. It's got these interesting of forgiving and redressing through justice. It gives both options to people. The Quran says you can have your justice if you want, but know the standard that you judge in this world, you're going to be judged in the next world. It's better to forgive. The Quran will always say that. It's better to forgive. It's better to overlook. لَا تَكُ فِي ضَيْقٍ مِّمَّا يَمْكُرُونَ. Don't get caught up in, don't feel constricted about this. This is good for you. There's a reason why this is happening to you. Be patient. This is what the Quran is saying. But then it says, if you want your justice, you can have it. If you read Surah Al-Shura, it's almost like a debate between the self about forgiveness and redressing wrongs, and forgiveness and redressing wrongs. It's like an internal conflict between people. And so it's very important for Muslims to, this idea that people can read the Quran and take directly from the Quran is one of the most dangerous ideas in our community, because it will lead to a complete fragmentation of our religious tradition, which is already happening, but it will happen even more. If you go to America, there are so many different denominations. Every street corner in some places in America has a different church. And people go to different houses of worship. Why? Because they all interpret the Bible differently. So the Baptists interpret it differently from the Methodists, and the Methodists from the Episcopalians, and the Episcopalians from the Anabaptists, and the Anabaptists from the Pentecostals, and the Pentecostals from the Holy Rollers, and on and on and on. And and then you have the little funny ones where there's a preacher and his family, because he's the only one on the planet that really understands the Bible. I mean, you really literally have churches like that. And this is what happens when you allow a complete lack of regulation of sacred scripture. And so what this tradition is really about is maintaining a type of regulatory mechanism on sacred scripture so that not everybody can say what they think it means. You have to be qualified to do that. And that qualification takes many years of rigorous training that also has to be accentuated by a brilliance. So it's one thing to have the training. I mean, I've been undergoing this thing for a long time. I don't have the qualifications necessary to be one of those imams, and I'm very aware of that. I know my limitations. I'm not stupid or deluded about that. I mean, there are people that think they can do that, but it's not like that. And if you spend any time with somebody like Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, you will know how far you are from just what the necessary prerequisites are. And academic scholarship is very different from classical Islamic scholarship. I mean, the idea of a Western academic having knowledge of just knowing the 10 qira'at was a sine qua non. Right? To know the 10 variants of the Quran. And there are tathabbatu, in Suratal Al-Hujurat, there's a variant, tathabbatu and tabayyanu. It's written exactly the same way without the dots, but there are two qira'at. One is tathabbatu and one is tabayyanu, and they mean different things. And there's a reason why they mean something different. And so the person has to understand what the difference is between tathabbut and tabayyun in a khabar. In ja'akum fasiqun bi khabarin fatathabbatu, aw fatabayyanu. And you have to do both. And that's why they're both there. So I just want to go through to drive this home. I know I'm belaboring it now, but Ibn al-Jawzi, who was a little earlier than, but not much. He was a generation and a half earlier than Sidi Muwaq, and Sidi Muwaq would have studied him and certainly been a master of the issues. But one of the things he says is that, the ulum of Quran that are contained in the Quran and also that need to be known for the Quran, he says that you can look at this from a summary and you can look at it from a detailed description. The summary of it, he says, أما على الجملة فاعلم أن المقصود بالقرآن دعوة الخلق إلى عبادة الله وإلى الدخول في دين الله ثم إن هذا المقصد يقتضي أمرين لا بد منهما وإليهما ترجع معاني القرآن كله أو معاني القرآن كله. أحدهما بيان العبادة التي دعي الخلق إليها، والآخر ذكر بواعث تبعثهم على الدخول فيها وتقودهم إليها. فأما العبادة فتنقسم إلى نوعين وهما أصول العقائد وأحكام الأعمال، وأما البواعث عليها فأمران وهما الترغيب والترهيب. So this is the jumla of the Quran. He says, know that the whole purpose of this Quran is an invitation of creation to worship their Creator and to enter into a covenant with Him, a deen with Him, a transaction. So that's the maqsood of the Quran. That's the intention of the Quran. He just summarized for you the whole purpose of the Quran. It is an invitation to the creation from the Creator to enter in, to worship Him and to enter into His deen. And then he said this maqsad, this purpose necessitates two things. لَا بُدَّ مِنْهُمَا, they're inescapable. And وَإِلَيْهِمَا تَرْجِعُ مَعَانِي الْقُرْآنِ كُلِّهِ. Yeah, because the Bamir goes back to the Quran. مَعَانِي الْقُرْآنِ. It goes, all of the Quran, the meanings of the Quran. The entire Quran, it goes back to the ma'ani, to these two things. One of them is to clarify what that the ibadah is, that creation is being called to. What is the ibadah? And the second is what are the incentives that would incentivize somebody to go into that relationship and to drive them to it. As for ibadah, this devotion, it is of two divisions, two types. Usul al-aqaid wa ahkam al-amal. It's foundational beliefs and categories of action or behavior. So, rulings about how to act and principles of what to believe. This is all of the Quran. And then he says, as for the incentives, they go back to two things. Targhib and tarhib. Things that are desirable and things that are fearful. So, this is the stick and the carrot. There are things that will encourage you to act, and there are things that will deter you from acting. Fear and hope. Those are the two incentives in the Quran. وَأَمَّا عَلَى التَّفْسِيرِ فَاعْلَمْ أَنَّ مَعَانِيَ الْقُرْآنِ سَبْعَةٌ. The meanings of Quran are 7. So every verse in the Quran can be taken back to 7 basic meanings. Every verse in the Quran. Some of the verses will have more than one. But everything in the Quran will go back to 7 basic meanings. وَهِيَ عِلْمُ الرُّبُوبِيَّةِ, knowledge about the Lord, knowledge of lordship. عِلْمُ النُّبُوَّةِ, knowledge of prophecy. عِلْمُ الْمَعَادِ, knowledge of eschatology, what happens after death. Knowledge of ahkam, rules. And then wa'ads, a promise. Wa'id, a threat. Because the Arabs, they say aw'ada, right? And wa'ada, to make a promise and to make a threat. They use the same word. So the wa'id is the threat. So a promise and a threat, and then qasas, stories. That's the Quran. Those 7 meanings. Rububiyyah, Nubuwwah, Ma'ad, Ahkam, Wa'ad, Wa'id, and Qasas. So, basically divinities, prophecies, eschatologies, legal categories, promises, threats, and stories. History. And then he goes, فَأَمَّا عِلْمُ الرُّبُوبِيَّةِ, as for rububiyyah, you have إِثْبَاتُ وُجُودِ الْبَارِ جَلَّ جَلَالُهُ وَالِاسْتِدْلَالَ عَلَيْهِ بِمَخْلُوقَاتِهِ. So you have that Allah is showing that He exists. وَالِاسْتِدْلَالَ عَلَيْهِ بِمَخْلُوقَاتِهِ, and He shows that He exists through His creation. The word in Arabic for the world is called alam. Alam in Arabic is ismul ala. It's called ismul ala. Fa'al. Fa'alun is ismul ala. Like miftah is ismul ala. It's the noun of instrumentation. It's the noun that enables you to do something with it. Alam is the instrument of knowledge. All of knowledge comes through the senses. We have a priori knowledge, but even that a priori knowledge is discovered through the senses. And so when people say to you that all you can know is what's in the world, that's not true. There's a priori knowledge that you have, intuitive knowledge that you have about the world that the world does not indicate to you. Abstractions are one of them. The fact that you can essentialize There's nothing in the world that indicates that. That's something that the mind is gifted with. So Allah uses the world to show that the alam, and He's Rabbul Alameen. The alam, this instrument of knowledge, is to help you know your Lord. That's the purpose of the world. Because He lies behind veils. I'm astaghfirullah, I don't even want to use that word lies. God is hidden behind veils. He has veiled Himself because His light is blinding. We can't know Him directly. We can't know His essence, but we can know His attributes, and therefore He reveals His attributes through the world. This is how He comes to be known. And so, وكل ما جاء في القرآن من التنبيه على المخلوقات والاعتبار في خلق الأرض والسماوات والحيوان والنبات والرياح والأمطار والشمس والقمر والليل والنهار وغير ذلك من الموجودات فهو دليل على خالقه. All those things in the Quran that are talking about thinking about creation, considering the creation of the earth, the heavens, animals, foliage, winds, rain, the sun, the moon, wal-layli, right? Wash-shamsi, wad-duhaha. All these verses are to make you think about this vast creation that He has made. And all those other things that are mentioned, these are all proofs of the Creator. And this is the way He asserts His wahdaniyah, because His oneness will be understood through this. If you contemplate it deeply enough, you will arrive at oneness, because there are proofs against the multiplicity of sources behind this. This is the argument from what's called the first cause, which is a very sophisticated and difficult argument that people don't fully grasp because they haven't taken the time to study it. It actually, traditionally, in the Christian tradition, they spent 15 years studying these issues. 15 years in seminary. People now, they read St. Thomas's gross abridgments of these arguments, and they think, oh, there's nothing here for me. I don't believe in this. But if you reflect deeply about where this came from, you fall into two major problems, dawr wa tasalsul. And so all of these things are to take people out into an understanding of God's unity. وَالرَّدَّ عَلَى الْمُشْرِكِينَ وَالتَّعْرِيبِ بِصِفَاتِ اللَّهِ مِنَ الْحَيَاةِ وَالْعِلْمِ وَالْقُدْرَةِ وَالسَّمْعِ وَالْبَصَرِ وَغَيْرِ ذَلِكَ مِنْ أَسْمَائِهِ وَصِفَاتِهِ وَالتَّنْزِيهِ عَمَّا لَا يَلِيقُ بِهِ. So these are proofs of the Creator, His oneness. They're refutations of people that associate with God. They're also ways of coming to know the attributes of God, such as life, knowledge, power, hearing, sight, and all these other things from His names and His attributes, and removing any association with Him that would be inappropriate to associate with Him. That's rububiyyah in the Quran. أما النبوة فإثبات نبوة الأنبياء عليهم الصلاة والسلام على العموم. It is to establish or assert the reality of prophecy of the prophets, may peace and blessing be upon all of them, in general, وَنَبُوَّةِ مُحَمَّدٍ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ عَلَى الْخُصُوص, and specifically the Prophet Muhammad's prophecy. And this is why the great Muslim obsession was not with proving the existence of God. It was actually proving the existence of prophets, especially our Prophet Muhammad. Because if you can prove the Prophet, then it follows, if the Prophet's telling you there's a God, it's obvious. So they really wrote many books of Dalail al-Nubuwwah, proving the Prophet ﷺ, the fact that he was predicted by so many previous dispensations, the fact that he had factual miracles. There are miracles that could not be alive because the Quran actually mentions them, and the Quraysh were there, and the Quran doesn't say anything about the Quraysh denying it, because they saw these things with their own eyes. Because there are things in the Quran where the Quraysh will actually say that's not true. They'll refute things. But certain things they didn't. And this is one of the interesting things about Orientalists. If anything in our tradition puts the Muslims or the Prophet ﷺ in a bad light, it's treated as history. They always just treat it as history. But anything that has any miraculous element, it's clearly fabricated. So Aisha's age is history. But the palm tree that moaned in the masjid, clearly fabricated. right? Even though there's debate about Aisha's age. And al-Bukhari, I mean, you could easily have dropped just the 10 marker. There are ulama that say she was 16, not 6. So there, and many examples like that. And then part of that is that al-kutub التي أنزلها الله عليهم ووجود الملائكة الذين كان منهم وسائط بين الله وبينهم والرد على من كفر بشيء من ذلك وينخرط في سلك هذا ما ورد في القرآن من تأنيس النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وكراماته والثناء عليه وسائر الأنبياء صلى الله عليه وعليهم أجمعين. And so also the fact that they are a means between God and between His creation. And there's refutations against those who disbelieve. And also there are things in the Quran in order to mollify or mitigate the sorrows of the Prophet ﷺ, and telling him about the previous prophets and what they went through, so that this gives a type of solace for the Prophet. So the Quran is very solicitous for the Prophet's spiritual well-being by reminding him that you're in a long chain of people that have been wronged, and this is the sunnah of God, because He's elevating you with these tribulations. أما المعاد فإثبات الحشر وإقامة البراهين عليه والرد على من خالف فيه وذكر ما في الدار الآخرة من الجنة والنار والحساب والميزان وصحيف الأعمال وكثرة الأهوال وغير ذلك. And also the ma'ad, which is eschatology, proving the existence of the hashar, that we will all be brought together and after we die, and establishing proofs against those who differ from that, about the afterlife and about Jannah and Nar, about paradise and hell, and about the reckoning and about the mizan, the actual scales in which actions are weighted, about the deeds, the book of deeds that you have, and also all of the terrifying aspects of that day. All of that is in the ma'ad in the Quran. أما الأحكام, as for the rules, فهي الأوامر والنواهي وتنقسم 5 أنواع. So there's 5 categories: واجب ومندوب وحرام ومكروه ومباح. We've already gone through that. ومنها ما يتعلق بالأبدان كالصلاة والصيام وما يتعلق بالأموال كالزكاة وما يتعلق بالقلوب كالإخلاص والخوف والرجاء وغير ذلك. And then there's things that relate to the bodies. So you have the prayer and fasting, and then what relates to wealth, like zakat, and then what relates to the hearts, ahkam al-qulub, is in the Quran. الَّذِينَ فِي صَلَاتِهِمْ خَاشِعُونَ. Those who are in their prayer, they're khashi'un, they have khushu', محل الخشوع القلب. So ikhlas, sincerity. وَمَا أُمِرُوا إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ. They were only commanded to worship Allah with ikhlas. أما الوعد, as for the wa'd, فمنه وعد بخير الدنيا ومن النصر والظهور وغير ذلك. So the promise that they'll have good in this world, if they follow Allah, they'll be given victory. This is one of the crises of modern Muslims, is that there's all these verses of victory. Muslims were given victory always in their history. And then what happened? Well, if you don't fulfill the covenant, then it doesn't work. And this is one of the interesting things about Islam. There's something on that I don't remember who did it, but they did a timeline of the historical spread of religions. How many people saw that? Yeah, a lot of people. So one of the interesting things about that is how slow these other religions started. When it gets to Islam, it just turns green everywhere. It spread so rapidly. What was that? Why did Islam spread so much more rapidly than these other religions? It can't be argued that it was just military conquest. I mean, that's just because the Mongols had a vast spread and then they're gone. They disappeared. But this religion stayed. Why is that? Why is it that 96, there's two opinions, 96 or 98% of Turks are Muslim? Why is that? I mean, why is it that the Persians very proud great civilization, they became Muslim. And they left their own prophet, Zardusht. He was a Persian. Right? Zardusht, they had a Persian religion. They left their own Persian prophet for an Arab prophet. They looked down on the Arabs. The Arabs to them were akaratul bab. They were the lizard eaters. That's what they called them. They looked down on them. They were their mawali. The Persians controlled the Arab. How is it that the Persians, with all their pomp and circumstance, within such a short time, embraced the religion of Islam and then became the greatest Muslims? Look at the history. Salmanu minna al-bayt. The Prophet ﷺ said about the verse in the Quran, وَآخَرِينَ مِنْهُمْ لَمَّا يَلْحَقُوا بِهِمْ. There are those coming later that haven't achieved yet. He said, he pointed to Salman and he said, هُمْ مِنْ قَوْمِ هَذَا. They're from this man's people. لو كان العلم بالثريا لناله رجال من الفرس. If knowledge was on Pleiades, it would be Persians that got there. The Persians gave us the higher mathematics. Look at these great Persian mathematicians. The Persians gave us Maulana Rumi. I mean, why is everywhere all over the world people are just so in love with his words? Why does he speak universally? All of our great imams of hadith, Imam al-Bukhari, Imam Muslim was of Arab background, but he was raised in Persian tradition. He's a Naysapuri. He was from Nishapur, but he's originally from the Arab. But Tirmidhi was a Persian. An-Nasa'i was a Persian. Ibn Majah, Persian. The great Arab scholars of Islam, Persians, all of them. Really. It was the later ones that came, that condensed what the Persians had codified. Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, the great Usuli scholars, Imam al-Juwayni, al-Ghazali, these are Persians. It's amazing what Persia gave to Islam. And they were Sunnis. The Seljuk who came here came from the Persian, from Central Asia, the great Turkish peoples. They came here, established this incredible civilization here in Turkey. The Ottomans, the educated Ottomans were fluent in Turkish, Persian, and Arabic. The Yenisheri had to learn Persian. That was part of their training. It's amazing what they did. So the Prophet promised, he was given promise of this victory. It happened so swiftly. It was amazing how swift it happened. When the Ottomans took the mantle, when the Seljuk collapsed and the Ottomans took the mantle, nobody in the history, you look at, this is the longest ruling family in human history that we know of. No other family ruled longer than them. How did they break all those historical Sanan? How did they do it for so long? In the 16th century, they were already talking about Ottomans would be over soon. In Europe, can't last much longer, just 400 years, right? Seriously. My mother was born and there was a sultan, there was a khalifa. My mother, 95 this year. When she was born, there was still a khilafah. Khilafah was officially November 1st, 1922. And then 24, it's ended completely with the establishment of the Republic. But my mother was alive and there was a sultan, a khalifa of the Muslims. It wasn't that long ago. So, the Nasr, in Tansurullah, yansurkum. If you give victory to God, God will give victory to you. We have all these Muslims. I mean, if you look at what happened in the Ottoman lands that were defended, Mustafa Sabri says 2/3 of Ottoman history was defending other Muslims. 2/3 of their history. And then when the breakdown happens, they're betrayed by all these people. And now the Muslims are suffering from the effects of those betrayals. Nobody wants to deal with this fact. It's painful. You allied yourselves with the British, and look what you got. Sultan Abdul Hamid wouldn't give up Palestine. He was offered, all the Ottoman debts would have been forgiven. And the famous letter, everybody knows about this stuff. He said, I can't give up. It's not mine to give. Can't sell something. It's a sacred trust. But people there were promised, oh, we'll give you your own country, get rid of these horrible Turks, right? Beware of white man speaks with forked tongue, right? That's what the Native Americans, you want to talk about promises from white people, talk to the Native Americans, right? Seriously, white man speaks with forked tongue. They're all snakes, sister. Yeah, you got poisonous ones, you got non-poisonous ones, so watch out. No, that's... She's like shaking her head. Did I just hear that right? Yeah, no. There's good white people and bad white people. There's good black people and bad black people. There's good and bad. And then there's mixed inside the same person, like most of us. But don't listen to your enemies. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Right? You know, that's a Turkish saying. That must be. Because they brought that big Trojan horse, right? That was in Turkey. They put it outside as a gift, you know, and poor Cassandra, given the gift of prophecy, don't bring the horse in. But part of the gift was the curse that nobody would listen to her. So he said, don't bring the horse in. It's a mistake. No, this is a gift. Look, they're finished. 10 years, we beat them. They brought it in. That's what has happened to the Muslim world. We brought in this Trojan horse. Right? And what happens in the Trojan horse is that at night they get all drunk, they're celebrating their victory, and then the Greeks come out of the horse and then open the gates. And the Greeks come back and they wipe out Troy. Right? Kill all the men and take all the women and children as slaves. So, you know, now it's the television. If you want a Trojan horse in the house, I mean, it's the television. Let me entertain you. I mean, you tell me one human being that if some creepy looking stranger knocked on the door and said, you know, can I sit with your kids for a couple hours? I'd like to entertain them. What would that person in that house do? Seriously, what would they would slam the door, call the police or something. You know, there's some pedophile outside my house, wants to sit with my children. But people plop their children in front of televisions with perfect strangers. You know, I looked up a Facebook of a Disney cartoonist. Like when I was doing my research on Disney, I literally decided, hey, they probably have Facebook. I went to one of these guys' Facebook, and I swear to God, in his little, like, what do you do for work or whatever, he said, defiler of children. That's what he put as his occupation. Defiler of children. At least he was honest. You know. So the wa'ad is something, you know, but most of the wa'ad is about akhirah. So dunya, don't think it's all dunya. It's really وَهُوَ الْأَكْثَرُ كَأَوْصَافِ الْجَنَّةِ وَنَعِيمِهَا, like the descriptions of paradise. أما الوعيد فمنه تخويف بالعقاب في الدنيا ومنه تخويف بالعقاب في الآخرة وهو الأكثر كأوصاف جهنم وعذابها وأوصاف القيامة وأهوالها. وتأمل القرآن تجد الوعد مقرونا بالوعيد وقد ذكر أحدهما على أثر ذكر الآخر ليجمع بين الترغيب والترهيب وليتبين أحدهما بالآخر كما قيل بضدها تتبين الأشياء. So he says, as for the threat, it is to frighten people about punishment in this world if you do bad things, like لا تقربوا الزنا إنه كان فاحشة وساء سبيلا. Don't go near fornication. It's a bad thing. It leads to AIDS and syphilis and gonorrhea and all these horrible things. In dunya, there's a iqab in dunya. The Prophet ﷺ said, ما ظهرت فاحشة في قوم إلا أصيبت بأمراض لم تكن في أسلافهم. No sexual deviancy will manifest in a people except they will be afflicted by diseases that their ancestors didn't know about. So that's one of the punishments of zina. You're warned. And if you don't follow that wa'id, then accept the consequences in dunya before akhirah. This is why Imam al-Kandahari said that the Sharia is Hujjatullah al-Baligha. It's the clear proof of Allah. It's His Hujjah. Because if you go against the prohibitions in the Quran, you will have horrible things happen to you. The Prophet said, don't go against your rulers. The Quran says, beware of disobeying the Prophet. You will be afflicted by civil strife and great painful chastisement. So if you go against your ruler and then all this horrible stuff happens, and why is this happening? قُلْ هُوَ مِنْ عِنْدِ أَنفُسِكُمْ. Say it's from your own souls. You were told not to do something. And then the Quran says, beware of fitnas. اتَّقُوا فِتْنَةً لَا تُصِيبَنَّ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْكُمْ خَاصَّةً. Beware of fitna, of tribulations, calamities, civil strife, civil war. It has a lot of meanings. Beware of fitna that doesn't just afflict the innocent among you, the guilty among you. In other words, ta'um al-adab. The fitna afflicts everybody. And the Mufassirun say, if fitna only afflicted the unjust amongst people, there would be no reason to do amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar. There's no reason to enjoin right or forbid evil because he's going to get his, just wait. But when you see people doing openly sinful things, oppression, and all these things outwardly, or sexual profligacy and these things, then you start thinking, if I don't condemn this, this is going to afflict me. So you're actually protecting yourself. Self-preservation is the first instinct. You're protecting yourself. And this is why the harm principle, John Stuart Mill's harm principle doesn't work for Muslims. Because he has no metaphysical concept of harm. We have a metaphysical concept of harm. That if we allow these types of deviancies to manifest in a civilization or a culture, and we don't condemn it, then it's going to afflict all of us. We'll get the diseases that their sinfulness is accruing. They'll start afflicting our innocent people through blood transfusion or through other means. This is a reality. And it's not hatred towards those things. It's recognition of what these things mean to a culture and a civilization. They're dangerous things. And history shows that this is true. That's why the Quran is 1/3 sacred history. Look at the rise of people and look at their fall. They rise when they obey and stay within these limits, and they fall when they disobey and begin to transgress these boundaries that have been set for them for their own preservation. These are for their own good. وَأَمَّا الْقَصَصِ. As for and then he says, you will always find تَأَمَّلَ الْقُرْآنِ. Reflect on the Quran, تَجِدَ الْوَعْدِ مَقْرُونًا بِالْوَعِيدِ. You will always see in the Quran, if there's a promise, a threat follows. If there's a threat, a promise follows. That it's fear and hope. I've told this story before, but I was literally, I wasn't in the bar, but I was in a hotel that had one of those open sitting areas, and you could buy drinks or coffee. And this guy was drinking a Heineken beer and reading a translation of the Quran, which struck me as so odd. And I just said to him, he was sitting across from me, I said, how are you finding, I was in a suit and, no indication outwardly that I was Muslim. I said, how are you finding that book? And he looked at me and said, this is a very interesting book. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, how'd you come about reading it? He said, well, I'm doing business in the Gulf, and I thought, I should know something about their beliefs, and so I wanted to read, and I've been reading it. And he said, this book makes a lot of sense. And then he said, it's very interesting because, it's always like it scares me, but then it kind of relieves my fears. It creates this tension. And I said, wow, you got that on the first reading? That's pretty impressive. So, أَمَّا الْقَصَصِ. And then he says, in order to join targhib and tarhib together, the both, fear and hope, لِيَتَبَيَّنَ أَحَدُهُمَا بِالْآخَرِ. So you can understand one in light of the other, as it's said by the Arabs, بِضِدِّهَا تَتَمَيَّزَ الْأَشْيَاء or تَتَبَيَّنَ الْأَشْيَاء. By opposites, things are known. You know the night because of day. If it was always night, we wouldn't really have a word for that. It would just be, reality. You wouldn't say, oh, it's nighttime. You just say, أما القصص فهو ذكر أخبار الأنبياء المتقدمين وغيرهم. As for the qasas, this is making mention of the prophets and the ancients. كقصة أصحاب الكهف, like the people of the Kahf, وذي القرنين, and the two-horned one. فإن قيل ما الحكمة في تكرار قصص الأنبياء في القرآن. What's the wisdom in repeating these stories? فالجواب من ثلاثة أوجه. It has three aspects, this hikmah. The first, الأول أنه ربما ذكر في سورة من أخبار الأنبياء ما لم ذكر في سورة من أخبار الأنبياء ما لم يذكره في سورة أخرى. So he might mention something in one surah about the Anbiya that he doesn't mention in another surah. وَفِي كُلِّ وَاحِدَةٍ مِّنْهُمَا فَائِدَةٌ زَائِدَةٌ عَلَى الْأُخْرَى. So there's always a benefit in that. Like for instance, in one verse about Musa, when he throws the staff down, it's a hayya, tasa'a, hayyatun tasa'a. It's a hayya. In another one, it's a thu'ban. Now, a hayya is a small snake. A thu'ban is a large snake. So what is it? A thu'ban or a hayya? The Mufassirun said it was very large in its size, but very fast. Because large snakes are very slow. Like a python is incredibly slow if you watch it. But it was large but fast. So it had the physical size of a thu'ban, but it had the speed of a snake. And so Allah used both words in one and the other. Because the Arabs don't have a word for a large, fast snake. So that's an example of where you'd have a nuance of meaning in that. So that's the first reason. الثاني أنه ذكرت أخبار الأنبياء في مواضع على طريقة الإطناب وفي مواضع على طريقة الإيجاز لتظهر فصاحة القرآن أو لتظهر فصاحة القرآن في الطريقتين. So sometimes the akhbar of the prophets, the stories of the prophets are mentioned in itnab, is a rhetorical term which means that it's extensive. So there's detail. So itnab is a device in rhetoric where you'll use more than you actually need to convey the meaning, but there's benefit in it. So for instance, when Musa is asked what's in his hand, Ma tilka biyaminika ya Musa, what's in your right hand, Musa gives a litany of things. He could have just said, Hiya asaya, this is my stick. But he said, I rely on it, I use it to gather my goats, and I have other benefits in it. He could have just said it's asaya, but he didn't. That's called imbisat in rhetoric. So that's a type of iltanab where you want to extend the conversation. Because you're so happy to be speaking, so you just want to add more just to keep the conversation going, because it might end. And then the other one is called ijaz, which is brevity. It's very precise language. In order to manifest the fasaha of the Quran in both ways. That the Quran has brevity, but it also has the eloquence of itnab, which is more extensive. The third reason, الثالث أن أخبار الأنبياء قصد بذكرها مقاصد فيتعدد ذكرها So the akhbar of the Anbiya that what's intended by them are different aims. So يتعدد ذكرها بتعدد تلك المقاصد. So the mentioning of them multiplies with the multiple intents and purposes of the stories. فمن المقاصد بها إثبات نبوة الأنبياء. Among those aims is to establish the prophecy of the prophets. المتقدمين بذكر ما جرى على أيديهم من المعجزات. So, for instance, the ancients, by mentioning the miracles that happened at their hands, وذكر إهلاك من كذبهم بأنواع من الإهلاك, and also mentioning how those who denied their truth were perished in different types of destruction, like floods and winds and other things. ومنها إثبات النبوة لمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم لإخباره بتلك الأخبار من غير تعلم من أحد. وإلى ذلك الإشارة بقوله تعالى ما كنت تعلمها أنت ولا قومك من قبل هذا. So in Surah Hud, Allah says, you didn't know this or your people before this. Like, so where did you get this information? Because you didn't know it. ومنها إثبات الوحدانية. ألا ترى أنه لما ذكر إهلاك الأمم الكافرة قال فما أغنت عنهم آلهتهم. Right? So their gods didn't help them. Right? ومنها الاعتبار في قدرة الله وشدة عقابه لمن كفر. And also, just reflecting on the divine power of God and the fiercefulness of His punishment. ومنها تسلية النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن تكذيب قومه له بالتأسي بمن تقدم من الأنبياء. And so, وَلَقَدْ كُذِّبَتْ رُسُلٌ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ. Prophets were denied before you. You're in that line, so expect to be denied in Surah Al-An'am. So just giving the Prophet solace and letting him know. ومنها تخويف الكفار بأن يعاقبوا كما عوقب الكفار الذين من قبلهم إلى غير ذلك مما احتوت عليه أخبار الأنبياء من العجائب والمواعظ واحتجاج الأنبياء وردهم على الكفار وغير ذلك. فلما كانت أخبار الأنبياء تفيد فوائد كثيرة ذكرت في مواضع كثيرة ولكل مقام مقال. And also because it's to create fear in those who disbelieve, that this is what happened to previous people. So you should be forewarned and showing them these things. And so there are great benefits in mentioning all these things. And then he says, وَلِكُلِّ مَقَامٍ مَقَالٍ. And then every situation has its appropriate words. And so, in conclusion, So, before you can speak about the Quran, you have to know 12 knowledges. And this is really the whole point of this. اعلم أن الكلام على القرآن يستدعي الكلام في 12 فنا من العلوم. To speak about the Quran, you need to have mastered 12 sciences. التفسير. Tafsir is knowing what's been said about the Quran before. Because you have to know, if the Prophet said something, it's definitive. The Prophet rarely gives tafsir of Quran. Because had he said what it meant, it wouldn't leave us any room for interpretation. So he left it open to his ummah. His life is a tafsir of the Quran. But he didn't actually say what things meant in the Quran. And the Sahaba rarely asked him because, one, it was revealed in their tongue and they tended to understand it. Two, they understood that Allah did not like a lot of questions because it would open the door to a lot of problems. Al-Qira'at. So you have to know the Qira'at because there are different Qira'at. There are 7 of the dominant Qira'ats, like Nafi', which was Malik's qira'ah, Asim, which was the qira'ah of Abi Hanifa, Kasa'i, Hamza, Abu Amr. These are the muqri'un. And then you have the three that are considered by the vast majority. They call qawl al-rajih, that they're mutawatir also, that come after them. So knowing the qira'at. And then the ahkam, you have to know fiqh. So if somebody says, they're a mufassir, but they're not a faqih, then you're in big trouble. Like somebody says, don't ask me about fiqh, but ask me about the Quran. It's a problem. Because you have to be a faqih to speak about the Quran. And then the ahkam, the naskh, you have to know abrogating verses, and you have to know the debates about that. Some of them say that there are, like Suyuti mentions 20 that are agreed upon. Imam Kandahlawi in Fawz al-Kabir mentions 5 of those, and then he gives ta'wil of the other ones. And that's not including, because they recognize ayatul sayf. Those are verses other than ayatul sayf. Like in Muzammil, Allah says, قُمَ اللَّيْلِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. And then later on, in the same verse, same surah, Allah says, فَقْرَأُ مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. He gives a tahajjud was wajib for the Prophet, but he didn't have to do it almost the whole night. That was takhfif, removed from him. And there are other examples, like if you're going to speak to the Prophet in najwa, قَدِّمُوا بَيْنِ يَدَيْ نَجْوَاكُمْ in warsh, sadaqah. So give sadaqah before you speak to the Prophet. That was a amr, and they had to do that. Then ashfaqtum, right? It's too hard for you to do that. So that got removed. That's naskh. In the same, many of the naskh, you'll see it immediately after in the Quran. So though you have to know what's abrogated, what's not, what's mukhtalaf fi, right? That's very important in the Quran. And then you have to know hadith. So, because the Quran, the majority of scholars say that the Quran, the hadith, changes rulings in the Quran, yuqayyid or yukhassas. So they're in usul al-fiqh, you have to know what the hadith says about that. And then the mutawatir, according to the majority, can actually abrogate a verse of the Quran. And then you have so hadith is very important. Then you have to learn hadith. The mustalahat is one thing. You also, ilm al-rijal is another thing. And then sharh al-matan. So ilm al-hadith takes years to master on its own. And then you have to know the qasas al-anbiya. This is a whole genre of Islamic tradition, like Ibn Kathir's great work on that, qasas al-anbiya. In that chapter, their Daniel is in qasas al-anbiya. The Samuel, right, they call Samuel, is in there because Samuel's mentioned in the Quran not by name, but he's actually mentioned in the Quran. Because he's the Nabi from Bani Israel that's not mentioned when he appoints the king for Bani Israel. So you have to know the qasas al-anbiya, because that relates to the Quran. And then tasawwuf. He puts that as one of the sciences that you should know before, because the Quran is for tazkiyah. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. Right? Why did Allah send the Prophet? Right? هُوَ الَّذِي بَعَثَ فِي الْأُمِّيِّينَ رَسُولًا يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِهِ وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ. Before you can know the Quran, you have to have tazkiyah. وَيُعَلِّمُهُمْ الْكِتَابُ وَالسُّنَّةِ. So tazkiyah precedes knowledge of the book and the sunnah. And that's what tasawwuf is, ilm al-tazkiyah, whatever you want to call it. We know there's a science in our religion called ilm al-tazkiyah. Traditionally it was called tasawwuf. If you don't like that name, tazkiyah is a Quranic term. Ihsan is ilm al-ihsan, ilm al-nafs. But you have to know how, because one of the things that's dangerous is you can interpret the Quran from your hawa. So if you don't have tazkiyah, then you're going to be interpreting the Quran from your hawa. And then usul al-din, aqidah. You have to know aqidah before you can do tafsir of the Quran, because much of the Quran is about aqidah. 1/3 of the Quran is about aqidah. And so you have to know Aqidah, and then you have to know the debates about Aqidah. What's from the usul and what's from the furu'. The Muslims don't differ in their usul, but there's difference of furu' in Aqidah. Just like furu' al-fiqh has differences, furu' al-Aqidah has differences. There's debates amongst the great mutakallimun. But not in the usul, not in the principles, but in the details. They debate. And then usul al-fiqh. So you don't just have to know ahkam, fiqh, furu', you also have to know usul al-fiqh before you can, and then lugha. You have to have vocabulary. You have to know all the possible meanings of any given word in the Quran, because many of the words have different meanings, like qur' can mean tahur, it can mean hayd. You have to know that. Because what is it? Tahur al-hayd. And why is there a khilaf? And what's the rajih, if there's a rajih? What's the preferred opinion? And then nahu. You have to know nahu and sarf. So you have to know grammar, because if you haven't learned grammar, you'll make terrible mistakes. And then finally, you have to know bayan, rhetoric, balagha. Much of the mistakes that people have made in the Quran and in our religion is the result of being ignorant of rhetoric. Like not knowing what majaz mursal is, not knowing what isti'ara is, not knowing what, the itnab and the ijaz, hadf, like why there's certain things are omitted, lacunae in the Quran, not knowing those things, what iltifat is, why Allah goes from first person to third person in the same statement. That's a type of rhetorical device, and it'll confuse you if you don't know that, because in the West we don't really have that device. It's not part of Western rhetoric, and that's something that confuses Western people when they read the Quran. Why does it go from first person to third person like that? Because we don't do that in Western literature, but in Arabic, it's a type of tanbih. It's a rhetorical device, iltifat, and many other examples. So these are the sciences. And now we have, unfortunately, a lot of people, doing tafsir of Quran that are not qualified. And Daesh, much of what they're doing out there is because they're reading these verses about killing people wherever you find them. You have to look at what our ulama said about those verses, and that you don't kill prisoners. The Prophet ﷺ had dispensations that aren't permitted for other people. The Prophet did things that are haram for us to do. This is something our ulama knew. He had khasa'is. You have to know what those are. You have to know, for instance, that burning people is not permitted because of the hadith, أَمَرْتُكُمْ أَن تُحْرِقُوا فُلَانًا وَفُلَانًا فَلَا تُحْرِقُوهُمَا وَاقْتُلُوهُمَا إِذَا وَجَدْتُمُوهُمَا. I told you to burn so-and-so and so-and-so. Now I'm telling you, don't do it. But if you find them, punish them. And even in the hadith of Ali, for those who say, because it's in al-Bukhari, they say that he burnt them after he killed them in another riwayah. So burning people alive is prohibited in the Sharia. And I'm aware of the khilaf amongst the fuqaha, but Muslims have never used burning as a punishment historically. And the historical narrations, there's no consideration in fiqh of historical narration. None. No fuqaha will base a hukm on a piece of history. It has to be a solid transmitted narration. It has to have isnad. They don't base rulings on what Bidayah wa Nihaya says about some event, that Abu Bakr did this or that. If you don't have a sanad muttasil, la ta'na fi, if you don't have an unbroken chain that is unapproachable, then you can't make a legal ruling. Anyway, I hope that, part of what broken chain that is unapproachable, then you can't make a legal ruling. Anyway, I hope that, part of what I'm, hoping is just kind of clarify in your mind some of these things, because these are real problems in our community now. We have a religion that's supposed to unite us, and now all it's doing is dividing us. And the reason for that is because we're not following it. If we followed it in the recensions that have come to us from the learned masters of our tradition, we wouldn't have these debates. You know, we wouldn't be split. And I have no authority in this religion. I make no claims and have no authority in this religion. I'm reading to you from people that have authority. I'm relating to you from people that have authority. That's the only authority that I have, if I have any, is that. But my personal opinion means nothing in the religion of God. Nothing. I have no opinion in the religion of God. I don't, because I don't have that maqam. That's a maqam, to have an opinion in the religion. Tahawiyya had that opinion. She had a maqam. She could make a statement about the religion. You know, but it's a high maqam. Even in the few things that I've done, like cesarean moonburst, those weren't my opinions. I was just relating what other people said that I think are the best opinions. If I had an opinion, it was only to say that these are the dominant opinions, and they make the most sense. But that's the truth. So, look, you see, I didn't see this, right? In the Islamic tradition, where learning from a teacher is so emphasized, how can we know we are receiving the truth instead of that of the teacher's subjective opinion? Wallahi, I swear to God, I did not read that. I swear by Allah to you, I did not read that question. That is exactly, I just gave you the answer. So that is the point. Don't listen to me. Do not trust me. I'm telling you the truth. Trust Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi, trust Sidi Muhammad al-Muwaq, trust Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. I would argue that Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah is trustworthy. But he relies on all these people. He has his tarjihat, undeniably, but he's at that maqam. I mean, I really believe that. But that's how you can know that. This is a really excellent question. And then also remember, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali said, know men by the truth, don't know the truth by men. You know, that it's important to learn this religion so that you're not fooled by people. And when you have that criterion, you know, and there's red flags. The nice thing about our religion is that most people that are deviant will have red flags. And if you know how to see red flags, you know, they don't quote from the Asanid, you know, they're not in an Isnad tradition. That's a red flag. It really is. You know, and then you can ask them, who are your teachers? Who did you study with? I mean, if you have somebody, like I can ask Muhammad al-Sharif, he's here. You know, Sheikh Muhammad is Azhari, graduate from al-Azhar. He spent many years studying at al-Azhar. And I know what the muqarrarat at the al-Azhar is, so I have a general idea of the things that he studied. But if he shows up in his hindab, you know, the Azhari jubba, and with a Azhari turban, and I don't know him, I can ask him, what's your name? I mean, he could be making some phony name, that's true, but generally, you know, I can literally make one phone call, or two maximum, and I'll know everything about him. I'll know if he was a good student at Al-Azhar, if he was a bad student. That's a fact. You know, it's not hard to determine who you know, where people come from and what their religion is. You know, if you you know, people that studied in Mauritania, I know, all I have to do is make one phone call, and I ask you about so-and-so. The Mauritanian ulama, they all know each other. They know who's a student and who's not. They know who's at the level of a high level and who's not. They know. It's just known. It's well known. And this was traditionally the way our ummah was protected, because there were rightly guided people, and they had teachers, and those teachers were rightly guided. Now there's all these people that are outside of these traditions. They don't follow madhab. I was taught if somebody does not follow a madhab, unless they're a rank beginner in this religion, that you have to follow a madhab. That's what I was taught. After 35 years of studying this religion, I'm absolutely convinced that without madhabs, this religion is a disaster. You have to have, and people say, oh, what, before the madhabs that, don't misunderstand that statement. You have to qualify everything now because people will just latch on to that. Oh, he said the religion without, so that means the Prophet's religion was a disaster because there were no madhabs then. This is the way people think now. My point is that there are so many differences of opinions in this religion. If you don't have a madhab that explains a normative tradition, you'll be confused and you'll be on a new religion every day because you're going to find hadiths that contradict what you're doing one day the next day. These great scholars worked this out for us. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Now, having said that, I would argue that in the mu'amalat, there is a lot of room for ijtihad now. There's a lot of room also for talfiq, for joining madhabs and things like that. And that's Shaykh Abdullah bin Bay's position. In ibadat, I don't think so. I really think people should follow one school in their ibadat, and unless they move to another school for some benefit that's permitted, or there's a rukhsa that's necessary, like the Shafi'is using the Maliki opinion when they make tawaf, because wudu is an obligation during tawaf. If you touch a woman, or a woman touches a man, the wudu is broken, and therefore they follow the Maliki madhab in that condition. That's a valid rukhsa, because it would be impossible to do it otherwise. Those are the things, but that's really a good question. Don't we need to have a recourse to the sources? That's true, but that takes training. So you have to learn, like alhamdulillah, the level of my training, I can work with these books relatively well. My Arabic's good enough to read them and understand them. And so I can go to these sources and see for myself. That's a great blessing to be able to do that. But it takes time. It took me a long time to learn how to do that. Arabic is hard. It takes a while. It's easy hard. It really is. It's in some ways it's impossible because it's just so vast. But you can learn Arabic and you can learn to read. A lot of these books are written in a relatively, they're not difficult. The language is not that difficult. Some of the books are very complicated and need teachers. How should we understand the position of Mari al-Qibtiyya in our time? It's an interesting question. There's a khilaf about Mari al-Qibtiyya. Most say that she was what's called Walad, which is they have the status of a wife. Concubinage was definitely part of the pre-modern world. It doesn't exist anymore, with the exception of sexual slavery, which is totally haram, and also what these people are doing in Iraq and Syria is completely just against things. But it's definitely a pre-modern world that permitted these things. The Quran is clearly moving towards the abrogation of slavery and these type things. Anybody that looks at the Quran, that's very discernible. Fakku raqaba, freeing the slaves. Concubinage was also, another thing about the pre-modern world was that there was incredible poverty like today. There are people today that sell their children. This is simply a fact. There are people in Vietnam, you can go, there are places, pedophiles know about this, I've only read about it, but there are places you can go and buy children because the people are just so poor. And it breaks their heart. It's not like they want to, I saw a documentary on this, that's how I know about it. These people are in so much pain about this, but they're selling their children to feed their other children. And so this is a reality of the world. And so the Quran, one of the things about the Quran is that it eliminated all sources of slavery except for war. That's the only source of slavery. It eliminated all sources. But it's important to know that Islam called it riq. It did not call it ubudiyya. And the Prophet said, لا تقولوا عبدي عبدي ولكن قولوا غلامي غلامي. Never say my slave, but rather say, my ward. And so people have to understand that the Prophet ﷺ did not look at these people as abid. He said, kullukum abidun lillah. All of you are God's slaves. And so this is not a slave. He removed. So the idea that there's slavery in Islam, it's the wrong word. But there is indentured servitude. And that's the closest word in English that we have to what the Muslims call the riq. And the proof for that is indentured servitude enabled you to buy yourself out of the bondage that you were in. In the West, we have mortgages, right? And you work to pay off the mortgage, right? The Muslims had Allah allowed for a means for people to be reintegrated into society after war. And they were reintegrated in two ways. They were reintegrated in the riq. And this was also a reason why they did not want to kill people in war, which is a deterrent to murdering people, because these people actually ended up being sources of wealth in war. And so it's a deterrent to kill people in war. But once they enter into riq, if they request to be freed, then they're given, and you can take even from zakat, the mukataba. The mukatab is somebody who's working to pay off and free himself. He can actually get zakat to do that. The Prophet ﷺ said that only a few people in our religion get two rewards. One of them is a person that has a raqiqa, a woman in his servitude, and he educates her and frees her and marries her. So that's a double reward. And so we cannot take the modern world with its conceptions and ideas and try to superimpose that on the pre-modern world. It will not work. But we also have to recognize there are elements in the pre-modern world that are no longer translatable in the modern world. And this is not somehow abrogating or nullifying our religion. It's recognizing that people change and times change. We can't treat a 12-year-old today the way a 12-year-old was treated 100, 200, or 500 years ago. It's a completely different mentality. Women commonly married at young ages in most societies. In England, if you reach 7, which is called sin al-tamyiz, you could be hung for theft at 7, because they considered them little adults, because they could speak like adults, and they were ignorant. The Prophet ﷺ said that 15, 18, according to the Maliki madhab, if there's no signs of puberty, 15 is the age in which you are accountable. 15. That's very close to the modern age. You can't enter into the army as a child. It's prohibited to fight as a child in Islam. You have to be at least into puberty. The Prophet turned them back. If the young people wanted to fight, like 13, 14-year-old, he would send them back. So he didn't have child warriors. It's very alien to our tradition. So anyway, how do we distinguish between blameworthy manipulation of language, that the Jews are reprimanded in the Quran for their rhetorical tricks, but also know the oratory techniques and power of beautiful speech, the likes of which Brother Malcolm X practiced? Rhetoric is the art of telling the truth beautifully, according to one definition. Rhetoric is dangerous because it's a double-edged sword. It can be used like logic. If you learn logic, you learn all the logical fallacies. That's part of logic, is learning logical fallacies. And lawyers are very good because they focus on the logical fallacies and often manipulate juries. Appeal to pity, appeal to emotion is a logical fallacy. Is this the face of a murderer? Right? I mean, that's not an argument. Can you respond to the Orientalist
accusation asserting that Imam al-Ghazali was responsible for ending Muslim enterprise in astronomy, mathematics. Famous scientists of our time are putting this forward. Yeah, it's a total lie. It's one of the great slanders against Imam al-Ghazali. He himself was a great scientist. He had learned the sciences of his time. He was very adept at astronomy, at handasa. He actually, if you look in the Ihya, he uses handasa in more than one place, what we would call geometry today. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, who was his student, was a master of astronomy. He was also a practicing philosopher his entire life, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. The idea that he destroyed philosophy is one of the greatest slanders in our history. He actually Islamicized, if anything, philosophy. And this is why a lot of the Salafi people don't like Abu Hamid, is because he brought so much of Ibn Sina's thought into Islamic tradition. And that's one of the reasons, because they think philosophy is the worst thing that ever happened to Islam. But philosophy is a tool like other tools. And it's important when you get into sophisticated societies and need sophisticated refutations of people. And also you have philosophical minds that have to find a place in Islam as well. Because not everybody's a simpleton. Right? Islam works for simpletons. It can be understood at a very simple level. And there's nothing wrong with being a simpleton. In fact, there's a lot of purity in a lot of simple people. But there are also incredibly brilliant people. There are also some incredibly brilliant people that need to find their outlet also. Sadr al-Din al-Qunawi, who was here in Qunya, was a brilliant peripatetic philosopher. He was an epistemologist, but he was also one of the most important muhaddithun of his time. People came from all over the Muslim world to read hadith with him. So, Islam has room for everybody. But obviously there are limits, and those limits are determined by the ulama. تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. God has placed limits on us and on our thought. And the peripatetic philosophers, Ibn Sina made several mistakes. Abu Hamid clarified them in Tahafut al-Falasifa. How do we bring universal peace? Yeah. You have to wait for the akhirah for that one. Unity, or at least a degree of tolerance. I mean, you're moving more towards, that's rational. Like, more towards tolerance. When you speak and refer to our past and present with terms like the Muslim world, Christendom, does this not bring with it the unavoidable tension and debate of truth claims between and within communities, Muslim versus non-Muslim, Muslim versus Muslim? When we have value different authorities, how do we all sing from the same ethical hymn sheet when different interpretations and opinions are consequently inevitable, which will subsequently have real and physical effects on the world we live in? How does the modern Muslim who post the damaging effects of individual thought that was promoted by the Renaissance and Reformation period, is looking for identity, belonging, guidance, is lured by charismatic leaders who are not truly qualified, seek guidance in today's confused and uneducated world? It's curious to me. I don't know if whoever wrote this, this comes out of critical theory, and this is pretty much modern university education in a lot of places now. The idea of truth claim. We actually believe in truth claims. Modern people don't believe in truth claims. They believe in truth with a small case T, not a capital T. We actually believe in capital T truth. We do make truth claims. We do assert truth. We actually do believe that our religion's true. We believe that the prophets told the truth. We actually believe everything in the Quran is true. Hopefully we understand it correctly. One of my favorite quotes is from Muhammad al-Amin al-Shinqiti, who, when they asked him about the Americans getting to the moon, he said there's two possibilities. Either they're liars and the outward of the Quran is true, or they're telling the truth and we've misunderstood the Quran. So, simple as that.
So there's always possibility for more than one interpretation. And in that way, truth sometimes can have a small case t. But the truth of Allah as our creator, and that there's a Yawm al-Qiyamah, these are capital T truths that we will not compromise on. And anybody that denies our creator, we believe, is a liar. In Arabic, a kadhab does not have to intend to be a liar. It's just somebody who's saying something that is not true. They're called kadhab. So whether they intend it or not is irrelevant. If you tell an untruth, you are a liar. And that's why the Prophet said it's enough to call a man a liar who reports everything he's heard. Whether or not they intended it, the fact that they're just, oh, I read on the internet. Did you hear that? That, you know, you're just spreading lies. So, you know, we do believe, but we're all human. Somebody today, I sat next to somebody, I really liked him. He's in the mayor's office, Turkish man. And he said, you know, we need to think first and foremost of the ummah. And I agreed with him, but I also, for me, and I told him this, I said, my first criteria with people is human being. Like that's how I look at people. I wasn't always a Muslim. I think I was always a Muslim in that I love the truth and I was always looking for the truth, but I was not always, quote unquote, I couldn't check that box. What religion are you? But had I known, I would have said Muslim, because when I found out about Islam, it made perfect sense to me, and I accepted it. But when I meet people, that's my ground of meeting. Are they a human being or are they a demon? And there's a lot of evil people out there. There are people that kidnap little children. There are people that kidnap women. There are people that will tell a woman in Romania that she's going to be a nanny in New York, and then they bring them there, and then they rape her, and then put her into a house and have her sleep with men all day long so that they can make money. That's a demon to me. That's not a human being. Anybody that could do that is not a human being. And so for me, and he said, that's like Maulana Rumi. That's his view. You know, I said, well, I like him a lot. You know, so I think that's why people like him, because that's what he is. But he was also a profoundly educated Muslim and a practicing Muslim his entire life. They said that his jubba was worn out from praying next to people so much. So we're done. Yeah. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. And by the end of this talk, I'm like yesterday, I was really couldn't even think straight. So, Ameen. Alhamdulillah. Allah yubarak fikum, inshallah. Karamakumullah.